Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Okay, well, we do have quorum with Councillor Kirby-Yung online, so we will start. And if everyone can, if the videos can be kept on just to maintain quorum. So good morning. Well, let's just deal with that. Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. So good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, July 24th, 2024. This meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a committee member attending electronically loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly. While the voting process is suspended, the team member's contact information has been circulated to you. And video committee members' speaking presentations and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. And if you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for security staff who will guide you to a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Bly in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Chair Bly.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to say that we are starting our morning today with a proclamation. It is the 80th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Vancouver and Odessa, Ukraine. Council colleagues, I welcome you to the chamber this morning, and we're honored to mark the 80th anniversary of the sister city relationship between the city of Vancouver and the city of Odessa, Ukraine. I would like to acknowledge our special guests who are joining us: Honorary Consul General Mir Husulak, guests from the Ukraine-Canadian Congress, and members of the Ukrainian community, including visitors from the city of Odessa itself. So welcome. We're so glad you could be here today to celebrate. Established on August 14th, 1944, Odessa was Vancouver's first sister city, beginning a long-standing bond of friendship and goodwill. From the early 1900s, Ukrainians have enriched Vancouver's cultural landscape with their vibrant music, dance, drama, and cuisine. Key cultural highlights of the Ukrainian community in Vancouver include the first Ukrainian play, Don't Love Two at Once, in 1911, the opening of the Ukrainian Cultural Center in 1928 at 805 East Pender Street, the vibrant performances by the Vancouver Folk Ensemble, one of the city's oldest folk orchestras at the Ukrainian Hall. Complementing these cultural contributions, the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, established in 1940, has played a crucial role in advocating for the interests of Canada's 1.4 million Ukrainians. Reflecting on our rich shared history, we are inspired to nurture these bonds further. Rooted in civic diplomacy, sister cities offer unique opportunities to represent and connect our communities internationally, encouraging cultural exchange and mutual understanding. Let me share a heartwarming story to illustrate this. At the end of this school year, Mrs. Chelsea Miller, a dedicated teacher at Queen Elizabeth Elementary School in Vancouver, led a special project with her grade 5 and 6 students. To mark the 80th anniversary of our bond with Odessa, Mrs. Miller's and Mrs. Spicer's students wrote heartfelt letters to their counterparts at the Odessa Lyceum. This gesture of friendship involving 38 students not only embodies the spirit of our sister city connection, but also fosters a new generation who are aware of and invested in nurturing this international relationship. Today, as we celebrate this milestone, let us also acknowledge our privilege of peace and commit to supporting those impacted by conflict, natural disasters, and restrictions on their freedoms. Now, I'd like to ask my council colleagues to join me in the center of the chamber for the proclamation presentation. Okay, so as we do as practice, we will read the proclamation, each person taking a turn. So I'll start with Councillor Meisner.
City of Vancouver Proclamation, 80th Anniversary of the Vancouver-Odessa Sister City Partnership. Whereas on August 14th, 1944, the City of Vancouver resolved to enter a sister city relationship with the City of Odessa.
And whereas this was Vancouver's first sister city relationship established as a mark of interest, goodwill, and friendship toward the people of the city of Odessa.
Okay, and whereas 80 years ago, the Vancouver City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Vancouver, extended the governing body of the people of Odessa its greeting and best wishes.
And whereas Odessa and all of Ukraine are under threat from invading forces.
And whereas Vancouver supports Ukraine's right to peacefully exist as a free and democratic nation.
And whereas Vancouver wishes to continue this relationship with Odessa in a free and independent Ukraine.
Now, therefore, I, Rebecca Bly, on behalf of Ken Sim, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, and on behalf of Vancouver City Council, do hereby proclaim August 14th, 2024 as the 80th anniversary of the Vancouver-Odessa Sister City Partnership.
I like that.
Yes, there will just be a few words from Councillor Mike Klassen, and then I do please welcome everyone who is here who would like to come up and receive the proclamation. Feel free to do so.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge the trial and turmoil that are being facing the people of Ukraine. I watch the activities of what's happening there every day, and I follow it, and it pains me that we're in this time. My family emigrated here 5 generations ago, and my great-great-great-grandfather was from a Mennonite community in the Donbass and came from Ukraine. My mother's family, who came approximately the same time to Canada, settled in the community of Mundare among the Ukrainian people. So we have a very shared, close contact with the Ukrainian people here. But I just think it's extraordinarily important that we acknowledge the hope and the strength of this relationship between our cities, but also our resolve to support Ukraine through this very difficult time.
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to, for the proclamation? Stand beside
Yes.
you. Now, this is very nice, the proclamation. Thank you very much. And the letter from the mayor. But Ukraine is going through a terrible time. It needs all the help it can get, and especially Odessa, our sister city. If it was your sister, you'd do everything you can to help. And we asked you if you could give us a theater where we could do a concert and raise money for the children of Odessa. And that was declined. So I hope you could reconsider. We have the money to pay for the staff of the facility, but we need the facility. Right after this, I'm meeting with the Consul General of Poland, Romania, Hungary, Slovenia, and so on. They want to participate in any concert we put on. So I really hope that you'll reconsider and give us a facility, and we'll pay for the staff of the facility. So thank you very much. And the other thing I want to mention is Holodomor. We have a statue that we want to put up at the city, and most of you are aware of that. And for the last 10 years, we've been trying to put up that statue. It's to commemorate the 1932-33 Russian Federation, Soviet. They took away all the food, and millions of people died. So it was a genocide by the Soviet people at that time. We want to put up that statue. It's sitting in the basement of a church, and we want to put it up in a nice place or a prominent place. And for 10 years, we've been asking for this, and we've been told that there's a moratorium. And for 10 years, you've had the moratorium. Please help us get that statue up so people could know what was happening in Ukraine at that time and what is happening now. Sorry for the interruption, but thank you. I'll receive the proclamation.
Maybe what we can do is invite everybody in and we'll get a group photo all together. So if you please come and stand in the middle with the proclamation, that would be great. our staff team that brought that proclamation together. It was really a special recognition. So thank you very much for that. All right, so I'm going to go over the plan for the day. I lost my glasses. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have one administrative item, one presentation, 5 reports, and 4 council members' motions. The plan is to break for noon at lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold report 5 to hear from a speaker. And I see we've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. I am asking if any member would wish to hold an item for debate or questions. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'll advance you now. And if anyone
Thank you.
else would like to hold, please go on the queue.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to hold report 3, contract award for Expo Deck deconstruction.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry?
I'd like to hold report number 1, contract award for debt collection agency services.
Okay. So that is holding report 1, and we are holding report 3, and then 5 for a speaker. And so on the remaining items, which is 2 and 4, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Okay, so seeing none. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Klassen. And all those in favor say yay. Any
Yay.
opposed say nay. And so those pass. So the following items have been approved on consent. That's report number 2, contract award for supply and delivery of junction boxes and vaults. And report 4, contract award for provision of mobile parking payment system. So we have one presentation today, 2024 Annual Director's Update on Transportation, Public Space and Street Use. The Director of Transportation and Director of Public Space and Street Use are here to present. And I welcome you to the podium and we can get started on the presentation for today. Welcome. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. I'm Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. And I'm here today with my colleague, Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use, and joined by assistant directors from both divisions to help answer any questions you might have after the presentation. So historically, we update council yearly on overall trends and progress in transportation and public space, and the timing corresponds to our yearly survey of travel patterns of Vancouver residents. We also update council on current projects and priorities. So we'll start with background, targets, and trends. So our work in transportation and public space is guided by a robust suite of policies, including Transportation 2040, Climate Emergency Action Plan, Vancouver Plan, and many more. And when we look at council's priorities for the 2023 to 2026 term, our streets support advancement of most of these goals. So sustainable transportation can contribute to improving health, equity outcomes, respond to the climate crisis, be safer, and support business and the economy. And great streets can add vibrancy and are safe and secure. And reconciliation is becoming a big part of our work as we learn to work with the nations on our projects, including to bring Indigenous visibility to the public realm. So streets are one of the city's most valuable assets. About 30% of all land in Vancouver is street space, And over the last several years, there's really been a lot more focus on how we can really use that asset for the overall public good. One of the core uses of the street is mobility. A functional, effective transportation system is really critical for the economy, businesses, and to support residents' daily lives. It's central to how a city works. But the street can be a lot more. It can be a space for people, for public life, to support nature, rainwater management, and many other things that respond to our collective goals. In 2020, Council gave direction on reallocation of street space from private vehicles, and this was expanded on in the Vancouver Plan. So for context, the 11% goal is equivalent to about 30 BC Place stadium footprints, or over 5,000 side street plazas. This goal recognizes the real opportunity for us to progress a number of our priorities that can take advantage of reimagining how we use that road space. We've been doing this for many years, reallocating space to walking, to cycling, to parks, green infrastructure, bus lanes, and widened sidewalks, and have some great examples like our side street plazas, our park spaces at Yukon and 17th, for example, mini parks in the West End, lots of good examples of this, but we have a long way to go to the 11% target and a lot of opportunity. So we're working to progress this by developing a process to align our planning to deliver on it, and we'll be reporting back to Council. And Council will also see how this could play out at an area level when we bring forward the Broadway Corridor Public Realm Plan later this year. Shifting to transportation, our long-range transportation plan, Transportation 2040, called for 2/3 of all trips to be by walk, bike, and transit. This was primarily a transportation-focused goal and really reflected the need to have the transportation network continue to function well in a rapidly growing city. The streets are essentially at capacity, so all new trips would need to be by walk, bike, and transit, which uses our street space a lot more efficiently, as well as meeting a lot of other goals such as safety, health, and addressing our climate emergency. With the Climate Emergency Action Plan, the target was advanced to 2030. And this means to meet the goal, we need to both increase sustainable transportation and reduce auto use. So these are the high-level results of our most recent transportation survey. A few things to note here. Overall, we're making good progress. In terms of mode share, we're back to about 2018 levels post-pandemic, with about 53% of all trips by sustainable modes. But you can see overall, the travel is down by about 10%. So a lot of this is still about reduced commuting due to working from home. So the orange bars at the bottom are the auto trips. So we're still seeing those decline. The blue is transit, the darker green is walking, and the lighter green at the top is cycling. And one of the big trends we've seen is kind of a doubling of cycling trips since we started doing this almost a decade ago, which is really good progress. So we don't have a lot of historic data on this, but we're seeing about 23% of people working from home on any given day. And almost half of people are working at least one day from home. And this is likely a large part of the overall reduction in trips that you would have seen on the last slide. So this year, I want to focus on two areas within transportation for the presentation this year. The first part is focused on transportation safety and accessibility. So Vancouver has a Vision Zero goal to eliminate all fatalities and serious injuries on our transportation network. Safety is a priority of all of our transportation programs across the division. And we focus on vulnerable road users by reducing speeds, addressing conflicts, and addressing safety hotspots. And we have a lot of specific programs that are focused on things like schools, active transportation, and neighborhoods. When we look at the long term, the trend is that fatalities are decreasing while population is increasing. So over the long term, this is really positive. Like many other cities, though, we saw a spike in fatalities after the first year of COVID, and the numbers over the last few years are still much higher than we'd like. Each one of these numbers is a tragedy, but thankfully, fatalities are rare events, And on a yearly basis, it's a little hard to say how much of this is related to chance and how much is a trend. So it's important to look over the long term, but this is definitely something that we are monitoring closely and working with our partners at ICBC and VPD to really understand the causes of each one of those fatalities. Information on serious injuries is a really good marker of safety performance too, because there's a lot more numbers, so the trends tend to even out over the years. Since we started working with Vancouver Coastal Health in 2011 to track these, we've seen really positive trends in serious injuries, in particular for vulnerable road users, which is where a lot of our effort is focused. We've seen a drop of about 35% in serious injuries for people walking and over 50% for cycling trips. And this is due to our focus on vulnerable road users, people walking and cycling in particular. Our safety improvements are really linked to that. While people walking and cycling are only involved in 4% of all collisions in Vancouver, they make up over half the serious injuries and almost 2/3 of fatalities. So this needs to continue to be our focus moving forward. One key is slower speeds, particularly at potential points of conflict like intersections. And we know that reducing speed is extremely effective in reducing fatalities. So when a person's hit at 50 kilometers per hour, they're 80% likely to be killed. That drops to about 15% when vehicles are traveling at 30 kilometers per hour. And people are much less likely to get hit as stopping distances are a lot shorter at slower speeds. So this year we piloted reducing speed limits in school zones to 40 kilometers per hour on non-major road network or MRN arterial streets and 30 kilometers per hour on collector streets. And we piloted this at 9 different schools. Overall, we saw really positive results. While the speeds didn't drop to the new speed limits, we saw some reduction in the speed, which is a positive outcome. And we also had really enthusiastic response from the school communities. Because of this, we plan to make this part of our standard practice and expand it to all schools on non-MRN arterials and collectors over the next couple of years, doing about 10 corridors per year. Building out our active transportation network is important for our mode share goals, but it's also really key to improving safety outcomes. As we build safer infrastructure, it doesn't only mean that people are on safer facilities, but people feel safer, which brings more users, which makes them more visible and expected, and leads to better overall safety. It's often talked about as the safety in numbers effect. In terms of local streets, we have been rolling out our revived neighborhood traffic management program. It focuses on working with communities to solve kind of measured issues with vehicle speeds and volumes on local streets, while balancing those trade-offs to access for residents. So we had success with our first implementation in Strathcona, and we're soon going to be rolling out measures in the Adanac overpass area, so that's east of Renfrew between First and Hastings, in the Clinton Park area just to the west. And we're going to use those learnings to roll these out to a number of upcoming areas that are identified on the map. We're always eager to find new potential improvements, and we are very close to implementation of a new scramble intersection at Robson and Granville based on council direction. And this should be live in the next couple weeks. We'll be updating council on the progress when that opens and as we monitor how it works post-implementation. So in terms of our overall safety program, whenever there's a serious collision, fatality, or when we identify a safety hotspot, we work with our partners to understand the causes. We have a number of tools that we use to identify the best safety intervention. We always go out to site, try to understand what happened, use the ICBC data to create collision diagrams so that we know where there are safety issues. And one of the most promising developments of recent years is automated video analysis. So this allows us to set up cameras that track users through intersections and determine where near misses are occurring. And that's a really good predictor of where collisions will occur without having to wait for those collisions to happen. We recently did this for a number of locations following the tragic fatality of a person cycling on Pacific at Hornby. And we looked at that location and a number of other locations where turning vehicles are turning right across a protected bike lane to inform when and where we introduce right turn signal phase or where other interventions might improve cyclist safety. So based on that analysis, we were able to make a number of changes at intersections, including introducing protected right turn phases at a number of locations. So we're working to ramp up our safety and signal programs. Now the council has directed additional funding to those programs, as well as focusing to continue to roll out more changes like leading pedestrian intervals, designing signals for slower walking speeds, and improving accessibility at signals. We also haven't updated our safety strategy in a number of years. So we're planning to update our overall Vision Zero strategy, and we'll be bringing more information on that back to council. In addition, we'll be reporting back later this year to respond to a number of motions the council's passed around transportation safety. We also rely on the province to make legislative changes to support safety. There's a lot more work to do on that end, but we were really happy to see changes to the Motor Vehicle Act to support improved road safety, such as things like mandating minimum passing distances for vulnerable road users. The second area I wanted to focus on was transit. With direction from council and TransLink support, we're really working to ramp up our work to speed up buses in the city. As background, Vancouver really punches above its weight in terms of transit ridership. We have the 4th highest rail ridership and the 3rd highest bus ridership in North America, despite only being the 22nd most populous region. We also have higher post-COVID recovery than pretty much anyone else in North America. And when you look at the overall system in Metro Vancouver, about half of the transit boardings are in Vancouver itself, so it's hugely important for us as a city. Unfortunately, the return in ridership post-COVID has also come with overcrowding, which has reached even higher levels than pre-pandemic at this point. TransLink's working to respond to this by adding 30,000 more service hours to some key routes in Vancouver, including for the 99, the 49, and the R4. But a lot more is needed if we want to move people on transit the way we need to, and if we want transit to be functional and reliable for the people of Vancouver. One of the key ways to improve transit is to add more bus priorities. And we have a number of tools to do that. Bus lanes are a really good tool, but there are also opportunities to really speed up buses through turn pockets, queue jumpers, signal priority and turning restrictions, and improving bus stops so buses stop less frequently and for less time. For example, we saw the bus lane in Granville that we added south of 16th speed up buses by about 12%. That's a really significant savings. People get to where they want to go faster and more reliably, but it also allows for those service hours to be reinvested in better service and moving more people. So with council direction to improve bus speed and reliability on Hastings, Kingsway, 49th, and Granville, we've seen a lot of we have a lot of opportunity to make a big difference to transit riders. Following an initial collaborative scoping with TransLink, the Mayor's Council added funding for these corridors to their investment plan, which was just included in the midterm update. And this is going to save them money over the long term. It's looking like at least a couple $1 million per year in operating costs, so it makes sense for them to invest in it. A very early phase of this was just implemented in the South Granville BIA area as interim measures to improve both bus speed and reliability, and opportunities to repurpose curb space for public life and business use in the BIA area. So following initial monitoring, now that we have full-time parking in, the opportunity to do patios, bus stops shifted. Following that initial monitoring, in 2025, we're planning to build permanent bus bulbs at those key bus stops to widen sidewalks, improve transit operation, add seating and public space opportunities, and allow for more and better patios on the street. From a metrics perspective, we're expecting this work is, over the next few years, will add about 50% more total bus lanes and almost double the overall time that our bus lanes will be in effect across the city. We'd be doing this while considering the balance with the interests of businesses and communities along the routes. We've also continued to work with TransLink and CMBC to improve capacity and accessibility along key routes. You can see this rolling out across the city as routes like the 2 and the 25 move to articulated buses. And that means we need to adjust all the stops and landing areas and things like that to make that work. But adding capacity on those routes is really key. And there are going to be upcoming changes to the 23 downtown to allow for full-size buses as well, which is going to be a big improvement to that route. We're also supporting the province on the delivery of the Broadway subway. This will be the highest ridership transit project in Canada. The tunnel boring is complete, which is super exciting. They're starting to install the rail at the western end of the elevated guideway by VCC Clark Station. So the project is moving along. Unfortunately, as council's heard, the opening will be delayed till fall 2027. But we're lining up to support the reconstruction of the street and things like that over the coming years. We're also working with the province and other partners to advance the extension of the Broadway subway to UBC. In terms of the future, we're working with TransLink and other municipalities on the Burrard Peninsula Area Transit Plan. This is really going to be the tool where we look at what transit improvements we should be planning for over the coming decade or so, including areas that currently have insufficient transit, where new routes are needed, and adjusting service based on trends and on big changes like the introduction of the Broadway subway. As a backdrop for all of this, in terms of regional transportation, the Mayor's Council Access for Everyone plan is really a key roadmap to achieving the really big improvements that our regional transportation system needs. To fund this, including really needed transit increases and bigger investments in walking and cycling. It's critical that additional funding be found to support the plan. And this is going to require a significant collaboration between all levels of government. So I'm going to finish off my part of the presentation with a few project highlights. We're nearing completion of the first phase of the interim Granville Connector. It'll be substantially complete by the end of the year. And this is going to close one of the biggest gaps in our active transportation network, provide an interim, safe, comfortable, and accessible route for people walking and cycling across False Creek. It's a really key connection between downtown and Central Broadway. So we're really excited about that being complete. In coordination with that, we're coordinating replacement of the Granville loops on the north side of the bridge. So this project is going to totally transform that area, replacing the highway-oriented loops with a walkable and bikeable network of local streets. These will replace and actually improve the function of the loops for local access. This is going to, make the public realm significantly better while allowing for development of land at the north end of the bridge. So the portion of structure that's being removed is gone, and the contractor's in the process of building the road network back up. This will also be substantially complete by the end of the year. The final piece of work is Drake Street. So this work will create an improved cycling and walking connection from the connector to the rest of the network. We're hoping to complete the section to the west between the connector and Hornby Streets in coordination with the connector project. And we'll be delivering the project to the east in 2025 into 2026. Another interesting example that's underway is St. George Rainway. So that's on St. George Street between Broadway and Fifth Avenue. It's a really great example of road space reallocation in action. Excuse me. So we're totally reimagining the streets and reallocating the space that used to be dedicated to cars, to green infrastructure, new public spaces, surface expression of rainwater, and safe active travel. This includes car-free sections, and it's going to be a great benefit for both how we manage rainwater, nature, and for the local community. We have a lot of projects on the way. I'm not going to go through them all. All of these are either in construction, design, or engagement. But they include some really key things like improvements to the Arbutus Greenway, Ontario Greenway, and development of several new greenways across the city, such as the East Side Crosscut. And with that, I will pass the presentation to Lisa Parker.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. So I'll jump in with a focus on vibrant streets. Gastown Public Space Plan, we're approaching this as a 3-phase exercise. The first phase is completed with a focused understanding on the goals and objectives and the important spaces within Gastown. We completed that earlier this year, as well as near-term repairs within Maple Tree Square. Those were completed in June. Phase 2 is underway now. We are focused on developing concepts, including a preferred approach for a pedestrians-focused Water Street and public spaces across Gastown. The Water Street pedestrian zone is underway this summer, and it will include pop-up engagement events for the public space plan and design workshops in August. Phase 3 will be in 2025, and we'll be bringing a draft plan for Council's consideration, including a finalized concepts and phased implementation. The Water Street pedestrian zone began earlier this summer in July and will carry to the beginning of September. We've been working with the host nations, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, as well as the BIA, businesses, and other organizations to activate Water Street. Improvements have included public seating, patios, community programming, art, plus small and large events throughout the summer. We also have a peer ambassador program to support the area, and we have an enhanced cleaning approach. As directed by Council, additional activation of Water Street has been enabled through open street permits, including waiving fees and one-on-one staff support to businesses. Monitoring will continue over the summer, and we'll report back to Council this fall with lessons learned for future considerations. Granville Street. We're working towards a new vision for Granville Street to be a world-class public space and a safe and welcoming entertainment district. With yesterday's the updated capital plan approval, staff will confirm near-term street improvements and pilots to be delivered in 2025 as a way of working towards this bold long-term vision. Ideas like moving bollards and other parking pieces to allow for business uses is what we're considering. And we'll be working with our key stakeholders to confirm those near-term opportunities to activate the street and support business uses. We'll be reporting back to Council with the Granville planning work in early 2025. In the West End, we have the Davie Village improvements, including widening sidewalks on Davie Street between Jervis and Thurlow. Staff have been working closely with the West End BIA, businesses, and the community as a whole, hearing strong support for these improvements. The design makes more space for walking, patios, business uses, places to sit, and new street trees. Also, the heart of Davie Village will have a new home on Davie. Construction will begin in mid-2025. Also in the West End, construction has recently begun for the Butte Robson Plaza. It was a temporary plaza installed in 2027 and quickly grew to be a popular West End gathering spot. The cycling path will be separated from the gathering area, which includes a terrace plaza, weather protection, and space for events. The intersection is raised with improved sidewalk space and street trees on Robson Street. This construction is underway and expected to be completed this winter in 2025. We have a number of popular temporary plazas across the city, and with the growing community funds, we're significantly upgrading 4 of these plazas. These plazas are well established, have strong partners, and are well used by the community. The plazas will be improving are Main and 14th, which was established in 2018, Cambie and 18th, also in 2018, Hastings and Kamloops, which was established during the pandemic, and the plaza will be delivered with other neighborhood improvements funded by the recently approved Uplifting Community Funds. And Granville and 14th, the plaza improvements will be aligned with other South Granville Public Realm works, as Paul mentioned earlier. We'll begin construction in 2025 and aim to have the plazas completed in 2026 for FIFA World Cup. We're also really wanting to ensure that we support partner-led improvements and upgrades. So our local partners are interested in making improvements in their communities, and we really want to enhance that. A few examples. In 2019, Council passed a motion affirming the importance of the Pajami Market. Since then, we've been collaborating with the Pajami Market Collective on a number of public realm initiatives, including a welcome feature, electrical upgrades to support lighting, and a potential neighborhood plaza. Also with our social service parklet partners, we've been working to improve those spaces through beautification initiatives. To increase comfort of our public spaces, especially during the summer, the city is working with our partners and businesses to pilot weather protection in our plazas. In Chinatown, staff supported the installation of Neon Dragon banners by the Chinatown BIA. The banners help promote and revitalize Chinatown, as well as increase visibility at night. They were installed in time for the Lunar New Year parade on February 11th this year, adding to the atmosphere of the neighborhood. We support beautification and activation through our placemaking, green streets, and mural community programs. With the placemaking program, this includes community gatherings, temporary installations, and small improvements where people can gather and participate. Last year, we had over 60 projects. With the mural and temporary street art program, we support artistic expression in public space, emerging artists, and encourage opportunities for diversity and cultural representation. And last year, we had over 30 murals. Our Green Streets program is a long-standing, well-established program with over 700 volunteers, and they enhance the public realm by caring for our planted traffic circles and street corner bulges. And we appreciate everyone that participates in these programs. Public events. As directed by Council, we're working to make it easier to host events in Vancouver. We've established a special events advisory task force. We've created traffic management plan library to support event organizers. We're also creating plaza guideline manuals for event organizers for our popular plaza locations, and we're implementing a low complexity event permit. We saw a 50% increase in the number of events in 2023, plus a 40% increase in overall event days compared to 2022. We're pleased to see events returning in such a big way coming out of the pandemic. Our patio program is an important piece as well. Patios add to our streets' vibrancy and support businesses. This year, we have 172 summer patios, over 400 year-round patios, and 59 year-round curbside patios. Council directed staff to do a full review of the patio program, which includes a simplified application process and business support tools, updated design guidelines that include expanded design options and integrate accessibility, and a client-based approach to address a range of business needs. As we move into the fall, we'll do a final round of engagement with industry on the program updates, and we'll report to Council later this year with a final proposal. Shifting focus to how we manage and enable use of streets and public spaces. With street horticulture, we have over 2,000 assets in our medians, traffic circles, curb bulges, bridge ends, and closed streets. As I mentioned, we have over 700 volunteers in the Green Streets program. We also care for 14 neighborhood greenways, support 22 community gardens, and our service providers include park board, contractors, and our volunteers. With the increased operating budget, we have a higher service level for the horticulture maintenance across the city. Also, with the increased operating budget for plaza and parklet maintenance, we've increased our service levels there as well. We're working with our partners to keep our plazas and parklets looking fresh and welcoming through microcleaning and seasonal response. This includes additional power washing at all the plazas and parklets and additional leaf pickup and snow response during the winter. I'd like to recognize our plaza and parklet partners as they are key to these spaces being so successful. Our partners support us with watering plants, umbrella care, tidying the spaces, regular updates to staff, and programming the spaces. And while our partners play a key role in care and placemaking, we're supporting some of our more active public gathering spaces additionally through a peer support program to help ensure those spaces feel safe and inclusive. We have peer ambassador programs in key social service parklets, plazas, and they are a key part of this current Water Street pedestrian zone pilot. Film is an important industry in British Columbia. And while last year was a difficult year with the labor disputes, and we saw a drastic reduction in filming in 2023, we are proud to see that we have a strong return this year, with 390 days of filming in the first 4 months of 2024, compared to 541 days in total in 2023. Also, a quarter of the productions qualified for a clean energy incentive by replacing at least one diesel generator with a green energy source. We're looking forward to a strong 2024 with a number of big productions choosing to film in Vancouver. We're working to improve street parking for our residents as well. Over 4,000 of our aging parking meters will be replaced with pay stations by 2026. With council direction, we've been repurposing the old meters into bike racks, and where needed, we're adding additional bike racks. We have an additional mobile payment app coming in 2025, which will provide more customer choice and enhanced functionality. We're also expanding paid parking in specific areas. This year, the expansion will include Mount Pleasant Industrial Area, Spanish Banks, and Victoria. With these parking changes come growing parking enforcement needs. We've upgraded our license plate LPR system, and currently 30% of our existing residential permit parking and time limit areas are enforced with LPR. This is allowing us to be more efficient in our work, and it's a safer enforcement tool for our staff out in the field. Shared micromobility. City of Vancouver is a global leader in this. Mobi by Rogers has had over 6 million rides since 2018, with over 1 million rides in 2023 specifically. E-bikes are a driving ridership growth piece, and we're key for the successful expansion to UBC. And we're working towards 18 electrified stations to be in our street right-of-way by the end of this year. Council recently endorsed Lime as our shared e-scooter system partner, broadening our shared micromobility system. This will be the first all-docked station-based system in North America. We're really proud of that. It'll launch in just a few months in late summer 2024 and will build to a citywide system over the coming years. We've learned from BikeShare about managing the public realm, improving safety, and building an equitable and accessible system. We're looking forward to working with Lime in the upcoming launch. In addition to working with our partners, Mobi by Rogers and Lime, we're also expanding transportation options for our community as a whole. Council also recently approved bylaw changes allowing e-devices on the seawall and major streets. And to support these growing modes, we've launched an education campaign to encourage ridership and considerate behaviors. And with that, I say thank you for the time to present today. Both Paul and I, as well as Lon Leclerc and our associate directors, are here to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa and Paul. You do have a number of questions in team, of course, so we'll start with Councillor Meissner.
Great. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Lisa, for that presentation. Scramble Crossing I saw in there. Very excited about that. I've noticed the signals appear to be on the poles. I don't know if they're working yet. I saw this summer, but I'm just wondering if you have more specific timing on when that will be activated.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. I'm Winston Chow. I'm the Associate Director, Traffic and Data Management Branch. Yeah, as Paul mentioned, the scramble is really close to being ready. We are expecting Tuesday next week for the turnover. There are some elements that we're waiting for delivery and implementation, but we're planning for Tuesday should be the turnover, and some additional information to council will be coming on that.
Okay, that's awesome. It'd be great to have it running for the BC long weekend, so I'm glad to hear that. My other question was around LPIs. I know we have approved additional funding, and there's been recent direction on increasing the number of LPIs across Vancouver. So I'm just wondering if we have a target number for 2024.
Yeah, so as part of the additional funding that we received yesterday through the MTU, that provided funding for a 50% increase. We're looking at about 30 per year that we do, so an additional 15, so about 45 to 50
Okay, that's great. So what we're expecting 45 this year.
Well, we're going to be working on that. We'll see an increase from previous years, but there's some staff that we'll need to hire, resources that go into it. It's mostly staff time that go into the LPI implementation, but there's some analysis that we need to do, training as well to get staff up to speed with how to
Okay.
reprogram the lights.
Okay, great. And then I was also looking for an update on Cornwall. I've been talking to a resident there. They're curious as to when additional, the timeline on additional improvements to Cornwall Avenue, where we lowered the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour. I understand that there's potential report back in the fall. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, so as Paul mentioned earlier, it will be this fall when we'll be providing additional details of Cornwall.
Okay, great. And then on Gastown, pilot, it's fantastic. I hear tons of positive comments from people in Vancouver about how excited they are to experience the neighborhood in a pedestrian way. Just curious if we have any early data on pedestrian numbers in the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Rachel Magnuson, Associate Director of Street Activities. At this point, we don't have any early data, but just from observation, lots of people on the street for sure.
Okay. Will we have to wait until the pilot concludes for data? Or will council get some sort of update throughout the summer?
We can provide an update shortly.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. And then another question, Jim Diva Plaza. I noticed on social media that the megaphone is restored and painted. I didn't see in the pictures if it had been reinstalled. Do you know if it's been reinstalled?
Not quite yet, but it's coming very soon.
Okay, that's great to hear. And then finally, this is a specific question, but Lisa will know what I'm talking about. Beatty Street bike lane planters. Just wondering if crews have had time to go out and address that yet.
So we're working on that, and I admittedly don't know if they've gotten to it or not, but we do have the work request in for that.
Awesome. Okay, that's all for me. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the presentation. Love these kinds of updates, and you'll probably notice a theme to some of my questions. I'm a big believer that a clean and maintained public realm really makes the city more attractive, creates more civic pride and more walkability as well. So I just want to ask about bus stop areas. I noticed that some of the bus stops, I just wanted to know jurisdictionally who is responsible for the general cleanup around it, and that includes some of the horticultural requirements near the bus stops.
Thank you, Councillor. Carol Kong. I'm the Acting Associate Director of Transit Integration and Projects. So the cleanliness around bus stops is within our jurisdiction, and so we do respond to requests for cleaning those as they come in, and we do try to install as many litter cans as possible so that people do have places to put their garbage or recycling when they board or get off a bus.
Excellent, thank you. How are we doing so far in 2024? You mentioned, Lisa, the additional budget. I'm still seeing quite a few of our center medians and boulevards that are overtaken by a lot of tall grass and things like that. Do we have kind of an update of how far we are? I did send in a question. I don't know if I missed the response about whose jurisdiction was Boundary Road, but between Vaness and I think all the way down to 22nd or something like that is a big median that is, when I drove by a few weeks ago, it was completely overrun.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Cass. So yes, we work closely with our colleagues in parks to maintain those medians, and we are very much on track for higher numbers again this year than because of the increased service levels, and a lot of those medians are addressed in off-peak season so that we just get the best results.
And I am seeing a lot of improvements, just to be clear, and I'm seeing that happening on Kingsway and Knight and other parts of the city. But this is the time, and now that the summer weather is kicked in and we're not seeing as much growth, is this the time to kind of get on top of some of that right now?
Yes, and in the fall and spring as well is a key time. Yeah.
Sort of as a general comment, it would be nice if it was presentable when people are outside. And
absolutely.
Plaza maintenance. I know that we have some partners. I see Mission Possible sometimes coming and doing plaza maintenance. Do we have? How do we evaluate that work? Do we have like a city team or team members that go out and check things out? How are they doing?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So it's kind of in a number of ways. So we work closely with Mission Possible to understand the service levels that they're providing and what challenges they may be running into as our contract with our contract. In addition, our Plaza partners are really, really key sources of feedback for us, and so they'll let us know if service levels are slipping or they're seeing a need for more service levels, and we try and adjust accordingly.
Thanks very much. I wanted to talk about the school zones, in particular the 16th Avenue, West 16th by Lord Byng School, and just want to get a little update on how that's going.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There is a plan that's been developed. Actually, just got an update yesterday. We're in the process of procuring barriers. As you may know, there's a closure of the median that's part of the plan that's going to be going in fairly shortly, and we're just waiting for the delivery of that. And of course, the signage that will accompany all of that will go in as well.
I know probably you've heard from a number of councillors about the incidents that happen around 10th and 11th and Clark. Do we have kind of a line of sight on what we can do there?
Yeah, we have received more information from our partners at the VPD. Yeah, we can provide those details to council. And we are working with them. There are a number of measures that we are taking at this time to try and improve visibility of the crossing. There's a question earlier about foliage. That's something that we're working with our partners at Parks to try and address.
I'm just going to bring, I have asked this question before, but graffiti in non-BIA areas, Clark Drive, Kingsway, there's a lot of places that really need knocking down. I just don't know if we have any budget or will or resources to try and deal with that.
Yeah, so for graffiti on public property, we do have kind of key areas where we ask our contractor to go out and...
These are probably on private property mostly?
Yeah, so for private property, that is through DBL.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Classen. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, staff, for the presentation. It's a lot of information there. Very positive to see the progress across the city. So my question, first of all, slide number 12, the traffic-related fatalities. So I saw during the 2009, 2011, the fatality numbers pretty low. And I mean, one is too many, but 2010, we only have 9. But compared to other years, we are pretty high. So what do you know what we have done in those 2 or 3 years? Are there any particular measurement or policy? Yeah.
Councillor Zhou, 2009, 2010, yeah, there's certainly a decrease there. Of course, 2010 Olympic Games, the Winter Games that we had, there was a significant campaign to for the first part of the year anyways, to encourage people to use, active modes in transit to commute. And yeah, that was I think there was carryover from that to the remainder of the year. And that's what we saw in terms of like the reduction. And of course, 2020 is another really significantly low year. That's the pandemic, the lockdown that occurred. So that was naturally what occurred there.
Okay, so you think the 2010-11 because of the public campaign and education?
I think that's what we suspect, as we've discussed it internally. There was a lot of work that we did as part of the Olympic Games and even with the province nationally. I think people were changing how they got around.
Okay, good. So is there any plan to do more in the future so we can get this number low again?
Yeah, I think there's certainly, like, as part of our policies, and of course, as Paul mentioned earlier, in terms of, promoting walk, bike, transit, continue to do that. As we look at the Vision Zero strategic update as well, I think that's a component that we'll be looking at in terms of engagement and see if there's any opportunities for us to use the funding that Council provided. There's going to be some analysis, of course, data analysis. But I think as part of that, we also want to look at engagement with the public in terms of encouraging them to, use alternative modes and, commute in a safe manner.
Okay, thanks. Another follow-up question. So for those fatalities, do we know what is the percentage happened at intersections?
Can you repeat the question?
So the fatalities, the number, how many were happened at intersections?
Oh, yes. From previous analysis and looking at the details, they're typically at intersections where we see the fatalities, not always. But we
The
look at
numbers,
them on
percentage-wise?
I don't have those percentages,
Okay.
but I would say majority.
Majority, okay.
Councilor Joe, yeah.
Yeah, thank
And-
you.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question about this flashing beacon. So, we always receive requests from the community that they want to install more flashing beacons.
Correct.
I think we talked about this before, but I just want to put that in the public. What is the process if the community, they want to install more? How do they get that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Certainly through 311, as members of the public, citizens call in with concerns, staff take that in. We endeavor to respond as quickly as possible. There's our typical, I think it's a 72-hour response, at least acknowledgement of the request. As part of that, staff will conduct a detailed analysis of the intersection if we haven't done one over the last 2 years. So a team will go out, look at the intersection. They do a detailed review that usually involves at least 2 hours of analysis. We look at traffic patterns, then we'll look at the details of the intersection, collision history, and then as part of that, we prioritize it on a citywide basis. So it doesn't, I like to acknowledge all of the complaints, regardless if it's one individual who calls in or if it's a petition. We try to do this equitably, so we will look at the data, conduct the analysis. But typically what we see is if there is a concern, we may have identified it through work with our partners, or generally we'll hear more from residents as well.
Okay, thanks. I have like 10 seconds. Yeah, I'll just put the question out there. So there's some comments from the community saying that there's a delay in UBCX. So that's probably the question for Paul. So what do we have done to advocate to the senior of government? Maybe someone else can ask this question.
Probably best practice just to allow time to answer. the
Yeah,
question.
okay, thanks.
So you can always move for a second round or somebody.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll contact offline.
Okay, Councilor Carr.
Thank you very much. So my first question is really one that I am asked a lot, and it has to do with the Broadway subway. Why the delay? Why is it not opening until 2027?
Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. So that is a provincially run project, and they've come out with the kind of new opening date. And the reasons for that delay have been kind of articulated by the province, but they include a number of issues related to the concrete strike early in the project, some complications around the launch of the tunnel boring machines, some unexpected soil nails into the tunnel boring area. So there's a series of issues that have kind of conspired to create the delay, but the province would have the full answer on that.
I appreciate you relaying the points that are expressed by the province, because on public record here, because as I say, I'm asked.
And we work very, very closely with the province to smooth this project through. So we don't want any part of delay to be the result of the city. We have a lot of utilities that had to be relocated to make for the work happen. Those were all done on time. The traffic management, the relocation of our traffic signals at all these station construction locations. We're also working with them closely as we plan in the coming years, when we get to the reconstruction and restoration of the street and the new street, which is going to look quite different from the street that we have out there today. So we work very, very closely with the province on this project. We meet with them weekly. Yeah.
Awesome. My next question around neighborhood traffic calming. We do have a standing directive from council to staff around repurposing 11% of neighborhood streets that comes through the Vancouver plan. So I know that some streets are sort of more major one, like St. George's Greenway, awesome work that's happening there. But what's happening around the engagement of communities on the repurposing of local streets to make them more complete neighborhoods?
Maybe I'll take that one. So our neighborhood traffic management program is really focused around implementing quick measures to reduce vehicle volumes and speeds where they're an issue. In terms of repurposing street space, it's really on a kind of a case-by-case basis right now. That's one of the things that we're working through a process on how to better integrate the planning across all of the groups across the city who can use that street space to deliver amenities for the public. And we're going to be coming back to council to inform council how that's going and a bit of what the process looks like.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that report back. I think that some of the work around like different street uses along our arterials is happening. Some more patios on the curbside, and like that's happening. The little parklets are happening, but I'm just also thinking about sort of the inside of neighborhoods to repurpose around neighborhood use.
And the first council will likely see of that on a kind of area-wide scale is the Broadway plan, public realm plan, that we'll be preparing back to council in November. And what that will do, we'll be looking across the whole Broadway corridor at where we see those opportunities to repurpose the street space.
Okay. Third question, which is kind of related to my second, the Green Streets program. You note in the slideshow presentation, 700 gardeners involved, which is like awesome. We've just been flooded in our inboxes as councillors with letters from citizens who want to see habitat gardens. Are you looking? Have you tracked that? Are you looking at that? I mean, these gardens are actually beautiful. That are on every corner. In the West End, we have them on every street. But is that expanding, or what's happening around that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's actually really exciting. We're celebrating the 30-year anniversary of our Green Streets program this year. And one of the things that we're doing is updating our guidebook app. And one of the pieces of that will be around habitat gardens and providing some toolkits for people who are interested.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Several questions. I'm going to fire through them also. The first one that I had was really about Broadway. And thank you very much for the work on the rapid bus. It's great to see we're going to have 4 or 5 routes done in 2026. It's been suggested, and I think it's discussed in a motion later today, that to alleviate the bus crowding in the short term, we have the chance to look at Broadway for additional rapid bus, but staff also mentioned you're working on the Great Street concept and street space and planning. So can you comment on the potential to provide expedited bus service in the next 2 years while you're also working on delivering the Great Street design?
Thank you for the question. As we are working to redesign Broadway itself, we're working with TransLink on, because we're going to be reducing a lane in either direction that used to be bus lanes. So we're working with TransLink on where we can provide bus priority as we start to rebuild the street around the stations. So we're already looking at that and already have some plans for bus lanes to the east of the Broadway corridor.
Okay, so that work is already happening. You're already looking at the option for bus priority?
Some of that work's already underway, yes.
Okay, good. The next one is around Granville Street and the planning work there in terms of the revitalization. We are seeing a lot of issues still as they're playing out on the street related to cleanliness, street disorder, etc. We had a similar conversation around Chinatown and an acknowledgement that we needed to uplift the neighborhood with shorter term measures while doing the longer term planning versus focusing on UNESCO. Can you comment about our ability to do something like that in the Granville Entertainment District? And how, whether or not staff are revisiting the approach there to deal with some of the shorter term issues, just like we did in Chinatown, as well as the longer term planning for a more pedestrianized Granville Street?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much top of mind for everyone working on the Granville Street program. So our colleagues in planning, as well as arts, culture, and social services. Obviously, there's a whole kind of network of things that have to happen to improve the street. Some of that is about enabling businesses and sort of investments in street improvements in the short term. It's also about cleanliness. It's also about stewardship of this space, one of the things we're doing through the Granville Street program is we have a consultancy looking at management models that can inform our recommendations to council about what that could look like going forward.
Great. So council could expect an update back on that?
Yes,
To be clear?
absolutely.
Great. Switching gears to Gastown and following up on the questions around pedestrian counts. Is the evaluation, I'm also seeing, my anecdotal is that I've gone down a number of times and seeing a lot more pedestrian traffic, but is the evaluation also going to include feedback from businesses and what they are feeling the impact has been on them?
Absolutely. So we actually have a number of tools for the evaluation and monitoring. So we've just launched the public survey, and early results show, like very early results show about a 80% support from the broader public for the pilot so far. We will be launching a business-only survey at the end of the pilot to really seek that more specific feedback. We are also looking at getting economic data to see and the kind of comparators for other years and other places in the city to understand the impact of that pilot. Intercept surveys are launching next week to understand who's visiting. So there's a lot of tools that we have in play.
Okay, but business specifically will have a voice so they can comment on whether they felt it was a positive for the business?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good. Drake Street, with respect to the changes there, I happened to have a conversation with a very well-respected former director of planning who was lamenting the configuration and the implementation approach for Drake Street and commented that it is actually impeding residents in that area getting out of their buildings and causing long delays and idling. Any comments around any engagement with the residents or if there's an opportunity to refine that design?
Great, thank you for the question. When we brought the project to council, we had done extensive engagement with the stakeholders and residents along the corridor. If people still have concerns about how things are operating as we're starting to implement it, they can always contact us and we can take a look at those issues and see what we can adjust moving forward.
Okay, I'm going to flag that I'm hearing a lot of concerns that it's not working, at least not at this point and at this phase.
Yeah, if I could just offer that the construction that's underway right now is very disruptive, and it's not reflective of the way that the street will operate when all of the network's in place.
Okay,
So
yes,
Drake is
I have to pause it there. Thanks, Lon. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that Councillor Kirby-Young just asked the questions about Water Street as well, because I definitely have been hearing thoughts and concerns around that. So I'm glad that we'll be checking in on that. I have a bit of a weird tangent question related to a response that we got regarding an intersection and LPI. And I think the reply suggested that some of the junction boxes could support that kind of technology and some couldn't. And what is the state of our traffic light pedestrian crossing infrastructure across the system? Or do we have, I mean, and I realize.
Yeah. There's challenges that we have that with limited street space. And we recognize like a lot of the boxes, the controller cabinet, junction boxes, things like that aren't in ideal locations. So when we go through the process of redesigning an intersection, when we look at it, we'll try and accommodate as many changes as we can. But of course, there's financial implications to that. So it's budgeting process, looking at time frame for implementation, all those kinds of things. But if there's specific concerns, we'll certainly take them in and see what we can do to try and, improve the situation and like improve accessibility, those kinds of things.
So to break it down for a non-engineer who's super appreciative of the stuff you guys do,
Yeah.
are we talking, these are literal boxes that somebody has to go unlock, monkey around with the wires or programming your switches or whatever. It's not a centralized system per se. We're not a smart city that way.
No, actually, the system, it is a centralized system. So, sorry, I didn't catch the first part of your question correctly, so my apologies. We do have a traffic signal management system. It is centralized computer that we're able to manage our intersections and actually upload, download signal timing plans. So we can monitor in almost real time what the intersection is doing. And then as we make changes, we can implement those. There are certain aspects of signal timing that we require a crew to go out there and implement. And those are more sort of safety related changes that we would implement. So it just depends. The LPI are those ones that we can implement without a crew actually going out in the field in most cases. But there are circumstances where we might want to have a crew that goes out. The delay and the limitation of how many we can do is mostly from the design side. So as we make changes to one intersection, we actually want to look at how it impacts adjacent intersections, ensuring that there's some level of coordination. If it breaks the coordination of the lights, that can actually result potentially in some levels of, safety concerns, right? As you can imagine, two intersections that are in close proximity, if we're going to start adjusting the timing and, one intersection shows a green and then cars continue through, and then the other light actually turns red, that can actually result in motorists running the light or gunning through it. So we want to make sure that as we're adjusting lights and timing that we're doing it in a way that certainly includes things like LPIs, but also we're not creating any adverse impacts as well. So that's what I kind of mean in terms of the design side and the analysis that goes into it. And there's limitations in terms of number of staff that can do so many. There's LPI work, there's other intersections that we're designing, scrambles, left turn phases, signal optimizations. We work with TransLink on their request for signal timing changes to optimize their bus routing. All those kinds of things come into the office, and we're trying to manage that. So
I appreciate that's a hugely complex file. So, and I appreciate you dumbing it down for the likes of me, and thank you.
No, not a problem.
Right. That's good. Thanks, Chair.
Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation and the updates. Appreciate Councillor Klassen asked a couple of questions I wanted to ask around Lord Byng and also Clark. So thank you for that. I do want to follow up on starting with public transit. You've noted in here the issue of overcrowding and addressing that. While I know we'll be dealing with reliability and speed and moving buses through the city, this is one of the biggest areas I hear concern over is overcrowding on a number of our routes. And also secondary to that is service disruption, either canceled buses or when we've had snow weather disruptions, buses not showing up or heavily delayed. So could you just comment on what we're doing working with TransLink around improving just the number of buses on the road, getting more buses on those busy routes, and also how we're dealing with service disruption, or not us specifically, but TransLink?
Absolutely, that's a great question. Yeah, so there's a number of ways that we're trying to tackle overcrowding. One of the aspects that we presented on is working on how changing the fleet and allowing larger buses to serve a route so that there's more capacity on the bus itself. Other ways are to improve reliability through bus lanes, through bus bulbs. That kind of overcrowding and reliability is really linked together. When buses are not arriving at regular intervals, they can be bunched, and then you can have certain buses that are overcrowded, and then the next bus comes that's empty. So that's something that we're trying to do to resolve or improve overcrowding. And other aspects are working with TransLink to identify those corridors that do need more service and looking to add those service hours and identify that through their investment plans to have more funding to bring service hours and increase service on those key routes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I did want to touch on tangentially related subject of bus service along Powell from the Powell overpass over to Nanaimo and the intersect with active transportation. I know staff are actively working to address the gap in that network. But what I see right now is if we're wanting to implement a dedicated lane along that route and we want active transportation, and right now I don't I think the proposal staff are proposing deals with Wall Street, but it doesn't actually deal with Powell. How will that work together? Because it's a very narrow corridor. It's heavily used by industry, and I don't know that we've found the sweet spot around this. And I am really curious if we're going to maybe re-envision that work around the active transportation in the context of wanting to have dedicated public transit and dedicated lanes along that corridor.
It's a really difficult corridor. It's very limited in terms of space. It's heavily used by transit, goods movement. It is the direct link for active transportation. So right now we're in the process of doing a lot of analysis to see what's possible, and then we will look at how to balance the various trade-offs of what we can do on that street. So we don't really have an answer on that yet, other than kind of acknowledging that it's a tricky one. Definitely.
Are we engaging the port in any conversation? Because there's restricted access because of the port lands. Is there any conversation with them around how we might access port land to support our network?
We've talked to them about Commissioner in the past. Like they've closed that off to make their operations work. Sorry, to the public to make their operations work well and for security purposes. We're not hearing any interest in kind of reopening that to the public because it is such an important route for their operations.
Okay, thank you. I do want to circle back to the subject of the work that was done around schools, in particular, this slower speeds around schools and arterials, also on collector streets. Thank you for that work. I'm glad to see some improvement, and that was. But I'm curious. We have had a number of emails around Stratford Hall School on Commercial Drive, and. I committed to the parents who contacted us to ask, is there some possibility? They said they haven't really felt they said they looked at the data that there wasn't really a reduction in speed, even though we posted 40 in front of the school. And there's the school, there's a daycare, and there's Clark Park. Is there an opportunity to reduce that speed further? I think it unfortunately is still an arterial, and our policy is that we don't go down to 30 on arterials, but what options are there for dealing with that route?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Stratford Hall, yes, over the years, we have made some changes to their crossing. There's a flashing beacon crosswalk that went in with a median and a number of other changes to speed limit, as you mentioned, too. I think as we look at rolling,
I move a second round.
Yes, thank you. All those in favor?
No.
Any opposed? I just ask that councillors do that within your 5 minutes. According to procedure, you have to have time on the clock to be able to move a motion. So, okay, so we'll come back. Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. A bunch of my questions were already asked, and I think we'll build on some of what councillors were asking. So I also am curious to hear the 40-kilometer speed reductions on arterials near schools. We're hearing good response. We hear good response, but actually what we hear is it's making a bit of a difference, but 30 would make a much bigger difference. The stats in the presentation show that reduces deaths. So I'm wondering what options exist to go further on that front.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can take back and look at as we're rolling additional locations out. It is a pilot, and installing, just the signs on the streets. Over time, we want to actually see over a longer period of time, what 40 kilometers changes, what 30 kilometers an hour changes. It is still like early days, like it's been about a year since we implemented the first group, and so. As we see traffic patterns, get accustomed to the changes, there's importance of having some enforcement with it too. So we've been working with VPD, and they're limited in their resources as well. So when we look at what we can do, enforcement is, or at least some kind of engagement or promotion of it is important. But yeah, I think as we look at these additional locations that we're going to roll out, we'll consider expanding where we reduce the speed limits even further. The concern obviously is, as we report to council, is as corridors they get wider, the cross sections are, there's more lanes of traffic. It's more challenging in terms of, compliance even with that. So adding additional signage or reducing the speed limits may not necessarily reduce speeds further. And we've seen that through some analysis and other studies that have done in other areas where they've done that. So I think looking at other potentially physical measures that might go in, but I think that's a bigger discussion that we might need to have with, Vancouver Fire Rescue, Emergency Services, TransLink on the
I have a bunch of questions, and I see Paul lurking with an answer too. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, just on that, just quickly, it's difficult to build or retrofit these streets so the speed limit is self-enforcing. On local streets, we can do things like speed humps because there aren't things like primary emergency response routes. So, we're continuing to look at what we can do on arterials and collectors.
Would speed cameras make a difference to make
Yeah.
the speed reductions impactful on those stretches then?
In terms of addressing speeds across the city, whether it's those zones or other places, automated speed enforcement would be a really beneficial tool. We see, really good results in jurisdictions that have implemented a lot of speed cameras.
Okay. That is very clear and helpful. I have a couple location-specific questions I have heard from families near both Tupper and David Livingston. I'm hoping that they will see speed reductions as part of the expanded rollout. Are those two schools on our list? And you can get back to me after. I don't expect you to have.
So neither one of those schools is on a arterial or collector. Right, so those are both within neighborhoods, so they would have 30K speed limits around them already.
Okay, so
And
maybe,
the opportunity for speed humps and things like that.
okay, maybe it's an enforcement question too. Okay, I'll follow up with those. And then my other question is along 16th. I know we heard about 16th over by Bing School. I hear a lot of concerns about 16th right around here where it's quite narrow. And even as it moves east to Fraser, the condition of the street is quite bad, which I know can have an effect of slowing down traffic too, but also can make it a bit more dangerous. Do we have any plans to improve safety or implement some more some flashing beacons or safer crosswalks along 16th? There's quite a few pocket parks. It's a high density area.
There are, we have been looking at that stretch. As you mentioned, the parks, there's a number of school crossings as well. The condition will take that back. And I think in terms of any additional measures, we can report back
Okay.
on
that's great.
what the
That's
plans are.
Yukon, I know, is terrible to cross at, but I'm at time. I'll go
Thank
back
you
on
very
things.
much. Okay, I'm just going on for a first round of questions. I'm wondering, there was mention of sort of the Moby expansion to UBC. And given that the termination of the Broadway subway will be at Arbutus and Broadway, are there any plans to improve the safety network, the transportation network between Arbutus and our UBC, but mostly Arbutus and Alma, as far as cycling infrastructure? And we are hearing quite a bit from the public when it comes to I think what we would normally categorize as uncomfortable interactions between cyclists and vehicles, because there's a lot of blind spots. And of course, with the terminus for the subway being right at Arbutus, likely people will get on a Moby to get to UBC if a bus is, not the preferred option. What's our plans there to make sure that route is safe? Happy to have a response later, as I'm seeing no.
Yeah, why don't we get back to you on that? It's still a few years before Broadway subway opens, and we have a lot of cycling projects we're looking at across the city. So, yeah.
That would be great. Yeah, it's good because it's not urgent, but it might be one that we can project will become more urgent. And so it's always nice to get ahead of things. So thanks for that. I have another follow-up question related to active transportation. It was mentioned around Davie Village and sidewalk widening, and we're hearing a lot from folks in the community, particularly elderly, that are very concerned. I think there's a lot of delivery drivers riding e-scooters, and because there isn't a lot of cycling infrastructure on Davie Street, the sidewalks are used quite regularly by speeding e-scooters. And I'm just wondering about our plans to mitigate the risks to the public, particularly with the expanded network recently announced, and also widening of the sidewalks might actually incentivize more use by e-scooter riders on the sidewalks on Davie Street.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. My name is Catherine Glovich, and I'm the Associate Director of Community Transportation. Thank you very much for your question. So there's a few layers to this. The Davie Village project, Davie Street, like many of our commercial streets that have serve many purposes. They serve transit, they serve deliveries, they move general motor vehicle traffic, as well as being really popular areas where we want to see patios and people out walking. And so that street is quite constrained. So at this time, we are looking at widening the sidewalks.
No, but I'm just trying to focus in on the emergent issue, which is how people are asking, residents are asking us as councillors, how are you going to manage enforcement, or how are you going to protect particularly more vulnerable folks against this particular use?
Of course, apologies, I'll get to my answer here. One of the things we've rolled out this summer is the first education campaign. So we are working closely with our partners at VPD, as well as we've put down initially decals that say walk your wheels, because one of the key messages we're wanting to focus on in the short term is folks riding to their destination and then dismounting and walking on sidewalks. There is also, especially on Davie, there are some partnerships with the community policing group. They're out on the street chatting with folks as well, encouraging them to make sure that they're dismounting and walking as well.
Okay, that's encouraging. I think more of that is probably going to be really good, especially as in the short term as these improvements, because they're much needed improvements, but I think
I'll just add, we also have some social media presence this summer as well, with some educational videos that do focus on walking as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I just have a question. I know we've talked about this previously, but in the topic of Cordova Street and the Gastown pedestrianization, there's much discussion about whether or not we should go to two-way traffic. Can you just recap what the position is, or how staff are managing some of that public conversation around Cordova?
Yes, thank you. Maybe the short answer is we're still doing analysis of what would be required on a two-way Cordova and how we would operate that. And then we're going to have a conversation with the public about what some of those trade-offs are. So there's more info that'll be coming to council.
So work is already underway?
Work is underway to really understand what a two-way Cordova could look like, and look at how that might work. The extents of what it would be, what we would prioritize in terms of transit and goods movement and access, all of that kind of thing.
Okay, that's good to know. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to double check. Thank you. That's my time. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to give staff an opportunity to answer the question around Stratford Hall and what opportunities there are to address persistent concerns around speed, and whether you need some direction from council today on that, or if you could take that away.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be best for us to take that away and look at comprehensively what we've done. We can give you the information on that, and then what other options we could do to address the speeds there.
Okay, thank you. That's super. I wanted to circle back around the Broadway line, and in particular, there had been, when we first endorsed and supported Broadway line, there was conversations around washrooms in the stations. Could staff speak to that and provide any update? Are we going to see any washrooms in any of the stations along the Broadway corridor?
Why don't we get back to you on that? My understanding is the TransLink is looking again at where they can provide public washrooms, but we'll get back to you with more info on that.
That would be super. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then lastly, I did want to ask about the neighborhood traffic management program. Appreciate we've sort of reinstituted that and reinvigorated that, and there's a number of neighborhoods underway. Could you just give us a sense of how that's working? And because I think it was sort of dormant for a while, and then there was renewed interest, I think, from a lot of the community members in particular neighborhoods. Could you just speak to broadly to how it's working? And
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. It's working quite well. The team has done engagement and implementation in the Strathcona neighborhood. We've done engagement and we're moving into implementation on a number of measures in the Adenac Overpass area. So that's the Hastings Sunrise Adenac Overpass. We've also finished engagement in the Clinton Park area of the Hastings Sunrise broader neighborhood, and we'll be publishing an implementation plan later this summer and moving into implementation by the end of the year. And then we've also are starting engagement through the end of the year in the Killarney neighborhood, following up with Joyce. And then 3 new neighborhoods have been announced for engagement through the 2025 to 2026 years. Our initial evaluations are showing that we are seeing reduced speeding within these neighborhoods. They are all becoming 30-kilometer neighborhood slow zones. And as well, we're seeing overall an appetite from the community around lowering speeds on local streets.
okay, I'm really glad to hear that. And just while I'm thinking of it, because it just reminded me around Clinton Park, I was asked not that long ago by residents about the possibility of adding a crossing. It's at First Avenue, and I can't remember what side of Clinton Park. There is a crossing to cross over to the other side, and it's largely because it's highly used by youth traveling to Van Tech in the north part of that neighborhood. And so I'll have to find the intersection in particular, but I will. It's when you're taking the designated cycling route, there seems to be a little bit of a gap in the network there, and so I'll send an email separately about that. But I was asked by a number of neighbors about that.
Please do follow up and we'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Can I just move for a third round? I'll try not to need it, but thanks.
Seconded. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Okay, go ahead.
Great. I have some bike questions and I have some bus questions. On cycling, wondering what improvements are underway or planned along the 10th Avenue corridor, knowing it's a heavy carrier and we are not building bike lanes on Broadway.
Councillor Boyle, my name is Chris Darwin. I'm the Associate Director of our Transportation Design Group. And I guess what's going along on sections of 10th Avenue, quite a long section it can be, but generally when development is coming in, looking for areas where we can potentially implement road closures to reduce volumes down to AAA levels. There are also a number of blocks, particularly just east of where we are right now at the city, where there's parking on both sides of the street. And so being able to reduce that to one side of parking can definitely improve the cycling environment, which has been done on other parts of 10th Avenue.
Okay, and then some shore closures or modal filters so that we're not seeing cars run through there?
That's right. Although we have to be, very thoughtful of where we put those in, where where vehicles can access the neighborhood and how existing people are getting to their homes today.
Okay, and then my other question is what plans we have to strengthen cycling infrastructure outside of the core, looking at residents from South Vancouver, from Southeast Vancouver, being able to get into the core of the city on safe routes.
Great. Thank you for that question. I think the place to sort of, guide what we're looking to do there is in our active mobility plan.
Okay.
And so some key sort of routes that may help with that is we're planning to go with some engagement soon on Kent Avenue to connect sort of the EFL area better to the Canada line. Ontario Street Greenway is also something on the relatively near-term future. Cambie Street, as well as, as developments coming in, you can see a number of bike lanes going in there. Additional sort of projects on there of note could be the Matsui, pardon me if I butchered the name there, Greenway, extending that route out in that side of the city.
Okay, I'm very excited about Kent Avenue, and I hear about that all the time. Is there anything planned north-south that's east of Ontario and Cambie? That's the map in the presentation shows it too. There's a a lot of folks there that don't have a nearby, even close to nearby route.
So this wouldn't extend down to, I guess, the full southeast, but the east side crosscut would be a good example of a north-south route that we're planning to sign and implement. So that would be over on near, like, generally in line with Windermere Street on that side of the city.
Okay. What's the timeline on those improvements?
So for the east side crosscut, I believe that was in the presentation, we said 2025. We're looking to put some stuff in there.
Great. And then my last bike question is around bike parking. I know Councillor Fry has been pretty persistent in asking about, as we remove individual parking meters, what our plans are for ensuring good and sufficient bike parking.
I'll turn that over to Alina Chang
Okay.
from our parking management branch.
Thank you, Councillor. Alina Chang, Associate Director of Parking Management Branch. So as we are replacing the old single-space parking meters with pay stations, we are replacing all of the suitable locations with bike racks, so the ones that are posted with a bit of a ring around it. And if there aren't, if the locations of those meter posts aren't suitable for placing a bike, then we are putting in bike racks nearby.
Okay, great. Glad to hear it. Thank you for that work. Okay, I have some bus questions too. I'm wondering, knowing we're going to be talking about bus lanes later, if staff can just speak a bit to my understanding is we have work underway on 4 routes, and TransLink had identified 8 routes in Vancouver that are among the top routes in the region for overcrowding and delays, and where there are opportunities for bus lanes to see improvement. So maybe you can give us a sense of briefly what's planned already and what could be done on the additional routes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're actually working on 5 corridors right now through the council direction. There was also, that included Hastings, Kingsway, Granville, 49th, but also Marine Drive with the future Rapid Bus to install bus lanes on there earlier before the Rapid Bus has funding to be implemented. And so these are the corridors that we're looking at a large corridor-wide level to look at the different kinds of priority measures that can go on different components and different segments. Some are better suited for bus lanes and some other areas are better suited, like South Granville, for bus bulbs. So we're looking at each corridor and the different measures that we can apply across all of those. We're expecting most of the changes to start to occur on streets in early next year, and some of that work will be phased as well as we work through different components of the corridor. But aside from that, we are still working on looking at bus improvements on other corridors in the city. So West 4th, for example, we had installed bus bulbs there last year, and so there will be work underway to look at implementing those as permanent bulbs, and we are also looking at Broadway already for a section between around Main to Commercial to look at extending the bus lane hours. So we are looking at all the corridors across the city, just not at a corridor level for some of the other ones identified in the motion right now.
Okay, so segments of them, but not the whole corridor is the approach we're taking right now. And okay, that is helpful. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes. Can you speak to how bus lanes? I know we had a question about overcrowding. Can you just speak to what impact bus lanes make in terms of addressing overcrowding? I know it can make sense to people that bus lanes make the bus faster, but what's the connection to reducing that overcrowding?
Yeah, absolutely. So when buses can move faster, it means that TransLink can use their funding more efficiently. So the same hours and money that they put in, we can get more service when buses can move faster. The other aspect is with reliability. So if buses are coming not at regular intervals, people can be waiting longer to get onto a bus. And so the first bus that comes will be very packed, and then the next bus that comes will be emptier. And so with bus lanes, that allows more reliability for the bus to come faster, but also at more regular intervals, so that passenger loads can be more distributed on every bus, and then we're getting better service out of the TransLink's limited dollars.
Okay, that was well described. I've been trying to figure out how to say that succinctly too. That was great. And my last question on bus lanes is enforcement. We hear a lot from other jurisdictions about the benefits, particularly in some hotspots, of enforcing bus lane use. Can you say a bit more about what we've looked at or what we think could be beneficial on that front?
Yeah, it's really important to ensure that people are complying with those lanes, both so that buses can move through there quickly with all the transit riders on board, but also for fairness that people are following those rules. VPD and Transit Police, I think, recently completed a campaign to look at enforcement targeting certain areas of lanes where they saw less compliance. We're also looking at social media and other posts and education campaigns to help people understand the importance of not driving in a bus lane and how to use those and how to read the signage as well.
Okay, and similar to my question around speed enforcement, the education is helpful, signage is helpful. Do we think that cameras could be a helpful part of that spectrum of enforcement?
Yeah, I think it would help to distribute that enforcement across other areas of the city and not distribute those resources. I think it would be helpful. There's multiple kinds of ways to do that, and I think working with TransLink to look at whether that enforcement is installed on city streets or on buses, like there's different technologies that could help provide more of that automated enforcement to do that kind of throughout the day.
Okay, great. Thank you for all of this work, and thanks for indulging my questions, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the questions list. So a lot in that presentation, so a lot of questions. Naturally, thank you very much to the staff team and appreciate the update. So we'll be moving on now to our next item on the agenda. So we'll just give a moment for our staff team to turn over. And we are moving on to report 1, held by Councillor Fry. So this is the contract award for debt collection agency services, and it does not have a presentation, this item. Councillor Fry, you are welcome to ask your questions. You have up to 5 minutes, of course. Go ahead.
Is the team here? I don't see.
Actually, I'll just pause for a second,
Sure.
just make sure we've got the right team in the room. Yep, we do. Go ahead.
Great. So reading from the context and background on page 2, the report says that debts are categorized by placement type. First placement debts has never been sent to a collection agency before, while second and third placement debts have been worked on by 1 or 2 collection agencies respectively. So what I'm wondering is when, where, and why was the decision to send first placement debt to a collection agency made?
Thank you for the question. I'm Blair Chu, Manager of Customer Service and Collections. First placement debt was decided to be sent in 2011 when the city adopted the bylaw notice, our local government bylaw notice enforcement act, to issue tickets from.
So, I've been digging into this a little bit, and I saw that there was a 2017 RFP proposal for first placement debt collection, which presumably was not fulfilled, and despite it being passed in 2011, we're now still having never initiated first placement debt collection. And I did talk to a number of credit counselors to figure out what this is, and the word that came back to me was punitive in regard to first placement debt collection.
No, I appreciate that. To clarify, whenever we engage a collection agency, if the debt has never been touched by another agency before, it's deemed to be called first placement, which means clean, it'll be easy to collect, and therefore you should take less effort and therefore charge us less commission to collect on that debt. When new agencies are subsequently hired, the next debt that we send them is also called first placement. And the agency that used to collect on that first placement debt, now it transfers to the second placement category. So the first placement isn't necessarily a continual debt from the old agency. It's the new debt that the city incurs every year that we transfer to the agency, the new agency.
Okay, so I am concerned still, though, that this is a shift in how we're going to be, from a consumer perspective. This means, for instance, according to this report, that on empty homes tax, for instance, and we receive a lot of complaints about empty homes tax where people have missed the deadlines or what have you, that after 62 days, that's going to go to a collection agency, and per this report, it will affect their credit score, which means that on $1 million condo or whatever, that's a $30,000 bill that they're going to be faced with at the credit bureau, which could potentially limit their ability to borrow money to pay off that debt even. And again, coming back to the language that I've heard is punitive with regard to this.
Thanks for clarifying the question. Julia Aspinall, Director of Financial Services. Just to clarify, on what we send to collection agencies, predominantly these collections are parking fines, so it's 98% that make up what we send out to collection agencies. In terms of the empty homes tax, the tax itself is administered differently, so the collection process follows the tax collection. So if an owner does not pay, it rolls into the tax.
I'm not really following you. I'm looking at the table here that sort of indicates that after 62 days, it goes to first placement. And you're saying
That does follow in terms of the processes, but what I'm speaking to is what goes to collection agencies are predominantly bylaw fines, so they're small ticket dollars, mostly parking tickets.
So the vacancy tax, despite what it says in this table, is not, it's just the bylaw notice. So you're saying the penalty associated with the vacancy tax, not the vacancy tax itself.
Yes, it would be, for instance, late declaration. So if a property owner did not declare timely, there is a fine of about $150. And if the owner doesn't pay and we cannot collect, those are the fines that we send over to the collection agency.
Okay. And I guess, I'm sorry, can I move for a second round here, please?
Okay,
Thanks.
and all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. And I'll just
Thanks, Julia.
ask city managers to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just one additional clarification, Councillor, because I may be misunderstanding the question, but the RFP, we're not contemplating any change in practice from the current state.
I mean, the report says that this is the first time.
No, I think that's a definition of what first placement debt is. It's not a change in practice. So it just means that first placement debt is debt that has never been referred to another collection agency. It's not a change in practice. It's just describing what that term means. And I appreciate that it's not clear in the report, but the intent is just to define what first placement debt is. We're not changing what debt is being referred to collection.
So we have referred first placement debt to collection agencies in the past?
That is the definition of what first collection debt is. It's the first time it's referred, any debt is referred to collection, it's first placement.
Okay, so it's the wording.
Yeah.
It's not that this is the first time the city of Vancouver is sending first placements. Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry and Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm glad Councillor Fry pulled this report because I had a similar question. I also had one other one, and it was a reference in the report to the cost being higher because of the higher level of debt. So are we just giving out more parking tickets? Are people not paying them as much? Why do we have a higher level of debt that is higher in the first place or that is not being collected?
It is increased due to volume increase as well as price increase. In terms of volume, we are anticipating increases in issuance of bylaw fine tickets, and therefore the volume is expected to increase in terms of shifting it over to collection agencies.
Okay, and why? And it also references that there's a higher rate of commission for this agency. Why? Do we have to do a better job, or why?
As Blair had alluded to, whenever there is subsequent collection efforts, they become a lot harder to collect. So in order to compensate for that effort, any escalated effort or really old debt, the commission is slightly higher. So we're anticipating in terms for this new vendor to be taking on some of the older collections as well.
Why do you think people are not paying either not paying or paying later than they used to before? Is it affordability? Like, why? Do we have any insight as to why?
The collection rate is similar in previous years, which is about 82% voluntary payment rate. So that hasn't changed. It's just that every year, in the next 5 years, we expect to issue 380,000 more parking tickets. We know that about 60,000 of those won't be paid, and that's what's being sent to the new agency as first placement debt.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. Are we issuing more parking tickets then because we have more areas of the city that have metered parking, whereas before they did not? I'm just trying to understand maybe what some of the contributing factors might be.
I see Lon Leclerc as GM, so maybe, thank you, Lon.
Yes, that's correct. So we have more regulation that's going in place across the city, so that results in more enforcement requirements and more tickets or more violation fines are being issued. In addition to that, there was a mention in the previous presentation about license plate recognition, LPR. It's using the automated licensed vehicle so we can drive through neighborhoods and enforce for things like resident parking only with an efficiency that we never could before. So with the same number of officers, we can actually do more enforcement of hard to enforce areas.
So more regulation and better technology tools?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. So those are the questions. Would someone like to move the motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Zhou, second. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Motion carries. So that oh, right. Sorry. Okay, we will do a recorded vote. Thank you very much. So we're moving to a recorded vote. Thank you. Can we put that up, please? Thank you. Councillor Klassen, can you please vote on screen? We went to a recorded vote. My apologies. Thank you so much. That motion passes with unanimous support. So that does complete item report 1. So we're now moving to report 3, contract award for consultant for Expo Deck deconstruction. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, this item does not have a presentation. It was held by Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, sorry, I'm on the wrong queue here, so I'm going to just clear the queue and ask you to pop yourself back on, and please go ahead.
Great, thanks very much. So my question on this one was, I understand that at this point, the award is just for deconstruction and that the province owns part of the area and the city does. I'm just looking to understand what's the plan for the area. So in terms of what can we expect? Is this going to be rebuilt? Is public access maintained? What other phases happen in terms of subsequent design? Do we have a shared vision with the province? I'm just looking for what happens after the deconstruction.
Thanks for the question. Eric Mattal, Director of Streets with Engineering Services. So the first part of the plan is to consider the deck itself. This section of decking that we're talking about, both to the north and to the south of Science World, which is separate from the decking that holds up Science World itself, was originally built for Expo 86 as a temporary structure with about a 5-year life. So our consultants tell us that we have about 10 years to plan for the decommissioning of the deck. The earliest part of this assignment will be to kind of explore concepts and options. So decommissioning the deck with, some combination of perhaps revitalizing the shoreline or perhaps reconstructing portions of the deck. We are in discussions with the province and with Science World. One of their key considerations is around parking that is currently happening on a portion of the deck. But ultimately, the life of the existing structure is coming to an end. And so as we plan for the decommissioning of the deck, we would also be planning for a rerouting of the seawall. And we're also working closely with our partners at the Park Board as they plan for the East Park development, which is basically happening in the same area.
Okay, so that was part of my question around the seawall, is that, and within the city's footprint or ability, do we have the ability to continue to ensure full public access and albeit adaptation for a seawall that's climate resilient, but the intention is to maintain that, and the city can do that without worrying about the province's footprint, so to speak? Yes,
that's right. This is a very important section of the seawall. And so the work to decommission the deck would happen in an integrated way with a rerouting of the seawall through this portion of the network.
Okay, and what, I appreciate the longer term planning. What happens in the short term, like after the deck is deconstructed? Does that change the pattern of how people have to move through there?
The current decking does support, pedestrian activity and cycling activity. And so this will have to happen sort of in concert with the decommissioning of the deck and the rerouting of the seawall.
So would people have to walk in front of Science World as opposed to being able to go into that kind of decked area behind where it sort of L's out?
So this is what some of the consulting work will help us understand. So it will, the initial work is sort of feasibility and concept development. And so we'll have more to share after sort of this first phase of the work.
Okay, and that'll come back to council? for-
Certainly can, yes.
Okay, super, thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young asked a few of my questions, but I just wanted to get clarity on the timeline, just circling back to that. It's a 9-year term that's being proposed. Do you have an idea of how much of that is the planning and consultation piece and how much would actually be the deconstruction piece over that 9 years?
Yeah, so the next 2 years is this phase where we are doing planning and design work. So as we kind of learn more about the concepts that we're going to be moving forward with, we'll design our consultation with the public. And so the balance of this capital plan will be concepts and design. Our expectation is that decommissioning of the deck is a large piece of work. It's something that's probably better done over 2 capital plans. And so a first phase of that decommissioning might be, say, the south portion of the deck in the next capital plan, and perhaps the remainder of the decking in the plan after that.
Okay. So we're anticipating the decommissioning to take longer than the 9 years, potentially? Is that correct?
No, I think over the next 2 capital plans, so that would be, there's 2 years in this capital plan and then 3 and 3, I guess. So in our sort of 10-year runway, we expect that we would complete the decommissioning of the deck. The work itself is not all that time consuming. Our expectation is something like 6 to 12 months per capital plan. It's mostly about the financial capacity to complete such a large piece of work. That's why we would sort of phase it over 2 capital plans.
Okay. And then I noted in the Appendix A, the map, it shows Expo Float Access. Is that a dock or what is that? It's on the south section.
I think that's a consideration for...
Do we know what that is? I think
maybe I'll get back to you rather than guessing.
Is he longing it up?
Yeah, so that's the dock that they use there for rowers and others, yeah.
Okay, so what are the plans for that dock?
Again, to the extent that access to that dock is affected by the deck, it's similar to the questions of what we would do with the seawall users and other users in a decommissioning scenario. So it's really just needing to explore what the options are when we look at decommissioning the deck.
Okay, so we'll be engaging with the communities that use that deck and coming up with
That's correct.
a plan.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my final question was around, I think it's East Park. Is that correct? The park that's adjacent? Does that timing for that park line up with, I know it's a park board thing, but line up with these changes? Is that the intention that they'll kind of work in concert with each other?
That's correct. Although I would say they need to be coordinated, but the work isn't dependent on either. So the park board could proceed with the construction of East Park largely, except for the portion that's affected by this deck. And so that piece will have to coordinate.
Okay, great. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much. Would someone like to move the motion, please? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, we can go to a vote, please, clerks. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much to the staff team. We are now moving to item 5, Debenture Program 2024. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, there is no presentation. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. This item was held as we do have a speaker. We're going to hear from the speaker. We have a speaker, which is why it was held, yeah. So we are now going to call on our one registered speaker for this item. And I'll ask the speakers to state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations. And we'll also ask speakers if they're a resident, if it's not noted here, which I'm just looking for my list. Our registered speaker is Robin Tavender. I'll just ask the clerks to check if we have a caller online.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay. So that is our only speaker. So I'm going to just call one more time for Robin Tavender. Okay, well, I think that brings us to the end of the speakers list. And I'm looking for someone to move the motion, please. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. And we'll go to a vote, please. And I see we've just got someone stepped out of the room, so we'll mark as absent, please. Thank you. So that passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much to our staff team for being available for any questions. That does complete report 5. And now we are moving along to our next item, which is motion 1. Councillor Fry, I see you're on the queue. I don't want to skip ahead if you're asking. Okay, go ahead.
Just seeing that we have speakers to this item and they've been waiting for a while, I'm wondering if we can extend to complete this item before lunch.
Sure, let's see how we go. We'll definitely, hopefully we can get to hearing from all the speakers for sure. So I guess if that's a motion, to be clear, you're moving a motion to extend to complete this item?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Okay, so as I say, the next item is motion 1, installing means prevention fencing on the Granville Street Bridge, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. Before we do that, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much. This is not the first time this topic has come up at Council. I have spoken on it for years, and Council has heard from many experts and locals impacted by this issue. I want to start by just being really clear that means prevention fencing is an effective way to prevent suicides. We know from people who have lived that people who have jumped want to live, and that fencing helps not only saves lives, but it also makes interventions and responses by first responders safer, and it improves public safety for everyone in the surrounding area. And on the Granville Bridge, that means others on the bridge. And after improvements to the bridge, we will see increased foot traffic, folks walking and rolling along the bridge. Also is a huge public safety issue for Granville Island, which we've heard about in the media and on email, and we will hear about from speakers today as well. This is a project that needs to happen. It has been delayed for a number of years now. We should not delay it any longer. Any further delays will have an impact on human lives, and it's indefensible. So my ask is that we build this fencing that we know will save lives and improve safety for our residents, and that we do it as fast as possible, and the council commit to funding it ourselves. Jurisdictionally, it is our responsibility. I think it's good and important to be asking senior levels of government to commit, but we shouldn't continue to delay contingent on some other promise or on those conversations. We should be committing to this fencing to support our residents now. That's my time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Thank you very much. So we'll now hear from registered speakers on this item. And as a reminder, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will also ask speakers if they're a resident of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list as dictated by our procedure bylaw. So our first speaker is Stacey Ashton. And Stacey, thank you for being here in person and welcome. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I am not, no. I work in Vancouver.
Thank you very much for that. And please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here to speak to this motion today. We have been working towards getting bridge barriers, suicide prevention barriers on Granville Bridge since the redevelopment was announced. And really, there is no better time than when a bridge is being redeveloped to take this action. It was fascinating listening to the staff talk about, the work that goes into the capital plan, into the construction of infrastructure in a city. And I think the motion really speaks to, if you don't put it in the plan, it can't happen. And so this motion really just asks for the city to get it into the plan, because it's something that must be done, and it's something that isn't going to get cheaper over time, and it's something that's going to save lives as soon as it's in place. You're going to hear from Granville Island about what it's like to be put in a position of saving lives of folks who have made a terrible decision in the worst moments of their lives, and how unnecessary that is. We know that suicide bridge barriers have a 93% effectiveness in stopping suicide attempts and suicides on bridges. We know that in 2016, the city put suicide bridge barriers on Burrard Bridge, and there haven't been attempts there since. And there's certainly been no suicide deaths there. So I think what we're seeing is just a clear reason to have the barriers in place, and no one, I think, here has argued against them being in place. It's just a matter of, to get them in place, they need to be in a plan, and that's what we're asking for right now. I'm really hopeful that this is going to pass. I think it's time. I think there's many things in the capital plan, and I think we heard about new funding coming in even during your staff construction report, that the funding often comes after things are in the plan, and that's how city gets business done, and that's fine. So nothing is stopping us from engaging other levels of government in this task, but having something in your plan means it gets done, and that's what we're really asking for. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Stacy. We did change our procedure bylaw, so we're not able to ask questions of speakers any longer.
Sure.
You were very clear in your
Thank you.
presentation, so thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We'll now move to speaker number 2, Lisa Ono.
Good morning. I am a resident of Vancouver, but I am here as the Manager of Public Affairs and Programming for CMHC Granville Island. I'm here today on behalf of millions of Metro Vancouver residents, visitors from around the world, and about 3,000 people who work on Granville Island every day. We support Councillor Boyle's motion today to fully fund suicide prevention fencing for the Granville Bridge. In our view, this fencing is not a luxury addition. It is critical to maintaining safety on and around the Granville Bridge and Granville Island. Collectively, our community faces the risk of witnessing suicide or helping rescue victims of attempted suicide every day. In some cases, people have landed in the water directly beside Granville Island. First and supportive responders have saved these lives wherever possible at great risk to their own physical and mental safety. Survivors often express gratitude for a second chance at life, as Councillor Boyle pointed out. I need to tell you about 3 near misses on Granville Island that have occurred in recent years. One victim landed on the glass awning of the kids' market. I imagine this is a place where you have visited as a child, or have taken your own children, or both. In another case, the victim landed in front of the Creek House on Johnson Street, just steps from the public market, by far the busiest area of Granville Island. Yet another victim landed near the Improv Center on Duranlo Street. Unfortunately, this happened during the heat dome of 2022. And because the coroner was so busy that day, the tarp covering the body remained there for hours. In the face of these tragedies, we are thankful that no one else walking around the island on those days was injured or worse. The level of trauma experienced by visitors and staff witnessing or attending these unbelievable tragedies is severe and will be entirely avoidable once suicide prevention fencing has been installed. Moving forward with this motion at this time means significant cost savings to the long-term capital costs of installing suicide prevention fencing on the bridge. But more importantly, it means saving lives that would be lost in intervening years. On behalf of the entire Granville Island community, its workers, local patrons, and visitors from around the world, I urgently request that Mayor and Council support this motion today. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your comments. Perfectly timed. We are going to move to speaker number 3, David McCann.
I'm David McCann. I'm in favor of the motion. I'm a resident of the city of Vancouver, and I'm the general manager of the Creek House. We lease 4 buildings directly underneath the Granville Street Bridge from CMHC and sublet them out to various tenants. I also manage some commercial property elsewhere in the city. I've been on Granville Island for almost 30 years now. I've experienced one incident on the Granville Street Bridge where we had to clear the Sandbar restaurant second floor out because it was a jumper that luckily the Vancouver Police Department was able to convince them not jump. I've had 3 instances. One, Lisa talked in front of the Creek House. One when I was on the ferry going home and the police boat got him. And another one was out on the Aquabus ferry and he jumped literally in front of the boat and 2 of us jumped in and saved his life. It's devastating. The guy that jumped in front of the Creek House, I was there when he jumped. I was on the front porch. You can prevent that. And I'm going to share a very personal story with you. When I was 12 years old, I was abused by a Christian priest. And I tried to commit suicide the next day, and I was saved by a teacher who cared from his heart. I am noted in Vancouver as a business leader and as a philanthropist. I care deeply about the island. I care deeply about our country. You don't know whose life you're going to save by spending that money. If you vote no, I just can't understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
And thank you, David, for being here and sharing your experience with council today. Very much appreciate that. And then our last speaker, who's registered to be on the phone, is speaker 4, Johnny Morris.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. I am in support of Councillor Boyle's motion. I don't live in Vancouver, but I do work in Vancouver. My name's Johnny. I work as the CEO for the Canadian Mental Health Association, the provincial office, and we work closely with Stacey and many other partners. And we have a very similar acronym to CMHC, but we're very different from the previous speakers earlier. Just before I make my comments, I do want to acknowledge the real sensitivity of this topic that's before Mayor and Council today. I want to acknowledge the story that was just told. And for many of us who have been impacted by loss through suicide, it can stir tremendous feelings, including grief and loss. And so just to put a note out there for those of you in the room, 988 is a great service to reach out to, Stacey Services, if anyone's affected by the issues related to suicide, because ultimately we are talking about human lives lost, and human lives that have attempted to take their own lives. It's often, maybe not terribly often, that a decision comes before council where you truly can make a decision that will save lives. What's before you today is an intervention that has been proven around the world to be one of the most effective and proven when it comes to preventing loss of life through suicide via bridges. And I think Stacey and the other speakers have made very powerful points about how this can be factored into your capital plan and the urgency and the need to do it sooner. We've worked with other partners at CMHA over the years to install prevention fencing on bridges, and often it comes after a spate of losses and other difficulties. And the story that rings true each of those times is how once bridge barriers are installed, how the rate of loss decreases significantly, how responders are no longer exposed to vicarious trauma in recovering bodies, and how, as you've heard from the other speakers, members of the public aren't vicariously traumatized. It's an incredibly impactful event for the person at the center of it and also for responders coming to the scene. We've seen with the Burrard Street Bridge, which attracted some controversy a number of years ago, just how that controversy faded away and how ultimately every single day that bridge fencing there saves lives and prevents loss through suicide. And one of the key messages I'll end on here is when it comes to someone in suicidal crisis, often there's ambivalence there. There's a strong desire to want to stay alive. And having a barrier, having something that creates hesitation, pause to think it through, or time for rescuers to come can make a huge difference in that person choosing not to attempt suicide and to get to safety and to receive help. Thanks for hearing my comments today.
Thank you, Johnny, for calling in today and lending your voice to this issue. That is the end of our speakers list. So I just would like to say thank you to everyone for speaking to the committee today on this motion. And committee members, if there are, is there any discussion? Councilor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I seconded this motion because I think it's an incredibly important issue. And as Johnny noted, a really sensitive topic. And to those of you in the room, Stacey and I I've met with Granville Island representatives in the past over this issue. And personally, our family has lost people to suicide. I know others in this room have as well. And so I just want to acknowledge that at the outset. And the issues of mental health and mental illness are pervasive in our communities, and they touch all of our families. This is a conversation that a number of us have talked about. Councillor Boyle and I've talked about this issue over the last term. What I am proposing today are some amendments to the motion, and if the clerks could bring those up.
Maybe what I could do is move.
If you move me to an amendment queue, that'd be great.
Okay. And I'll just ask if there is a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Dominato, please continue introducing your amendment.
Thank you. One of the conversations, and I did hear this both in the meeting that I had with Stacey and also in your point today, is that it's really critical to get something in a plan. And failing to plan, planning to fail, that old adage. And I believe in planning. I come from that background, and that we need to make commitments. And so what I'm proposing here is that we do embed and give direction at this time to have this embedded in our upcoming capital plan, which we will start developing with staff over the next year. And we've just dealt with the midterm capital update. I understand from talking to staff informally that if there is for some reason, surplus funding in the existing capital plan that could be reallocated, that might be a potential within that existing plan, but that's pretty uncertain at this point because we have committed funds there. And also, I think, and I appreciate Stacey bringing this up the other day in our meeting, is the work around the National Suicide Prevention Action Plan. And so what I'm proposing here is a resolution that we would bring to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Councillor Bly and I both serve at that board. And it is a fantastic vehicle for elevating and advocating for issues that are of a national nature. And there are bridges across this country, and there are people struggling with mental health and mental illness issues. And I think the ability to influence that action plan to ensure that means prevention fencing is embedded in that, I think that's an opportunity and something that we can bring to that table. And also just to affirm our council's commitment to implementing that means prevention fencing. Noting that I think it can be done in partnership with the province. After this next provincial election, I anticipate there will be a new round of capital funding for municipalities that we can tap into. And certainly from my perspective, it would be a high priority to advance this through any additional funds that come provincially and potentially even federally. So that's the motion I'm tabling today. And again, it is really in concert with, in the spirit, I think, of Councillor Boyle's motion. And we are both, deeply committed to this issue. And I can only imagine, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I would think it's shared around this room.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks. I'm going to ask that we sever the vote on this so that the amendment to the first two B clauses there is one vote, and then the further that an FCM resolution is a second vote. Is that doable? Is that clear? So the first two paragraphs of B, the amendments to the first, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just noting that the amendment is not specifically, right, so in the second paragraph, it's just not identified as B in the amendment language here. Right, okay. So you're looking to sever out the
staff
second paragraph,
identified-
which is B.
Yeah, up on the screen that the first two paragraphs of B be one vote and then the FCM resolution be the second.
Okay, so we'll add that as, okay. We can add that third paragraph, clerks, as a C. Okay. So we have A, B, and C. B has two paragraphs, and B,
yes,
with
that
both
C,
paragraphs,
that's clear. Yeah.
will be severed out.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, appreciate that. So I'm happy to support this FCM resolution. I appreciate the leadership that roles that Councillor Dominato and Councillor Bly play at FCM, and your willingness to advocate on this front at that body. I won't be supporting the amendments to B. I am asking that we commit to funding this project fully, and am not satisfied with seeing that language reduced to say that at a minimum we fund a third. That is a nice start, but we have been in conversation with senior levels of government. I have amended multiple staff reports to ask for cost sharing of this project for a number of years now. I think we just need to be willing to do it, show that we're willing to do it, and get it done. It's so important. And so I won't be supporting that weakening of our funding commitment. And similarly, don't support delaying that funding into the next capital plan, which is at best 3 and potentially 7 years away. We need quite a bit more urgency than that. So I'll leave it there and speak to the motion as a whole after the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And so we've got a sever vote request, so we'll note that. Continuing on with Councillor Fry.
Well, I will start by acknowledging and appreciating the intent of this amendment, and I recognize that Councillor Dominato is trying to move this forward and get the will of the majority behind support for this, and the challenges with that. I was elected in 2018, and we don't really talk about the numbers that often. Nobody talks about who attempts or commits suicide. Those are kept from us. So to have this articulated here, 6 fatalities over 5 years, this kicking it down the line to potentially 2027, that's basically we're okay with, I'm not saying we're okay, sorry, let me correct that, but this is basically not presenting means protection to stop at least, a number of people dying off the Granville Street Bridge from taking their lives. We all took an oath of office to pursue our jobs with integrity and do the best we can. And I feel that, and I want to take some responsibility for the fact that we did not pass this when we had this conversation in the last term of council, and now it's punted over to this council. we had the opportunity to really champion means prevention on the Granville Street Bridge redesign back then. And of course, cost was a factor. And of course, you know, we were struggling with all the COVID-related costs and downturns. But I like Councillor Boyle, I'm struggling with sending this to a future capital plan and knowing that people will die as a result of that delay. It's a cost of $20 to $30 million as projected in the report that we got back from staff. I can only assume that cost will go up if we wait till after the Granville Street rehabilitation redesign and then reapproach this at some later date. I can't imagine it's going to get cheaper to do it after the fact. It will only go up in cost. So I do think that the time to commit and do this is now. And but I will acknowledge the intent behind Councillor Dominato's motion to keep this moving forward, and I do appreciate that. But I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the severing because I intend to vote again against the delay in the funding and appreciate the speakers who came to speak to this and also Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward. The reason I will vote against is I have a good friend whose daughter was suicidal and did attempt to take her life and implored me to put up suicide fencing on our bridges. So I will stay true to that request of me and know that the suicide prevention fencing does save lives.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just sent out another amendment to this amendment. Do you want me to move to the amendment Q2?
Yes. Please go ahead and put yourself back on the queue. Actually, I'll do it for you. There you go.
Thank you. So, yeah, so the language is pretty straightforward. I think, we heard a very powerful speech from the speakers. We need to try our best to direct staff to find any opportunities of any surplus in this current capital plan. So this just the amendment to direct staff to identify any other opportunities for reallocation that might be possible within this 2023 to 2026 capital plan, which is our existing capital plan. So very straightforward amendment.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Klassen. As I look at Councillor Meisner on the question list, go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of the amendment, just the amendment to the amendment. I mean, there's no doubt that these suicide barriers do save lives, and I think we need to do everything we can to ensure that they are installed on the bridge as soon as possible. So I'm supportive of this amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. So we can, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Just to make sure that is severed, well, it will have a separate vote now. I intend to support it, but severed in the final motion as we move forward, so I can vote in favor of it because, yes, let's try wherever possible. I mean, that's a backup.
Thank you. So we will vote on this accordingly. Thank you. So let's move to a voting screen, please, on the amendment to the amendment. And that passes with no one in opposition. Thank you. So we'll move back to the amendment Q1. So we have so it's an additional letter. So we'll now add this as D. Just for simplicity.
That makes sense.
Okay, so we are now on the amended amendment, and Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
I have no other comments. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just to say, I'm happy to just vote on like A.
C and D.
A isn't in the amendment, so C and D.
C and D.
The amendments to B as one vote, and then C and D as one vote.
Thank you for clarifying. Seeing no one else on the queue, we can move to a vote. We're going to have two votes. We'll vote on B first, and then we'll vote on C and D. No, we're just doing the amendment right now. Yeah, so just B. Yeah, perfect. Thanks very much. So we're voting on B to start. Is that clear? Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
B first.
Okay, so we're voting on the green. Yes, I've got the vote. Thank you. And that motion passes with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry in opposition. And now we will go to our second vote on this amended amendment, which is to vote on C and D in yellow on the screen, and I'll call the vote. And that passes with no one in opposition. Okay, thank you. So we are now going back to the main queue. And Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to offer a few final remarks just with respect to the overall motion. Again, to reiterate, and just sort of taking it head on, appreciating that from the perspective of the mover and from members of the community that may not be fast enough. But what I also heard is that there needs to be a plan for it, and we've already allocated some money to undertake the scoping of this around the means prevention fencing. So we understand the exact cost of what that will be and the engineering needs to do that with this bridge. I want to assure you that I am 100% behind this, and the intent here with these amendments is to move this forward. And if there's an opportunity to do that more quickly, we will certainly have those conversations with staff and as a council. But I want to underscore, at least for myself as a member of this council, I understand the importance of this issue, and I do appreciate you sharing the experiences of community members at Granville Island. I can only imagine the trauma of witnessing someone jumping, of witnessing the impact, and or being there shortly after. And my heart goes out to the families. As I said, I have members of my family who've been impacted by suicide. This touches all of us. I'm certain if you canvassed everyone around this room, I suspect that they could identify a similar circumstance. But our job is to make this work. And so we will continue to also have those conversations with provincial representatives and federal representatives around additional funding and support. And again, we'll get a better sense, clearer sense of what the cost will be to do this work. But we are making a commitment today to this project. And again, it really is about prevention. It's about saving lives. And that is certainly what's motivating me today.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I really want to take a moment to thank so many people who have shared some incredibly heartbreaking stories with me over many years, and particularly over the last week. The personal impacts are so clear, and many of us have felt them, myself included. Here it is a heartbreaking honor to have heard so many of those personal stories, and I hold those lives and your loved ones in my heart as I do this work. I am disappointed with the weakening of the language. I'm glad we have a plan. I'm glad it will eventually happen, and I will keep pushing that we act faster and implement these life-saving barriers sooner. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
I won't spend much time to add to this, only just thanks to Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward. Thank you to the speakers and really relating some of the trauma you experienced. As I reflect on the people who I've known who've taken their lives, two patterns that seem to emerge. One is that they were all men, and two is that the decisions all seem to be very impulsive. Didn't see it coming. It just sort of happened. And I think that's where means prevention is so critically important, because if you're in that moment, or if they're in that moment and there's that just moment of profound disconnect, we have a duty of care to prevent them from acting on that impulse. And I wish we could make it happen faster, because I will forever think about the fact that by delaying this action, lives will potentially be taken, and that's very sad to me. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the speakers for coming in and speaking. I particularly want to single out Stacy, who's done, I think, a fantastic job of really keeping this this matter front and center for our council. I don't want to see another bridge built, and there hasn't been a new bridge built in this city for a long time, but I never want to see another one that doesn't have means prevention fencing on it. It makes no sense that we are engineering these things and leaving them so vulnerable for tragic incidents around suicide. So I'm very much in line with Councillor Dominato. I am resolved to make sure that we actually do get the funding on this, and I think that the pressure needs to be borne equally by other levels of government who have are duty bound to try and support this as well. So we, as members of this council, are advocates for the city on many issues, and this is one that I'm sure that we'll try and keep in front of other elected officials to make sure that they are all contributing and supporting this very important initiative. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Klassen. If I can just cede the chair to the Vice Chair Joe so I can make some closing comments. I too am very supportive of this motion, generally speaking, and like Councillor Dominato and Councillor Klassen and others, sort of resolved to continue to push forward on this. I think, we have to recognize that and I had a conversation with Stacy as well that was very helpful. And we talked about this as infrastructure, as critical infrastructure. And critical infrastructure is the responsibility of the federal government, the provincial government, and the municipal government. And so we have to recognize that we actually have multiple bridges that need retrofitting with these types of guards. And so I think that we have a point in time with the renewal of the Granville Bridge to prioritize the advocacy around the investment in these prevention measures. I have a upcoming conversation and understand that the Vancouver Police Department are actively in support of this motion as well, and are encouraging the City of Vancouver to prioritize the funding to ensure that the prevention fencing is in place with the renewal of this bridge. So there are many voices at the table here that carry a lot of weight. And I am hopeful that, as was pointed out with the provincial election this fall, that the outcome of that election will put the right voices at the table to ensure that funding is allocated to this, because this renewal project is ongoing. And with the Granville Bridge specifically. So I just want to acknowledge the speakers for coming in and sharing your experiences. Very difficult to hear also the public listening along at home and in their workplaces. This is a very difficult but meaningful conversation for us to be having. And so just thanking our staff, all councillors, our speakers, and the public for bringing their voices to this conversation. And with that, I'll take the chair back, Vice Chair, and move us to a vote. And we are going to be severing, as was indicated. So my read is that we can go A, C, and D together and vote on B separately. Okay. So getting a confirmation nod from those that have asked to sever. So we will call the vote on A, C, and D. And that passes with unanimous support. And then we will call the vote on B. And that passes with Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry in opposition. So that is going to bring us to the end of our first motion on the agenda today, and also at a time for us to take our lunch break for 1 hour. So we will come back at 1:25 p.m. to continue on with the business of council today. Okay, so welcome back. We are going to reconvene our committee meeting for today. And we are at the next item on our agenda, which is motion 2, taking urgent action to boost street capacity and speed up transit service for Vancouverites, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks so much. I am excited to introduce this motion. I know it aligns with a lot of work council has been doing. Bus lanes are a fast and efficient action that we can take to get done and make transportation improvements within our term. They're a cost-effective option. They allow more people to get around more quickly, and we need that. TransLink has identified 8 bus corridors in Vancouver that are among the busiest in the whole regional system and that experience significant levels of overcrowding. Bus lanes address overcrowding. They also improve travel times and reliability. They make it so people can get to where they need to go when they need to get there. And they make it so more people can choose public transit. We know that speed and reliability are 2 of the key factors in people choosing how they're going to get to work or school or wherever else. When we implement bus lanes and improve bus speed and reliability, more people are able to choose to take the bus for more of their weekly trips. That improves our transportation system for everyone. In a lot of ways, bus lanes are a kind of magical solution. They allow us to quadruple the number of people who are moving on our streets with very little cost and very little change. They require some paint and some signage, and they become this heavy lifter of people in the system. It makes a huge difference for those people, also makes a difference for everyone else traveling who isn't able to take transit, that more people are moving over to transit. The other piece of this motion I want to name specifically is around enforcement. We heard this morning enforcement is an important piece of making sure our buses are traveling faster and more reliably on these bus lanes, and I'm asking council to support that call as well.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So that does bring us to, actually, I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So we will now hear from registered speakers for this motion. As a reminder, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once, and will be asked if they are a resident of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list as outlined in our procedure bylaw. Our first speaker is Nathan Hawkins. Hi, Nathan, and I understand there is a PowerPoint presentation, so we will pull that up on the screen. Actually, no, just right there, it gives you an elevated. There you go. Perfect. So you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Council, my name is Nathan Hawkins. I live in Killarney. I took the bus to be here today, and I am definitely in support of this motion. Every day I take the bus, the 49 or the R40 UBC, and we're stuck in traffic, the bus is late, or the bus is overcrowded. Have you heard the purpose of a system is what it does? We're told the purpose of our roads is to move a lot of people quickly, but that's not the outcome. The outcome is traffic and very few people moving. Roads have done this for the last 100 years. It's not new. And so the real purpose of our roads is to create congestion and move very few people. Slow transit service is a problem affecting 2.2 million riders. That's, sorry, how do I move the?
You can just let us know next slide, and our clerk
Oh,
will move it ahead.
Okay. Slow transit service affects 2.2 million riders. That's 84% of Metro Van residents. Next slide, please. We strongly support Councillor Kirby-Young's previous motion on bus lanes. Thank you. And this is a scope expansion of that. We now have the 2023 Bus Speed and Reliability Report. Next slide, please. Showing there's more ridership, there's more congestion, and there's more overcrowding. We've learned that the Broadway subway is delayed until 2027, and we need more improvements now. The purpose of our roads should be moving a lot of people quickly, so we need to reimagine them. Without big construction projects and years of studies, we could make buses travel faster today. If we built dedicated bus lanes with a splash of paint and some signs, we can build one every month. And these lanes, they're a fiscal superpower. They're so affordable, they're so effective. A vehicle lane carries only 1,000 people per hour. Bus lanes carry 4,000 people per hour. You can move 4 times as many people today. All you have to do is paint some magic symbols on the road. This is a 10x investment opportunity for you, and the investment pays off immediately. Faster transit has such a strong GDP multiplier, it's basically like printing money. Expanding bus lanes in Vancouver would make our streets safer for everyone. Studies show bus lanes reduce fatal crashes by 30%. That's a big deal when 25 British Columbians have died in crashes this month alone. And if there was a 24/7 bus lane on 49th Avenue, you could save me 10 minutes on my commute each way. 10 minutes. Can you imagine giving that to somebody? The other important part of our bus lanes is enforcement. The existing lanes don't work because people still park in them all the time. One bus operator told me in 7 years of driving, he sees people parking multiple times every day. Only one ticket has ever been issued. And so we really need this automated enforcement piece too. Please vote in favor of this motion. This could be your legacy, and it will last for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. We will now hear from speaker number 2, also a Nathan Davidovich. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Councilors. Here are some quick statistics. In the late 1950s, BC Electric managed to save 20 trolley buses during rush hours as the City Council introduced no parking 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. on major corridors. In 1974, BC Hydro saved 5 buses when Vancouver opened the first bus mall in North America, the Granville Mall. Very few major savings since 1974. That's, 50 years. It's hard to achieve saving as we have a mix of trolley and diesel buses. However, speeding the travel time for bus passengers can be achieved by properly designing proper bus corridors and learning from the bad designs in Montreal that killed few riders. Granville Mall need redesigning to service over 100,000 daily passengers in the #1 corridor in Metro Vancouver. It is faster to travel on Howe and Seymour Street. Just ask any bus rider or bus driver. Existing bus-only lane have to expand their hours in order to save operating costs. Bi-directional bus-only lanes are needed. We should not allow the closure of the 41st Avenue eastbound bus lane around Oak Ridge for up to 10 years. It is similar on Cambie Street. Millions of hours wasted by transit riders. Should they sue the engineering department? Vision City Council has given staff free hand to make major transportation decisions. Toronto City Council today, just now, passed bus priority measures proposed by transit riders. Ward councillors are now micromanaging city staff. City of Vancouver does not have a contract with TransLink. It used to have a contract with BC Electric Hydro till 1979. With the present bad TransLink, there is no guarantee that saving due to better traffic management on city streets will actually be invested on improved bus service in the city of Vancouver. We have at least 20 missing links in the bus network in order to get everybody within 5 minutes of a bus stop walk. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. We now have speaker number 3, Dennis Agar.
Hi, all. Thanks for having me. Could we go back one slide? I believe we've got. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's not a lot I can tell you all that you don't already know. I'm Dennis, by the way. But we went canvassing on Monday. We went to bus stops on 49th Avenue, and it was a great experience. I think we gave out like 2,000 flyers. We had like 11 people canvassing. It was like a life-affirming experience. I met Thelma, and I shot a little video with her. She commutes to work in a social service position along 49th every day. She's been riding the 49 for years. And as soon as I handed her the flyer that says buses don't have to be stuck in traffic, she was just like, oh, great. Thank you so much. I didn't even say anything yet. She was really excited to learn about what we were doing. And she jokingly talked about like, maybe I'll actually delay my retirement by a few years because commuting to work won't be so painful. She talks about getting left behind by 3 buses in a row. You all know this. You've all voted to support a bus lane motion last year. I'm just here to say what I think a lot of other people are going to say, which is just that it's become more urgent and there's not a lot of downside, right? Like there's action that you can take now that'll cost, like kind of a rounding error for a city of this size in terms of the budget and could have so much impact and could leave a really big legacy just in the matter of the next few years for people like Thelma. Like we said, we're talking about painting lines. If you were thinking of turning down the motion and you wanted an amendment that was kind of a middle ground, you could even talk about the options where you need to put stickers on the signs, right? There are a lot of places where there are bus lanes, they run a few hours a day. You could put a sticker on the sign that makes it run 12 hours a day. There are options that you can take kind of like a spectrum that run the gamut. But ultimately, one of the other points I wanted to make, next slide please, is that I think there's a really big electoral upside for this. Now, you might be used to hearing from people with a lot of privilege, with cars, and I'm here to say that we're going to change that. Movement is building a group of people. We're mobilizing transit riders to speak more to council. So you have kind of the engagement with the public that you need in order to make these big steps, to take moves on transit that don't cost a lot of money, but ultimately they just require a bit of political backing, right? And so the map on the left is that the darkest purple are the places where people voted for Ken Sim the most. And the map on the right are places that ride transit the most. And I think they're pretty similar maps. So the point I want to leave with you is that I think there's a real strong call and a real strong support among your voter base to make some big steps on transit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in to speak to council. We're going to move to speaker 4, Michelle Spencer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Thanks. My name is Michelle Spencer. I am a resident of Vancouver and a volunteer with Vision Zero Vancouver. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. Good afternoon, Council. I first became a regular transit user when I moved to the Lower Mainland to attend graduate school in 2016. In fact, I still use the same Compass card I used to load my UPass onto. Today, I reside in the Broadway corridor, and I can't wait for the Broadway subway line to be completed, as I'll only be a few minutes walk from my station. But when I say I can't wait, I really mean that. I can't wait until 2027 for reliable and efficient transit in and out of my neighborhood. That's 3 more years of relying on our overcrowded bus system. And truthfully, I'm one of the lucky ones who will be getting rapid transit in the near future. There are no plans for SkyTrain technology in other areas of the city that are impacted by buses stuck in traffic. Fortunately for all of us, we do not need to grid our city with subways or above-grade transit to achieve rapid and reliable transportation. The corridors in this motion have been identified by TransLink as being major sources of delays. Bus lanes are an inexpensive and proven technology to remedy these delays and ensure that transit service is reliable and efficient. I don't need to drive my personal car to go to the dentist, but I'll have to use it if I can't rely on the bus to get me there on time. Making transit more reliable will encourage those of us who do not need vehicles to take the bus instead, freeing up road space for our neighbors who do not have that option. Transit delays do not impact everyone equally. Driving a personal vehicle is an expensive option, considering the cost of purchasing a vehicle, insurance, gas or hydro, and parking. Meanwhile, more employers, including our health authorities, are offering transit subsidies. I have family members who are nurses. The last thing I would want to see is a healthcare worker sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic trying to get home after a long shift. As someone who advocates for road safety, improving transit is a win-win. Bus lanes provide a buffer through traffic and pedestrians, reducing potential for conflict. On a per-kilometer basis, busing is much, much safer than driving a private vehicle, meaning that transit users can safely get to their destination. By encouraging transit over private vehicles, we can improve our air quality and make other means of active transportation safer and more pleasant. Bus lanes are a proven technology. We can see examples of their effectiveness in major cities like New York and Seattle, and in our own downtown on Georgia Street. TransLink has already researched this. We simply need to implement the plan provided by TransLink. Buses go as fast as we let them go. I look forward to Council building upon the momentum of their previous transit improvement commitments by adopting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are moving now to speaker number 5, Jackson Spring.
Hi, Council. My name is Jackson. I'm not a resident of Vancouver. I'm a resident of the city of Richmond, but I am a daily commuter into Vancouver and to the University of British Columbia. I rely typically on the number 49, which is a route we've already heard about a couple times today, and that means I spend between 30 minutes to an hour each day stuck in traffic, depending on the timing. Now, I'm also the president of the Planning Students Association at UBC, and from that position, I can tell you that my situation is far from the worst. And in fact, transit in the city is one of the most substantial and most consistent issues that is brought to me by other students. In specific, I've heard from constituents of mine who rely heavily on the 84, the 33, the 25, the 3, the 49, the R4, and the 14, all of which would be directly impacted by the motion on the table today. And they have had to miss class, miss work, generally suffer in their ability to maintain a schedule because, for example, the bus can't get them between their classes and their shifts in time, or because of delays that make the schedule so unreliable that they can't really be certain whether they'll be able to get anywhere on time at all. To me, frankly, this is an absurd scenario, and I don't think there's any reason for it to be happening in a major city that wants to be functional. So I strongly support the motion today as a step to make the bus service something that's dependable and efficient and comfortable. I also support the previous motion to add several bus lanes introduced to Council earlier. And more generally, I would say that Council not devoting as much time and effort as possible to rectify this absurd scenario is a failure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Arden English, speaker 6.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Actually, Arden, are you, I need to clarify because it's not indicated on the speakers list here. If you are a resident of Vancouver.
Okay. Yeah, I am not a resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of this motion.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I come to you today as a student who is studying city planning and transportation at SFU. I've learned so much over the past years about how our built environment reflects our priorities, and Vancouver's transit system has a lot going for it. Vancouver has a very comprehensive grid-based bus network that is filled with frequent transit network routes. It also has 3 SkyTrain lines, 2 rapid buses, and a B line. Despite all of this, I'm someone who drives most places, not out of pure necessity, but because I value my time. When it's convenient to do so, I take the SkyTrain whenever possible. It's fast, frequent, and reliable, and that's about all I can possibly ask for in the transit system. However, unfortunately, that's where all those buses are left behind in this reality. The frequent transit network routes are running less frequently, overcrowding is becoming an increasingly persistent issue, buses are passing up their riders, and all of this because ridership is actually increasing. But this is a good problem to have. Vancouver is literally suffering from its own success by having a thorough enough bus network that has too much demand. There are neighboring municipalities who wish they had this comprehensive of a bus network, where you can get to almost every nook in the city without hopping into a car. But that's pretty much where the good experience ends. Because throughout your time on any of these buses, you're being given a constant reminder that you could have just driven. Because you are stuck in traffic with every other car around you, even if you're a crush-filled 49 in the afternoon rush with over 100 people on board. We can beg higher levels of governments for more funding, both capital and operational, and that's needed region-wide in its own right. But such processes take years to take effect and don't always pay off in the most optimal way because these new buses are still stuck with the same problems as today. The quick and easy solution is more bus priority measures throughout the city, using the buses we already have in a more efficient way. This way, TransLink doesn't need to buy more buses, hire more drivers, and shift current service just to meet demand. Because a bus that completes its journey faster is one that can start going the other way faster as well, therefore doing more with less. And all that's needed to improve the system for all these riders, residents, taxpayers, and voters is reallocating some road space to buses instead of just cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to move to speaker number 7, Michael Hall.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Michael, would you mind indicating if you're a resident of
Hello?
Vancouver? Hi there, Michael. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you confirm if you can hear us in the chambers?
Yes, confirmed.
Great, thank you. So I just would like you to indicate if you're a resident or not, as it's not listed on the speakers list.
I'm not a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, no problem at all. Thank you for calling in. You're free to begin when you're ready.
Hello, Mayor and Councilors. On July 8th, one of the smallest yet mightiest cities in the region, New Westminster, took decisive action to get their buses out of traffic congestion. They said yes to bus lanes, and they asked staff how they could possibly do it even faster. Today, you have a similar vote in front of you. This is not redundant to the motion from Councillor Kirby-Young last year. The motion today builds on it given what we've learned since then. We've seen ridership recovery continue to lead North America, which is good, but that means overcrowding has become severe. People are wanting to use transit, which is something the city apparently wants, but transit is failing those people because the city of Vancouver is letting its streets fail transit. The province gave the region $300 million for new buses. It's building a multi-billion-dollar subway almost under your feet right now, some of you have taken a tour of it. It may be delayed, but the province is doing its part. Meanwhile, council always talks about things within its control that can help people, affordability-wise, access to opportunities, climate action, equity. How you choose to paint lines on streets is completely within the city's control. Use your power and do your part, please. Tomorrow, Councillor Kirby-Young will, I presume, be attending the Transit Mayor's Council meeting where TransLink will be presenting their doomsday report. In it will be a depiction of what service will look like in the region if the funding gap isn't resolved. It will be bad. I'm not claiming that the City of Vancouver is going to fix that gap on its own, but how are you all going to vote today on the bus lane motion knowing that? Can you send Councillor Kirby-Young to that meeting where they will also be releasing requests of provincial political parties for the election after you potentially kill this motion or promise to study it into oblivion? Please use the power you have and do what you know is right. You've asked the province for things they provided. So please do your part and help the existing buses run faster while we're waiting on $300 million in new ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to speaker number 8, Gustavo Villela.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Gustavo. I have been living in Vancouver for the past 8 years and I graduated from UBC School of Public Policy. I am here to support this motion because it is a necessary step towards making Vancouver a city of the future, a city that is safe, just, and accessible. As a resident of Vancouver, I support this motion because it will reduce traffic, make the city safer, and prepare Vancouver for its projected population growth. I had a lot of stuff, but I'll jump to the important stuff. This is a necessary step for preparing our city for the 21st century. The city of Vancouver, along with the entire metro area, is gaining 50,000 residents every year. In 20 years, there will be an additional 1 million people living here. More people will commute in, through, and around the city of Vancouver. So I ask you, how are they going to move? Cars? Are we going to have hundreds of thousands of new cars congesting our streets? And how will you accommodate that? With more space for parking, expanding roads, bulldozing neighborhoods for freeways? No. Transit, quick, reliable, and convenient public transit is the only way to accommodate the massive influx of people that will be settling in Vancouver. Millions of new residents will have to transit through our city. So I ask you, will they be stuck in traffic or will they be free to move quickly through our city? This is a solution that can be implemented quickly without decades and expending billions of dollars in future SkyTrain expansions. We saw earlier today, when I was sitting up there, that the province has been delaying the Broadway expansion. Now, City Council, I'm looking at you to the eye. Get off Twitter. I'm talking to you. Do not be obstructionist. We will have this dedicated bus lane expansion eventually. The movement for transit advocacy is growing in the city, becoming more organized and more powerful. It will happen eventually. Your legacy will be to be an obstructionist city council that wasted everybody's time passing down laws that were necessary, that everybody knew were going to happen eventually. This is necessary. It will happen eventually. Do it now so that we don't have to let it sizzle until it becomes a crisis, just like the housing crisis happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Speaker 9, Cheyenne Boone.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here on behalf of Vision Zero Vancouver and myself to support this motion. I think the merits of this motion are very clear and you have already heard a lot about them and will hear a lot more. Being one of the many people who have poured our hearts and souls into advocating for this, I just want to share a little piece of that. On Monday, I spent hours outside of Broadway City Hall Station talking with people about this motion, one station among many. We had a lot of positive reception. But what struck me the most was that whenever I spoke with families with kids or groups of teens waiting for the bus, the kids were so incredibly enthusiastic and supportive of the idea. These kids could name all the buses they took that would benefit, and their faces would light up hearing that they could do something to make transit better. They are our future. This motion is an investment in our future, in them. It would be unconscionable not to do whatever we can to make their way of getting around the city safely and independently as awesome an experience as possible. I also want to remind you of the urgency of this motion. The overcrowding is overwhelming. On Monday, I watched lineups at Broadway City Hall reach from the 99 stop all the way back to the Canada Line fare gates. This needed 3 full buses to clear. We cannot wait 3 more years for relief. We don't need more studies to tell us bus lanes are good. There is a mountain of evidence, both local and global, and the motion directly calls for implementing the recommendations of TransLink's bus speed and reliability report. They've already done the studies. We just need to commit to the implementation. We've tried this before too, during the Olympics, when the city recognized it needed to move a lot more people, and bus lanes were the obvious and effective solution. If FIFA comes and goes, if the Broadway subway opens in fall 2027 or later, if our Climate Emergency Action Plan 2030 deadline arrives, and all the while some of the busiest bus routes on the continent remain stuck in traffic and ever more overcrowded, we will have shown the world, ourselves, and the planet that we cannot deliver basic sustainable transportation. That would be embarrassing and catastrophic. Don't let yourselves be the council of embarrassment and catastrophe. Pass this motion and do what you can to make sure it is implemented as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have speaker number 10, Margie Sanderson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Margie. I'm a Vancouver resident and a person who relies on transit, and I support this motion. I had prepared talking points for today to tell you about my own personal experiences with slow and unreliable buses, particularly while navigating the demands of raising an infant over the last year. How delays I used to be able to chalk up to more time to listen to podcasts now ruin nap schedules and generally wreak havoc on my day. How as a young family with years of school schedules, extracurriculars, birthday parties, sports practice ahead of us, I can feel that we're at a tipping point, one where many of our peers will decide, you know what, it's just not practical for us anymore, we need to get a car. In the cracks between working and parenting, I've spent dozens of hours volunteering to build support for this motion over the last several weeks. I've met with some of you directly to talk about how impactful this would be. I've talked to hundreds of bus riders who have expressed nothing but enthusiasm. I've put up stickers, helped write newsletter appeals. I know dozens of others who have done the same. I was up into the wee hours of the morning last night, thinking about what I would say today. Is there a best angle to take? Can I rephrase this sentence to really pack a punch or pull at heartstrings? Should I talk about the climate emergency, fiscal responsibility, FIFA? Instead, I've decided to be honest in sharing my emotional distress with you. It's hard to keep doing this, to keep showing up, making room in the calendar, trying to make a case in good faith for caring about our climate and our future. As our elected officials, we are counting on you. And I know there are thousands of people out there who have no idea what's going on in here today, but are also counting on you, just as much as I am, to show some leadership here in passing this motion. I'll close with this. We need these bus lanes, and we need them yesterday. You already know that. The case is clear, you've already heard it, and you're going to hear it again throughout the afternoon today. The decision to act is in your hands. I hope you can all show unanimous support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Speaker 11, Jade Buchanan.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jade Buchanan. I am a volunteer with Vision Zero Vancouver, but I am speaking entirely in my personal capacity, very selfishly, in my own self-interest on this, because we're a family of four, and we live near the parts of 4th Avenue and Broadway that would become bus lanes if this were to be fully implemented. We're a one-car family, and my go-to is biking. I'd like to say that my backup is taking the bus, but I've been burned a few too many times on reliability, and so it's often to go with rideshare or a cab. As a parent, I'm beholden to school and childcare schedules, and as a self-employed person, I am beholden to making my meetings on time, and so I unfortunately can't be late. Just as an example, on Friday, I Moby biked to work. I forgot my helmet at the office, and I thought about taking the bus. After it wasn't there on time, I ended up having to take a rideshare home because as much as I prefer the bus, I prefer not being late for childcare pickup even more. If you want to see how inefficiently we're using these streets, I'd suggest you go take a drive down 4th Avenue. I guarantee you're going to sit through the same red light twice, waiting for somebody to parallel park on street parking, or waiting as somebody tries to turn left on a yellow, or both. It's kind of bewildering that we dedicate an entire lane of only 2 lanes of 6, so 1/3 of all of 4th Avenue to free on-street parking, or to subsidize on-street parking, especially when there's a lot of parking already around 4th. I suspect that if you were to remove parking and replace it with a bus lane, cars would actually go faster because they're not going to be blocked by people desperately trying to parallel park in the few spots that there are. And I don't think it's going to be bad for commercial. I think it'll actually be good. It's my own anecdotal experience, but we do a fair bit of shopping on 4th Ave and on Broadway. And we go for dinner on one of those streets at least every couple of weeks. I looked at my credit card statements to make sure that this was accurate, and it's true. We also spent $25 on ice cream. And I counted all the transactions. We made 24 purchases on Broadway or 4th Avenue in the last, in June and July. And of those trips, 20 were by foot. So 20 of 24 were by foot. 3 were by bike, and 1 was by car, admittedly. And that was because it was a pedicure, and I can't be messing up my toenails after I get them done. You can understand that one. The point I want to make on it is that it's a much more efficient use of parking lanes to be giving them to buses, and any concerns about commercial traffic, I think, it's not borne out by the data that's there, and it's not borne out by sort of our experience as people who live in the neighborhood.
Okay, Jade, I'm going to have you just pause there because you are over time. Thank you so much for calling in.
Great, I'm all done. Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Speaker 12, Lassie Hitbid.
Yes, thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me, Councillor and Mayor. I live in Vancouver, and I support this motion. I do not have a car myself, and I don't believe having a car in a major city should be a necessity. However, with the current state of transit and alternative modes of transportation in Vancouver, it is unfortunately often a necessity, especially if you want to get anywhere fast and on time. In my opinion, every time someone takes transit, that is a win for the city. It's one less car on the road, and every person who takes transit leads to a reduction in traffic, greenhouse gas emissions, and parking issues. And the only way, really, to get people onto transit is to make it competitive with driving. And to do that, transit must have priority so that they do not get stuck in the same traffic that cars do. And I want to reiterate something that people said before, is that I don't believe there's any need for more studies on the issues. Basically, at this point, it's settled science that the only way to improve traffic in cities is the improvement of transit and alternative measures of transportation, because the car is simply too inefficient. At this point, I think believing anything else is tantamount to, saying we need more studies to see whether or not global warming is happening, which is dumb as well. So, yeah, in my opinion, the time for thinking about doing these measures is over, and it's time to act. That'll be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. We're now moving to speaker number 13, Michelle Scar.
Speaker 13 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 14 has withdrawn. Speaker 15, Sam Jiang.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Sam, and I have lived here as a resident of Kerrisdale for the past 15 years. I'm here today in support of the motion that prioritizes the speed and comfort of public transit vehicles in the city of Vancouver. Buses are crucial for our economy and society, moving hundreds of thousands of students, workers, and families to their destination in an environmentally conscious and safe manner. As a fellow transit user myself, I am constantly happy yet frustrated by the bus priority lanes that serve key corridors such as the 41st and 49th Avenue. When it's there, it does a fabulous job of moving hundreds and thousands of people at once. But until that ends, or it gets merged with other car traffic, or it gets limited to peak hours, buses such as the R4 and 49, which serve a lot of students such as myself, it really frustrates us as we're looking to get to school on time. We don't want to be having to running out of our houses and guessing for the next bus and when it arrives, and unfortunately having buses that pass by us due to overcrowding. Still, I believe that this motion is crucial for the safety, for the comfort, and the reliability of transit users. And I believe that there is more work to be done. Kerrisdale, which is known for its small business storefronts, our community center, and the parks and schools it has started to become more and more congested. And the priority and the arrival of movements of single occupancy vehicles has been more noticeable for me. It's gone bad to the point where I could outwalk the R4 that's stuck between all the car traffic between peak hours. That, combined with the upcoming construction of the East-West Boulevard intersections for the Arbutus Greenway, concerns me, as it will bring traffic to a halt and buses will be stuck there as well. Kerrisdale is known for its walkability, so it doesn't make sense to be frustrated by the pedestrian crossings, which are important for businesses and pedestrians as well. I suggest that we should stop giving more space to cars. As the recent construction of new parking meters, I've seen so many cars that come and go, and I suggest that we should be replacing those lanes with an all-day bus lane in both directions. Kerrisdale has already enough parking spaces, and trust me when I tell you, I've never seen all these private parking spaces filled up in our neighborhood. Kerrisdale should also get the treatment that everyone else does, with the bus lanes that serve to move students and our key business members. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. We're now going to move to speaker number 16, Victor Villas-Boas-Chaves.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Victor, and I'm a resident of Vancouver in support of the motion. I am a big user of public transit, especially the R5. I use it a lot to visit friends in Burnaby, a lot of trips to and from East Van, and the R5 opens a lot of possibilities for me, which I appreciate very much. But unfortunately, the R5 isn't always reliable, and I know it's not TransLink's fault. I know because I can see it. I'm waiting for the bus, for a late bus. I can see it coming. Hastings is a big straight line, so I can see it in the horizon. There's my bus, stuck in traffic, and it's infuriating to watch it. Like a quote-unquote rapid bus approaching you slowly from the horizon, stuck behind a bunch of cars. And then you hop on, and that's also what you have to watch through the window while you're in. A sea of single-occupant vehicles blocking a bus with 50 people inside. And it doesn't have to be this way. I know from the previous motion there is work planned to improve this, but that should be just the start. We need more, way more bus priority lanes. So next year, when I take my R5, I don't have to be thinking, oh, this is so slow, but bus priority is coming any day now. Instead, I want to be thinking, thank you, City of Vancouver, for putting the money where the mouth is and actually making my life better. And if my memory serves me right, a big promise of this government was to cut down red tape in the first place, right? High return on investment stuff. So there you go. We already have the lane. We already have the bus. Let the bus use the lane. So what I want to see is something real come out of this motion today. Something I can see with my own eyes and soon. So removing bike lanes, the city works overnight. It's done in the morning. Bus priority lanes, we're still waiting. Why? Why are we still waiting? These lanes were proposed by TransLink years ago already. The study is done. A 259-page report by TransLink. So we have studied this enough. We have waited long enough. So please, team councilors, please vote on getting things done. No generic efficiency goals for 2020-something. Give us the lanes and commit to a timeline. I and many other Vancouver residents need this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. We're now going to move to speaker number 17, Kenneth Santos.
Hello. Yes, my name is Kenneth Santos, and I'm speaking on behalf of Strong Towns Vancouver, which is a local chapter of the U.S.-based nonprofit media advocacy organization Strong Towns. So we propose content that analyzes the failures of the post-war North American development pattern while giving citizens the knowledge and tools to start making our places better today. So I am in favor of more bus lanes and more transit because as of 2015, 25% of Canadians are non-drivers. These are people above the age of age 16 that do not have a valid driver's license due to young age, old age, disability, exorbitant costs to own and operate a vehicle. So that's 25% of Canadians that we're not looking out for right now, which is unreasonable to only cater to the 75% of Canadians that are able to drive and can drive. So the second thing is that Vancouver just simply will not achieve our climate emergency goals by allowing more cars. We need more transit. We need people more on foot and on bicycles because those are zero carbon commutes. And I was a sustainability scholar at the City of Vancouver back in 2012, and I proposed a plan which I believe has not really gone anywhere, but I think the City of Vancouver can take a leading role in this because right now there's thousands of City of Vancouver staff that get free parking spaces, and they were very reluctant to give up those parking spaces. So first off, we can incentivize City of Vancouver staff and Vancouverites all over the city to commute via walking and biking, and then we can also disincentivize driving by removing this thousands of dollar perk by having a free parking space in the City of Vancouver. So that's the first place to start, and I agree with all the other speakers today that have been for more public transit and more bus lanes because it's high time to allow more car space for non-drivers, and this is a good place to start, especially for allowing flexibility for bus lanes and capacity in getting people to where they need to be and stop subsidizing the use of car travel. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for calling in. Next, we're going to hear from speaker number 19, Skylar Sawyer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for calling in. You're welcome to start when you are ready.
Okay, I support this motion. I live in Vancouver's Point Grey area, and I'm a student at UBC, just for context. I'd like to acknowledge the stolen Indigenous lands on which we reside. And this motion supports equity and helps those most affected by this city's inefficiencies, but I believe it aligns with the liberation of all people connected to that stolen land. As Councillor Boyle mentioned, this is an incredibly low-cost and high-impact motion to speed up transit. With TransLink's limited budget, which should be addressed radically, this is a great way to speed up buses and reduce the cost of bus service in the long term. This motion would help me specifically in a couple of ways. First, I take the bus every day. Absolutely everywhere I go, I take the bus or occasionally the Stag train, but I don't live near there. This will speed up that service and improve its reliability, as well as freeing up funding to be used for, say, the UBC extension that I'm also in support of, and any other project that the city wants to move forward with, or TransLink. I also work at a local bakery along the Point Grey section of West 10th. That is part of this plan, I believe, on a peak hours part, but this will help my commute, and it will increase the number of customers that are able to attend my small business. This is to say that the reliability of our transit system is directly related to the quality and reliability of our small businesses. I also drive a commercial delivery vehicle for that small business. I operate along several of the proposed alignments, and this motion will put much of the civilian traffic onto buses, speeding up my deliveries. This is well evidenced in plenty of studies. We don't need to look at it again. It's clear. The evidence is clear. This will happen. Okay. I imagine this motion would be opposed for the threat it has to car parking and car lanes. I understand that families and others feel stuck in their cars and don't see the bus as a legitimate option. This is a chicken and egg problem. This council must legitimate the transit option for families that need the capacity and reliability to go about their daily lives. If we don't support this motion here, then people don't think of buses as legitimate and reliable, so they don't support motions in the future. This has to be an active effort that we make. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 21, Peter Waldkirch.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Peter Waldkirch. I'm here to support this motion. So bus lanes advance at least three key city policies. They advance climate change and mode shift policies. They are fiscally prudent, and they improve quality of life. So just say a few comments about each. First, for climate change and mode shift. Look, responding to climate change and encouraging mode shift away from cars are stated City of Vancouver policy objectives. And yet, we are failing. We are not meeting our goals, and in fact, in some areas, we're actually moving backwards. You know, Vancouver has among the highest transit use rates in Canada or the U.S. Broadway is among the busiest bus corridors in the entire continent, and yet we are falling behind other cities that have embraced bus lanes as a prudent way to accomplish important policy objectives. Vancouver used to be a leader in North American urbanism. I don't think anyone believes in anymore, because in order to accomplish things, we need to do things. We won't meet our stated policy objectives through inaction, and this is what climate and transportation action looks like. Second, financial prudence. TransLink has estimated that buses getting stuck in traffic with cars causes delays that costs TransLink about $80 million per year. And they also found that bus lanes are critical to addressing this problem. So bus lanes would cost very little to actually implement and would pay for themselves extremely quickly. But most importantly, this is about improving quality of life for thousands and thousands of people, allowing people to spend less time in traffic and more time with their family, friends, and living their lives in this wonderful city, including mine. Transit is the main way I get around other than walking, and it's so frustrating to get around when buses are unreliable, when they bunch up, when a trip takes 3 times as long as it should because the bus is stuck in traffic. this happened to me just a little while ago. I was waiting for a bus, and it was 13 minutes late, and the next bus was behind it just a couple minutes. So instead of getting one bus every 15 minutes, we got two buses once every half hour. That's the sort of thing that Bus Lane could address, and we're not going to make real headway on mode shift until while driving is far quicker and more convenient than transit, and this is the sort of thing you can do to help. Bus lanes increase reliability, speed, and reduce overcrowding, leading to a more pleasant transit experience. Bang for buck, I can't imagine anything you can do that will cost so little but will have so much positive impact on so many people's lives. For a tiny investment, you can make a huge difference in thousands of people's lives every day. But there's actually a fourth thing that this is also about. It's about leadership. Councillor Klassen recently tweeted, "Our region depends on a stable and well-funded public transit system. The fact that Translic has to cut back expenses in the face of growth pressures says to me the feds and province are somehow blissfully unaware of the responsibility to keep our cities moving." And I agree with those comments, but
Peter, I'm going to have to pause you
don't
there.
just point...
You are past the 3-minute mark, so...
well, there we go. I support this motion.
Sorry
Thank
to
you.
interrupt. Thanks so much. Speaker number 22, Sam Roberts.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi there, we can hear you.
Hello?
Please, yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Hi there. I am a Vancouver resident, and I strongly support this motion. Obviously, I've been listening to the last couple of speakers, and they're all very articulate about all of the reasons why it makes sense financially, from a community basis, a leadership basis, following your strategic plan, why this motion should go ahead. I simply want to come at it from a personal perspective, if you don't mind. I live in the Shaughnessy neighborhood. I have access to the 17 and the 25, which are really useful. I commute to UBC by bus pretty regularly, and I experience a lot of the same delays, obviously on King Ed in particular. Very regularly, there will be two buses behind each other and huge waits in between, which for people kind of going east and west, that can be a real challenge. I also am a little ashamed to admit that I also own a car and I drive a lot, and I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't have to pay my $1,500 ICBC cost every year come September. It's not something that I like to do, but it's something that, because we don't have a more reliable transit system, because I don't have access to buses every 10 minutes that I can trust, that I can count on, there are certain situations where I need to get somewhere quickly. And so that's why I have it. And again, I really wish I didn't, and I know that I'm not the only one that's like this. I know that I have lots of peers and, people that I've spoken to that also wish that it was easier to go car-free in Vancouver. And I think that approving this motion would really make a huge difference in allowing people to actually make that mode shift and actually have a better time on transit and rely on transit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in. We're now going to hear from speaker number 24, Nigel McKenzie.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Hello, councillors and mayor. I'm Nigel, a resident of South Vancouver, and I'm here to support this motion. I'm a transit advocate and also a daily car user. And so you might be saying, oh, well, you're an advocate, but you don't use transit. It's like, why not? And really, the bottom line is that it's significantly slower than driving. Sometimes I open up Google Maps or Apple Maps, and I see that it's 3 to 4 times slower. So a 15-minute car ride is going to take an hour on the bus. And for me, I'm in a privileged position to own a car and drive a car on a regular basis. And there's a lot of folks in Vancouver where that's just not an option for whatever reason. And I think that's, a little bit unfair. If you think about how much space that we dedicate to cars, both on the roads and in parking, proportional to transit, it's minuscule. And I think it's when we think about equity in our city, prioritizing more space to transit is really important. And so, there's also this other question of, well, why is it slower? And I think, as we've heard from lots of folks, the only way we're going to really get transit faster is if we prioritize more of our functional road space to buses. The reality is Vancouver's growing. As we've heard, 50,000 residents a year, but we're not growing our roads proportionally. And so I think you all are in a very specific, you have an opportunity to really dictate how we use this very scarce resource of our roads. And I ask you to really consider that. And I'd like to leave you with a question of asking councillors and mayor, do you take transit as a primary mode of transport? And if not, I'd ask you to really consider what would need to change for you all to take transit on a regular basis. And my guess is I think if you seriously consider this question, approving this motion without any additional studies would be a no-brainer first step to improving transit levels to a level where you would take it regularly. And so I just ask you to, as a car user, to put yourself in the shoes of a transit rider and think about, how we can improve transit. Thanks.
Thank you very much for calling in. We're now going to move to speaker number 25, Kang Dang.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 27, Mac Fitzgerald.
Not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 28, Mihai Sarastia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for calling in. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Mihai. I live in Fairview and I take the bus a lot. I strongly support this motion. You've already heard from dozens of speakers on the importance of bus lanes, so I won't repeat all of that. There's sometimes a tendency at council to receive motions like this and refer them back for further study, creating years of delay and costing a lot of taxpayer money. I urge you not to do this today. The 8 priority corridors covered in this motion were identified by TransLink earlier this year. TransLink published a 259-page report on why they're important, the challenges commuters face on these routes, and what improvements they want to see. They've already identified challenging portions along these routes where bus lanes don't make sense at this time, such as sections of King Edward where the road is too narrow, or sections along West 4th where they might conflict with business needs. They've done their homework. Please trust the experts. We have an entire team devoted to this subject, and the report took years to put together. It's evidence-based, data-driven, and extremely comprehensive. The city has neither the time nor the resources to do additional studies that would match this impressive scope, and even if they did, they just come up with the same conclusions. We needed these bus lanes yesterday. I'm glad that work is already underway on 4 corridors based on the motion passed last year. That motion called for 10% speed improvement, which is a good ambition, but as our population continues to increase, these speed improvements will be slowly eroded away. Dedicated bus lanes along these routes will ensure that the speed improvements are stable, even as demand for our road space increases. So on top of the great ongoing work being planned along these 4 corridors, let's make sure to add extensive bus lanes where TransLink has identified a need. In addition, today's motion adds 5 new urgent corridors, namely Broadway, where the subway is being delayed till 2027, West 4th, Southeast Marine, King Edward, and the route from downtown to the Ironworkers. The timing that the motion requests at 2 corridors per year aligns perfectly. The 4 corridors where work is already underway can be completed first, then implementation of the new ones can begin in 2026. TransLink offers up to 100% cost sharing for implementing bus priority improvements, and they've signaled time and time again their eagerness to work with municipalities to make this happen. This is money we can't afford to leave on the table through scaling back the work proposed by this motion or by delaying it with further unnecessary and redundant studies. TransLink wants this work done. Vancouverites want this work done. All council needs to do is say yes. This is a rare opportunity to deliver a huge win for relatively low cost, the effects of which will be felt by your constituents all over the city during your current term. Please support this motion in its entirety.
Thank you, Mihai. Thank you very much. Speaker 29, Hakon Coyote.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Speaker 30, Simon Bushell.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Cool. Hi there, my name is Simon Bushell. I live and work in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. So, this is my first time speaking to City Council, and truth be told, I am a little nervous about this, but I'll do my best. At the same time, I am beyond excited to see a motion like this brought forward as someone whose entire transportation in this city is either on foot or using public transit. This motion will make a tangible difference to my life and will see many positive changes for Vancouverites. I couldn't miss the opportunity to come forward today and join so many other people who are in support of this motion. I wanted to touch on 3 points in particular and how they would impact me on a personal level. Firstly, providing dedicated bus lanes will speed up the bus network along the 8 corridors. As a working person, my time is incredibly precious to me. Buses being stuck in traffic isn't just about time lost while waiting for the traffic to move. It's about having to get up earlier for work. It's about building in buffer time for meetings. And it's losing valuable time with the ones I love because I'm having to wait for an inefficient bus service. I cannot begin to tell you how much those minutes and hours add up. Secondly, these lanes will increase the frequency of the bus service. We get a lot of rain and wind in this city. I would ask the question, Council, and more broadly to the room, how many of you have stood in the pouring rain to wait for a bus which is stuck in traffic 5 blocks away with no bus shelter? That is my life for 3/4 of the year here in Vancouver, and let me tell you, it absolutely sucks. Finally, dedicated bus lanes encourage and help people to switch from private vehicles and use public transit. Like so many pedestrians in this city, I have lost track of the number of times that I've almost been hit by private vehicles when moving around the city. Just this past week, I had a large truck bump into me when I was crossing a major intersection within the city. These incidents are terrifying, traumatic, and directly impact my desire to spend more time on our commercial streets. Please, please commit to protecting people like me by supporting this motion. You have a chance today to dramatically improve the lives of many people throughout our great city. This is a legacy piece of everyone here on council. Your electorate will thank you and be forever grateful. Please, please vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from speaker number 31, Bruce Dawson.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Dawson. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am in favor of this motion to expand Vancouver's network of bus lanes, and I urge the City Council to implement these changes as quickly as possible. It's simply not possible for everybody in Vancouver to get around the city in cars. It's physically and geometrically impossible for everyone to drive. And keeping people moving around Vancouver requires getting as many people as possible to use public transit. The more people you use public transit, the faster people can move around, and the better a city Vancouver will be. And right now, the lack of enough dedicated bus lanes means that buses are frequently stuck in traffic. This encourages people to drive cars, which makes the city worse for absolutely everybody, transit users and drivers alike. There's no winners there. I really hope that this proposal passes, and ideally, I'd love to see dedicated bus lanes being implemented faster than 2 per year. Congestion is happening now, and putting some paint down and turning some existing lanes into dedicated bus lanes is the fastest way to deal with this existing problem. But also note that dedicated bus lanes only work if they are respected by drivers, and, spoiler alert, they are not. So I also strongly urge the City Council to increase enforcement of the existing and proposed dedicated lanes so that buses can run smoothly and cheaters are no longer rewarded. Automated enforcement and ticket issuing cameras on buses would ensure that drivers learn to respect these special purpose lanes. Again, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I urge City Council to vote in favor of this very important measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have speaker number 32, Prabhi Deol.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for calling in. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhi Deol. I am speaking today on behalf of South Vancouver Neighborhood House as a community navigator for the Reframing South Vancouver initiative, as well as a resident of Vancouver living in the Fairview neighborhood. SVNH is in support of this motion because it brings attention to the pressing transportation needs in our catchment. For anyone who doesn't know, who's listening in, South Vancouver is from 41st Avenue to Marine Drive, or like down to the Fraser River, Main Street to Boundary Road, and has a population of around 102,000 residents. Yet both academic research and community stories have shown that our catchment is significantly underserved in terms of social infrastructure, in particular transportation. When Dennis Agar first started his grassroots nonprofit movement, he reached out to SVNH, to our team, and we provided him with a room to hold his first community meeting to raise public consciousness on the collective power transit riders have to affect change for their communities and to reimagine the 49 bus lane. To see the growth movement has had since that first meeting in November 2023 to today is very inspiring, and we are very proud of Dennis. Many of the dedicated bus lanes brought forth in this motion will have direct positive impacts on South Vancouver residents, such as the buses that run on 49th Avenue and Marine Drive. I also really appreciate Councillor Boyle mentioning South Vancouver in this motion, that transit delays do not impact everyone equally, that 24% of households in Vancouver have no car access at all, that this number is much higher among those with lower income, recent immigrants, and certain visible minority groups, and that South Vancouver is one of the most diverse parts of the region and is one of the most reliant on public transit. This is all true. South Vancouver is all of that. Our residents are 80% racialized, 56% identify as immigrants. We have the highest population with a non-English first language, higher average household size than the city average, lower median personal income, 1/5 of Vancouver's child and youth population live in South Vancouver, and 18% of Vancouver's seniors live in South Vancouver, with 15% of those seniors being low income. According to the SVNH Equity Report, conducted by Simon Fraser University's Urban and Health Studies, there have been huge gaps in the provision and equitable distribution of resources, which puts South Vancouver residents at a disadvantage as compared to the rest of Vancouver. Social and physical infrastructure is identified as one of the major inequities in our catchment. This includes mobility systems, where transit scores in South Vancouver neighborhoods are lower in comparison to transit scores across the city. Research shows that South Vancouver neighborhoods are less walkable than other parts of the city and have less transit accessibility despite the high demand. As well, services located for a lot of our residents, typically they have to go outside of the catchment in order to access services, and folks typically have to take 2 buses to get anywhere for appointments, for school, for anything. Our team has engaged over 2,000 residents since 2021, and during our outreach, numerous residents have named transportation as a huge barrier to community engagement, employment, accessing healthcare, and services. It is also mentioned in our motion that we passed in June 2023 titled Addressing Ongoing Inequities by Improving Social Infrastructure and Access to Services Across South Vancouver neighborhoods, that Council would direct staff to bring any further recommendations to Council in future operating and capital budgets to address the historic under-resourcing of neighborhoods across South Vancouver and Marpole, including consideration of opportunities for improved public transit, traffic calming, and safe pedestrian and active transportation infrastructure, including potential infrastructure improvements to facilitate increased transit service along the 49th Avenue corridor. This motion brought forward today by Councillor Boyle does exactly that. Please increase the efficacy of the 49 bus lane by creating a designated bus lane. Thank you for the opportunity to share the feedback and requests from the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Speaker number 33, Julian Mentasti Meza.
Speaker 33 is not on the line.
Speaker number 34, Rhiannon Fox.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of this motion. I want to start by expressing my gratitude for the motion passed by this council last fall to address bus speed and reliability along 4 major bus routes. Those improvements are badly needed, and that motion was a great start. That vote, however, does not make this motion redundant. This motion adds 5 additional bus corridors. It's also time-bound to ensure that improvements happen in a reasonable time frame and don't get stuck in limbo for years. And importantly, it asks for automated enforcement. Automated enforcement measures have been hugely successful around the world, and there's no reason they can't be implemented here. I want to touch specifically on a few of the impacts this motion will have on safety and public health. First of all, bus lanes reduce crashes. One study found that bus lanes reduced fatal and serious crashes by up to 30% and reduced all crashes by 14%. Transit travel has a passenger fatality rate 20 times less than that of car travel, and fatalities for all road users decline significantly as ridership increases. Metrovan sees 100 traffic fatalities every year on average. This month, we've seen 1 every day. These safety improvements are significant and would mean real lives saved. Second, bus lanes reduce air pollution and its associated health impacts. Each year, Canada sees over 14,000 deaths associated with outdoor air pollution, and in cities, most of those impacts are attributed to traffic-related air pollution. Studies around the world have shown that implementing bus lanes and priority measures significantly reduce air pollution. Third, bus lanes improve public health by reducing commute times. Long commutes have been linked to higher rates of obesity, stress, and depression, and even shortened lifespans. The data is overwhelming that bus lanes reduce travel times and consequently reduce and improve health and quality of life. Fourth, bus lanes move us closer to social equity. IBPOCs, recent immigrants, youth, people with disabilities, and low-income people are all more likely to use public transit. They're also more likely to be the victims of traffic crashes and to suffer the effects of air pollution. Ensuring faster trips for these groups will make Vancouver more equitable and accessible. I'll end with a personal appeal. I have 2 kids who are just reaching the age where we're starting to let them ride the bus on their own. Our family values public transportation, and we want our kids to develop the habit of taking it, in part because it gives them independence and freedom of movement far earlier than if they had to wait until they were old enough to drive. But when they're late for school because the bus is stuck in traffic, or they get passed up by the bus on the way home, or they get separated from each other because of overcrowding, or they have to wait at the bus stop for half an hour mere feet from speeding vehicle traffic in the curb lane, speeding traffic that they would be buffered from if there were a dedicated bus lane, those negative experiences are formative. If this city is serious about mode shift, which we need to be given increasing population and the realities of urban geometry, we need to make sure transit isn't frustrating, uncomfortable, and unreliable, and prioritize its movement. We need more bus lanes, and we need them now. I urge you to pass this motion without additional study or amendment. We know they work. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to speaker number 35, William Dawson.
Hello. Thanks for having me today. Thank you, Council. I don't have much in the way of prepared remarks today because I am, as you can see, I'm a student at UBC. I am pretty busy, and people like me who are busy students depend very much on buses. Well over half of all trips to UBC are done on buses, and on some routes, well over half of all people period travel on it, like on Broadway, and up to 30% or more on routes like 49th Avenue or 41st Avenue. That is why I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. In my personal experience, I have been late to midterms because the bus did not show up on time. In order to be able to make it schedule around public transit in a way that is economical and efficient, it has to be a reliable option, it has to be a fast option. Dedicated bus lanes are one of the most surefire guaranteed ways to make this happen. By adding these bus lanes to make them all day, so not available just at peak hours, and have to make them enforced so that they are respected, people like me and people who also don't need to drive or can't drive can have a reliable way to reach the majority of the city. Vancouver is a leader in many ways in public transportation on this continent, and I would like for it to remain so. By implementing these motions to add buses on these very desperately overcrowded routes, I think that the city can make this an even better experience and provide reliable transportation for hundreds of thousands, if not more, of our residents. In doing so, it would also help save money in the long run. A short bit of capital investment can return massive operational benefits due to the reduced necessity of adding more buses to run the same route in the same amount of time, and saving on service hours. You can do more at the same amount of time. I also have an irregular shift job. It works downtown late at night, so I have to commute outside of peak hours. And the R4 that I take is often severely overcrowded, always congested, and desperately needs all-day bus lanes across the entire length of the road. So I approve of this motion going even further beyond in terms of both enforcement and in adding this capacity for all-day bus lanes specifically, not just peak-only lanes. In the future, I would like this motion to extend the entire network if possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to lend your voice to this issue. Next, we have speaker number 36, Bobo Ayrish.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead when
Hello?
you're ready.
Hi, yes, thank you, Council, and Council Bly for the introduction. My name is Bobo Irick. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm a strong supporter of this bus lane motion, and I think you should be too. cities are always shaped by our transportation options, and cities, in effect, have been successful by allowing people to make connections with each other, and that's been the basis not just for sort of interpersonal relationships, but also business and business relationships, creative opportunities, economic opportunities, and the experiences that other people other people provide that make cities great places to live. A city's transportation network is key to that because it defines the boundaries of where people can actually get to. Like many cities, Vancouver pivoted to a car-centered transportation mode in the mid-1900s, and that only got us so far. As the region and the city continued to grow, we continued to add more and more people with more and more cars, and that added congestion as people were living further away to try and find sort of the space for them. The construction of new roads typically has a one-to-one relationship with vehicle kilometers driven, which doesn't actually ease congestion. Expanding more roads means more people can drive, but it doesn't make for better streetscapes and definitely does not make for faster commutes. So what we really need is to find ways of making our space more efficient because we can't really build any more roads in Vancouver. We've been building up the SkyTrain system to slowly, in my view, to provide fast and frequent service. The SkyTrain is highly used because it is fast, it is frequent, and it's reliable. The buses in Vancouver are not. SkyTrain riders often arrive faster than their drivers, and so it's a popular way for people to get around. Buses never do because buses are stuck in car traffic in addition to having to make more stops. When the buses are stuck in traffic, they're less predictable for more riders, which requires additional buses in order to meet the scheduling demands, and that adds to the cost. And TransLink at the moment is trying to find ways to reduce costs. I'm lucky enough to be able to ride my bike for 95% of my trips, and I choose to avoid buses pretty often because biking is faster. The bus connections are unpredictable and the bus speeds are slow. It takes me less time to run my 13-kilometer commute than it does to take the bus, take the SkyTrain, and then take the bus. So I choose the fastest option. And Vancouver's transportation system penalizes people who choose to or must take the bus despite their transportation choice benefiting everyone else. The SkyTrain has much higher carrying capacity and speed than other systems, but bus lanes like what has been what's been proposed in this motion, as well as the one from last year, are excellent options for routes that don't have that level of need or demand yet, and they require a lot less money to actually build as opposed to constructing a SkyTrain everywhere. So I really do urge
Bobo, I'm going to have to stop you there because you're over your
I'm all done.
3-minute time.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for calling in. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Speaker number 37, Skylar Olson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me in. I'm strongly in support of the motion. I'm a resident of Burnaby, but take the R5 into Vancouver pretty much every workday. And just right now, the experience of doing that is not great. I'll get on the bus. The first 5 kilometers of the ride they're in pretty good bus lanes. That all goes usually quite smoothly. Then somewhere a few blocks from Main Street, when it ends, just construction vehicles, parked cars, queued taxis, just constantly blocking that lane. The last 2 kilometers, I timed it today coming in. I think it was about 10 minutes to do the first 5, and then the last 2 kilometers took just under 20. So that's the kind of difference that the bus lanes could make. That could give the people on that bus like 10, 15 minutes of their life back, just getting into work earlier, getting where they're going earlier. And then returning home, it's kind of a similar thing where the buses are just so backed up, so congested that they just are not even appearing sometimes. Like I arrived at I'm like coming back from Waterfront. There was a bus scheduled to leave when I arrived. It never appeared. There was a bus scheduled to leave 5 minutes after I arrived. It never appeared. There was one scheduled to arrive 10 minutes after I got there, and it was a few minutes late, but it did eventually get there. But once again, so much time that everybody waiting on this could get back, because these are full buses. These are dozens and dozens of people every busload going, and I think this would be a great thing to pass. Just fantasize about seeing bus lanes every time that I'm stuck in traffic going downtown. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have speaker number 38, Paul Beasla.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Paul Beasla. I live on Musqueam land in the area of Sunset. I want to say I support this motion, and it complements Councillor Kirby Young's motion from a few months earlier. I just wanted to provide perspective as someone that works for transit and who drove bus for 11 years, and I currently train new folks in different parts of the Lower Mainland. So I have an understanding of the challenges that bus drivers have faced, which obviously are faced also by transit users. When it comes to things like bus efficiency, and reliability of buses being, quote, on time, I would say that bus lanes are a definitely wanted feature and a need that would help buses get from point A to point B in a more efficient manner. There are also other challenges that we face that perhaps I could mention here that could be taken up for consideration towards this motion. There's no secret that our city, particularly the city of Vancouver, is undergoing constant infrastructure upgrades. And with that, roads are constantly being ripped up, particularly on 49th Avenue. So my concern is that whether or not we get bus lanes approved, the constant infrastructure upgrades will actually continually lead to congestion on roads. So there has to be, I would say, a proposed solution to that would be better collaboration and communication with TransLink and all municipalities so that there's better coordination to allow, regardless of whether there are bus lanes, to allow smoother and more efficient transition and priority for buses on those routes where there is already construction happening. I think that would be a key place to start. I would caution, as much as I am for bus lanes, I would caution us to move in a way, at a pace that allows residents to adapt and change accordingly. The worst thing we could do is do this so quickly that folks that maybe rely on personal vehicles because of disabilities or other reasons aren't taken into consideration. Their needs are not taken into consideration, and we forget about those folks. So that's something I just wanted to caution us all on, is that when we're making these changes, to be considerate of those folks. There are other solutions that the City of Vancouver particularly could support transit with, things like layover bays. Layover bays allow buses that are perhaps behind schedule to catch up being on schedule to provide more reliable service. An example of that would be the bus number 20, which goes up and down Victoria and has a layover bay on Richards and Robson. Those are some ideas we could implement for buses that travel from the east to the west of the city and require what we call recovery or layover time. Having routes, cutting routes in half, that's a better way to say it, such as the number 2, which initially went from the west side of Vancouver to the east side of Vancouver, was constantly behind schedule. And they cut it in half so that we could allow for those different routes for the east side and the west side to have that recovery time downtown so they, again, could be more reliable. These are just some suggestions that I'm providing you for consideration. I support this motion, and I feel there are more things we could do as residents, as a city. And I just want to remind everyone that there is a Mayor's Council Regional Transportation that can also make sure that these changes and revisions are made across municipalities rather than just
Okay,
City of
Paul, I'm
Vancouver.
going to have to pause
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, I was trying to allow you the time to wrap
Yeah,
up there.
absolutely.
Okay, good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in. Speaker number 40, Chris Ing.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion, and I'd also like to thank Dennis for bringing it to my attention. As a Langara student, I see that buses are delayed and overcrowded every single day. And often they are so overcrowded and so delayed, rather, that there will be no buses for the larger part of half an hour. After a whole platoon of them arrives, there will still be people left at the bus stops. Indeed, just last week, when I took the 4:30, it took over an hour, and it was so crowded that a man with a suitcase had to fight for space with a mother in a baby stroller. As you may know, your colleagues at TransLink is due to suffer from a $600 million shortfall, and they are also short of buses and bus drivers. As one councillor explained this morning, faster buses will solve overcrowding because every bus that's stuck in traffic is a bus that isn't moving Vancouverites. And you could solve all of this with a strip of paint. Today, you are presented with a choice to get Vancouver moving again. Do not disappoint. Thank you, and please vote in favor.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. We are now moving to speaker number 41, Aisha Irfan. Hello, in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon, City Councillors. My name is Aisha Irfan. I'm the VP External at the Alma Mater Society, or more commonly known as the AMS, which is the student union at UBC. We represent one of the highest cohort of transit users in the region, 61,000 post-secondary students. UBC's latest 2023 transportation status report indicates that nearly 80,000 trips a day are made to and from campus by bus. The majority of these trips are made by students. To put it simply, we are in favor of this motion because it is a student-first motion. Some of the proposed enhancements to routes serving UBC include 4th Avenue, Broadway, King Edward, and 49th Ave. These routes experienced some of the highest congestion and delays in the region. These delays lead to significantly longer and inconsistent service and travel times. I can speak from firsthand experience of commuting from downtown, which is not that far compared to Surrey, Burnaby, or Richmond, where most of our students commute from. I have been late to class or have missed an exam. I wish it was, but it is not a unique experience for UBC students. While we believe that the SkyTrain extension to UBC is the only viable long-term solution for serving travel demand to and from campus, we are well aware that it will take many years to deliver, especially now that the Broadway subway project is being pushed at being 3 years away. In the meantime, improvements to bus speed and reliability along these priority corridors would go a long way in improving the transit commuter experience for thousands of UBC students traveling to and from campus every single day. The cumulative effects of these improvements could mean shaving several minutes of the average transit commute to campus. And who isn't a fan of saving time? And who isn't a fan of saving time? I can tell you tired students certainly are. It would also mean consistent travel times and a higher frequency of service, which increases capacity and can significantly reduce overcrowding on buses. Today, City Council is presented with a motion that can create positive impacts on our transit services in as low as weeks to months for not only students, but the broader community as well. The AMS is in full support of this motion, and we believe that the leadership here at the City of Vancouver cares about students just as much as we do, and will support the motion to improve and profoundly impact the transit experience for UBC students on campus. I look forward to going back to campus today and telling students that your City Council today made a decision that favors them. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you vote yes to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here in person to speak. We are now going to hear from speaker number 42, David McGowan. Thank you. Great.
Yeah. So I am David McGowan, and I'm strongly in favor of this motion. Although I currently live in Steveston, I've been a Vancouver resident for most of my life, and as a bus driver who regularly drives the 49th Avenue bus, I spend a lot of time in Vancouver still. It's always very frustrating for me to have a bus jammed full of passengers, students trying to get to school, commuters trying to get to their work, and I can't get them where they want to go in a timely manner because I'm stuck behind a line of single occupant vehicles. Just on the stretch from Maine to Cambie alone, close to 1,000 bus riders every hour during the morning rush are held up for the sake of a few randomly parked cars. For most of last year, there was an old Corvette parked on 49th at Ontario, just between the street and the alley. It's supposed to be resident parking, but when I noticed the leaves start to pile up under the car, I stopped to take a picture one day with the intent of forwarding it to the city, and I saw the homeowner there. And he said that car belonged to none of his tenants. He'd already called the city, but he would call in it again, which I assume he did because shortly after that, the car was gone. But others still or quickly took its place. Many of them were Evos. They show up in the morning when class is getting in, and then they leave after class is over. So clearly they're not residents. But that combined with cars turning left onto Ontario to access the Langara staff parking lot effectively plugs up the street and the buses are stuck. That situation repeats itself all along 49th in Manitoba and Alberta, even back at Fraser Street. The stop at Fraser Street can fill up a bus just by itself. There's always so many people waiting there, and that's what we say we want. We say we want people to take transit, and they're trying. But in the meantime, I'm stuck the other side of the light through several cycles for the sake of a couple of cars parked in front of the Legion. And removing just those few strategic parking spots would make a huge difference. And that's what I would urge council to do. In little more than a month, the annual crush of students and commuters are going to show how much these lanes are needed. I know they can't be done by September, but in the meantime, I think it was Dennis Agar who said, you know, you can go along and just change the signs a little bit, and sometimes just taking one car out of the way can make a huge difference. So I would urge council to act now, not to wait whenever possible. I'd just like to add two more things. One of the earlier speakers said something about they'd hate to see a healthcare worker stuck on a bus. And that, in fact, happened recently. There was an accident in the tunnel. I realize it's not Vancouver, but it's the same principle. And of course, all the cheaters quickly switch over into the bus lane. And I noticed one of my passengers on the phone, and we got to the terminus, and she said, I'm going to go back with you. They canceled somebody's operation. Too many of us lived behind the other side of the tunnel, and here's some guy ready to get operated on. They canceled. Time? Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service as well, getting folks around our city. Next, we have speaker number 43, Paolo Succi.
Hello.
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Council, for taking the time today. I fully support this motion. So many speakers have already made great points about the incredible value unlocked by bus lanes, so I'll just share my personal experience. I'm fortunate to live within distance to both the Expo and Canada lines, and as somebody without a personal vehicle, this provides me convenient access to many areas in the city. Of course, there are large portions of the city that are not serviced by SkyTrain, so my options in these cases are either to take a connecting bus or drive/Uber. Regrettably, I've lost faith in our busiest and most useful bus lines. Taking 99 Kingsway or 49th Avenue buses often have longer wait times, are congested, and bunch up so often that I simply say forget it and opt to drive instead. I'd implore council to consider this transportation load shift because surely I'm not the only person making this decision. My Evo or Uber on the road means another car competing with drivers, which only increases traffic congestion. It means increasing the taxpayer burden to maintain our roads. And of course, it means more unnecessary greenhouse gases. Ultimately, for me, it means less time spent in many of the neighborhoods in the city worth visiting. It's worth remembering how, for areas like Point Grey, Kerrisdale, Kingsway, and Broadway, more reliable transit service translates to more dollars for local businesses and more community participation from across the city. I'll end with saying that this also needs to be paired with enforcement. Take a look at any bus lane in Vancouver during rush hour to see how drivers weaken these lanes and without enforced consequences. In the self-proclaimed greenest city, a single driver should never take precedence over 50-plus people on public transit. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
And thank you very much for taking the time to call in. And we're now going to hear from our last registered speaker before we go back through the list again. Speaker number 44, Brian Davey.
We get to others to discuss the sections of this proposal that most affect their areas, as I'm sure they know more about their own neighborhoods than I do. So today I'll simply focus on my neighborhood and specifically how adding a new all-day dedicated bus lane, along Cordova to Powell and beyond could be very problematic, although it's still unclear to Gastown residents exactly what the details of this proposal actually are. Cordova Street is the most densely populated area of Gastown, and the lane on the south side is currently used for bus stops, handicap parking, pickup and deliveries by Canada Post, Amazon, Uber, armored vehicles, the VPD, et cetera, This lane helps deliver goods and services to literally thousands of local residents 24 hours a day. The street parking on Cordova has been greatly reduced in recent years, and the parking on Water Street is presently non-existent due to the ongoing Water Street pedestrian zone pilot, and so street parking in Gastown is already at a premium. Dedicating an all-day bike lane or bus lane would make these many uses currently serving the local residents more difficult, if not impossible. The westbound number 50 bus, which until earlier this year ran along Powell and Water Street through Gastown, was discontinued to make way for the pedestrian zone pilot, which would certainly indicate that this route was not overcrowded or a priority route as described in this motion. There is already an existing priority bus route lane on Hastings Street running parallel to Cordova Street and just 1 block away. The discussion as to whether Water Street will remain closed to vehicles in the future, and if so, under what circumstance, is still ongoing. For the decade I've lived on Cordova Street, it's always been bottlenecked down to a single lane, including no street parking, in numerous places to accommodate major construction zones and other things. These construction zones will be ongoing for the foreseeable future as the former Army and Navy site and others are soon to be developed. And so changing Cordova into a two-way street could create extreme congestion. The idea of changing these traffic patterns has not been clearly thought through, and to my knowledge has never been modeled using real-life conditions, including poor weather, lane blockages for construction, and the omnipresent emergency services responding to the countless SOR fires or overdoses along this route. This motion in part proposes where the new proposed bus lane would run through commercial areas. City staff would work with TransLink and local BIAs to address concerns, end quote. Never did this motion mention city staff meeting with those most affected, namely local resident associations.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you are over your 3 minutes. So unfortunately, we'll have to leave it there unless you have just a quick sentence to wrap up.
My quick sentence is that this section of the proposal needs more discussion, and the Gastown Residents Association is happy to be at that table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of the list. We're going to go through and call the speakers who were not available at the time they were called. So we'll do that starting with speaker 13, Michelle Scar.
Hello?
Hi there, we can hear you. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm really excited to call in support of bus lanes today, and I'd love to talk your ear off about all the various benefits, but I'm pretty sure you've already heard every single possible argument in support of them from experts, advocates, residents, and workers. The benefits are well known, and TransLink has done a ton of homework on this. Council, it is up to you to reallocate this road space. This is your jurisdiction. Do not go begging to the province or federal government for more funds for transit unless you are willing to do your part in speeding up transit service. Please do not add any amendments that might weaken or punt this motion to become next council's problem. In all honesty, I am really worried about the climate right now, and there is little else I can think about. Earth just had its hottest day ever on Sunday, and this was followed by yet another hottest day ever on Monday. The planet is heating up, and that heating is accelerating, and we need action now. I am just one person, and as much as I personally try to take the bus or ride my bike, the majority of people who value their time and can afford to do so will choose a personal vehicle over a bus due to buses being stuck in the same traffic as cars. This motion could level the playing field for buses, and this could be absolutely revolutionary and improve quality of life for the entire region. And I just want to say I was really moved by that earlier story about an operation being canceled due to a bus being late. And I imagine there's many more stories like that. Please approve this motion, and I will be forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. We now have, so speaker number 25, I believe, Kang Dang.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm here.
If you could just clarify, are you a resident of the city or not?
I'm not.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for calling in. Please go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Kang, and I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in support of this motion regarding bus lanes. I'd like to start off by saying that I really appreciate Councillor Boyle highlighting in her motion that we don't just need bus lanes, but we also need enforcement to go along with them, preferably automated, camera-based enforcement. So many cities around the world have already implemented this and seen great success. Take the MTA in New York, for example, which saw improvements in bus speeds of up to 31% after installing cameras on their buses. After all, bus lanes only work if drivers stay out of them, and our current levels of enforcement are not nearly enough for the amount of bus lane infractions I see every day. Of course, the main star of the show here is the bus lanes themselves, which would significantly improve transit service across the city for Vancouverites and for myself as well. And I'd like to share my personal experiences on this topic. I'm a post-secondary student at BCIT who currently relies on transit for commuting to and from school. The last leg of my journey has me traveling in the bus lanes down Willingdon Avenue, which greatly decreases the time it takes to get there from the SkyTrain, especially as the area is known for being congested with Highway 1 traffic. However, I also own a car. I mainly use it for work, but I've also tried driving to school. And let me tell you, sitting in stop-and-go traffic absolutely sucks. And that's a pretty common sentiment shared by a lot of drivers. So much so that when I found out that commuting via transit would actually take the same or even less amount of time than driving in rush hour, I decided that taking the bus was a much better option for me. And the only reason why my transit time is comparable to driving is because of those bus lanes. To put it simply, without bus lanes, I would be getting in my car every morning and afternoon and adding to your rush hour traffic. Because bus lanes don't just help transit users, they also benefit drivers by making transit a more attractive option and getting more cars off the road. As said in the motion, transit being slow is one of the main reasons why people will choose to drive instead. So, councillors, right now, you can either vote to implement this cheap, easy, and effective solution to our overcrowded transit system, or on the other hand, you can tell me and thousands of other Vancouverites to get in a car and drive because the bus takes 3 times as long trudging along behind a bunch of single occupancy vehicles. We currently live in the region rated as having the second worst traffic congestion in all of North America. I think it's pretty clear what the right choice is, and that is building more bus lanes for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. And we are now going to go to speaker number 27, Mac Fitzgerald.
Not on the line.
Okay, thank you. And speaker number 29, Hakon Coyote.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 33, Julia Tasty Mesa.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Hey, y'all. I'm a resident in Vancouver, and I'm calling in support for having bus lanes throughout Vancouver. As everybody mentioned today, bus lanes are incredibly effective, cheap, and quick to implement. And having all-day bus lanes would make the city really feel smaller, and only that, but way more accessible. Not just the certain lanes that are that we have the SkyTrain on. And knowing that, these should be all day because we shouldn't have bus lanes for just those that are commuting to or from work, but really people should use this for recreation or getting to their, whatever they need to do after work. Council has the option to essentially build a time machine that shortens people's commutes, and it's also excellent at increasing economic activity. These lanes are also great for emergency vehicles. They're great at reducing bunching. I think everybody here knows the feeling of waiting, 30 to 40 minutes in a day where you're in a rush, waiting for ghost buses that never come, and eventually 2 or 3 buses come all together. For the matter, on that theme, I'd like to echo having automatic enforcement. These lanes need to remain effective, and cops have better things to do than just, watch a road if they're going to watch it at all. And I'm very excited at the idea of, riding a bus on one of these new dedicated bus lanes and exploring new areas of the city. I live in Crosstown, and there's not a lot of, easy buses for me to reach, the east side of the city. So, for example, having a new dedicated bus lane in Cordova, 2 blocks from where I live, would be excellent. So overall, I'm in great support of this motion, and I hope it passes. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, and thank you very much for calling in. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. Just like to say thank you to all speakers who took the time to come into council, to committee to reflect their views on this motion. We're now going to move to discussion. So looking for anybody who would like to jump on the queue, and you can go ahead. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle.
Great. I got to say a few things in introduction, but I could talk about my enthusiasm for bus lanes for hours, so I'll use a couple more minutes. One of the great things about bus lanes is that they are a tool we have in our jurisdiction. I know many of us wish that we could wave a wand and improve public transit for residents in a whole lot of ways, but we don't directly fund public transit. We don't direct the schedules and resource allocations. We do make land use decisions, and bus lanes are a key land use decision that we can make in how we allocate our limited road space to move the most number of people more quickly, more efficiently, more reliably. We know that TransLink is facing operating funding challenges right now, that they don't have more buses to be putting on the road. And at the current state, more buses would be stuck in traffic as well. Bus lanes are something we can do that is squarely within our jurisdiction. And in fact, the return on investment, the benefits are so large that TransLink has funding available to support us doing that. And we're already accessing a good amount of that funding, and we can do even more, and it will make even more of a difference. I also just want to point out that bus lanes are good for emergency responders too. It is so frustrating. I know regardless of our mode of transport, I'm sure many of us have witnessed watching an ambulance or a fire truck stuck in traffic and there's no space for cars to pull over. Bus lanes create space where emergency vehicles can move quickly to get to the call they need to get to. One of the speakers, Gustavo, spoke about housing. A number of speakers spoke about housing in particular. We are adding badly needed housing in neighborhoods across the city. I know that is a commitment shared among council. And as we heard from speakers, we need to think about, as we welcome more people, how are we moving them efficiently around the city? We're not building new roads. So we need to use our road space more efficiently, and bus lanes are a great way to do that. I also want to lift up again the automated enforcement piece, and it was great to hear from a couple bus drivers. Thank you for that. I was out riding the 49 with Vision Zero volunteers last week, and there talked to a couple bus drivers as well, whose frustration at the delays that are caused when a car is kind of rat running through the bus lane illegally or parked illegally in the bus lane, often kind of with blinkers on, like they're just there for a moment, but those are delays that impact thousands of riders. And the rules should apply for all of us for a smoothly run system. So automated enforcement is a great opportunity that works in so many places and could help expand the impact of these types of changes. I think also just want to say a huge thank you to the hundreds of people who wrote into council with personal emails and stories about the route that you take and the delays that you experience and the difference that this would make in your lives. And a thank you to Vision Zero and Movement, who have both been organizations with a ton of energetic volunteers doing great work. And I would encourage folks to look them up and get involved there as well, if you're not already. And I have a couple more things to say that I'll save for the end. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks to all the speakers that came out. I love the passion on this. And I would just say I don't need to repeat a lot of what's been said, but I would say very simply that this council crew has already boarded this bus. It was pretty clear and pretty evident, and we're heading in the same direction from the previous motion. I do, at the risk of striking fear in people's hearts, I do have an amendment, but I think it's a positive one. So if we want to move us to an amendment queue and I can speak to it. Thanks. There we go. All right. I'm going to provide a bit of context here. And I think for me, it was great to hear all the stories of people that came out. It's clear people are very passionate about something when it impacts your daily life, literally your ability to get to your job or earn a living, be on time for your midterm. For anybody that's written the midterms and walked, especially at UBC, and you have to hike across campus, and then you have to walk down the stairs into the chair, and you have a finite amount of minutes to answer X number of questions. I think everybody's been in that situation, so we appreciated the stories, and they resonated. I have heard, in addition to really awesome advocacy here, perhaps a misunderstanding from some people about what council is already doing, and I think it's helpful to kind of level set and provide an update on that. Council, we're fortunate that we got an update on the action plan. And it is pretty great to look at because you see everything here on 5, not 4 or 5 routes that are scheduled to be completed in 2 years. So I wanted to provide some context around that. So there's some housekeeping components in this that identifies the 5 priority routes that are already happening and the timeline and the fact that now that we have gone through that work, council's committing to them. I want to talk about sort of rapid speed. The last motion was October 4th. We went to Mayor's Council. We got TransLink funding of $11 million. Staff have inputted it. We have a plan, and we're going to have 5 of these improvements done in 2 years. So that's pretty significant. So that's part of the motion. And what it does is try to just do a bit of housekeeping here and delineate between the 5 that are underway and clearly show the other ones that are coming forward, because I thought that could have been clearer. I also think there's a couple of other pieces of work that are important to bring together here. One is, if you can see here on F, with Broadway, as we heard from our staff on the really informative transportation annual update this morning, is that there's work underway to complete a great street, and they're already looking at the bus component, but we have to be thoughtful around how we do that with the other work. So that's the part of the job of council, is to bring some of those pieces together. Because there's an entire reconfiguration happening of that street. So I think we need to just acknowledge that work. So it's sort of what can we do in the short term, but what also are we looking to do in the longer term with the street redesign? The other piece, specifically on the downtown to the Ironworkers Memorial Bridge that referenced Cordova, is that this council had given previous direction to engage with TransLink on the potential of changing Cordova to a 2-way street. And that was to not only support traffic flow in the area, but it was also towards enabling a longer term, a more pedestrian-friendly gas town. So again, I think we want to look at thoughtful planning here, where we're not looking at making bus changes that then later may not be done the way that we would if we were able to achieve a 2-way. So I think we want to have one integrated conversation there with our partners at TransLink. So that was another piece of it. There's a little bit of clarification around the timeline here. And then the one additional piece that is new, and I think that we heard would be a positive addition, and I'll read this language so everybody's clear, is that council directs staff to utilize the TransLink speed and reliability report in its medium-term public transit planning for Vancouver, which I think acknowledges and builds on that. So that's the spirit of the amendment. I'm going to let us deal with the amendment first, and then I will wait for later to make comments on this overall. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks.
We need a seconder. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Go ahead.
Just to say, I'm really happy to support this. I was really happy to support Councillor Kirby-Young's motion last fall on this. I know we share a nerdy passion for bus speed and reliability. I think there are some really great suggestions or amendments in here. I'm happy to see the support for changes along the whole corridor in line with TransLink's 2024 report. My memory is Councillor Kirby-Young's motion had a target of a 10% savings in travel time. I think all of these pieces fit really well together. So happy to support the amendment. And thanks for the work I know it takes to craft it and bring it forward.
Thanks very much. So we can move to a vote on the amendment. And that passes with none in opposition. And moving back to the main queue, Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor.
Great, thanks, Chair. I'll provide some comments on the overall motion, and I appreciate Councillor Boyle bringing it forward to highlight the additional work. I want to send a message very clearly to a very passionate community about transit, and fairly and understandably so, is bring the passion and the advocacy and focus on what it is you want to achieve in the content. You have allies in this council. You do not need to target council as with a presupposition that we're not going to be supportive. I would also say it also doesn't need to be a politicized conversation, potentially with maps about who voted where, et cetera. Our job in this chamber is to make good decisions for good reasons that make sense for the city. And so I would, and to be sort of clear about, let's celebrate what we have done, let's identify what remains to be accomplished, and let's move forward on that. That's what I'd like to see. It's a bit frustrating when I hear interviews, like I heard one on CBC about, well, we're going to try to move forward on 9 corridors. And people are like, oh, we haven't done any of that in Vancouver. And they're like, oh, well, we should do some. How come we're not doing any? And we're like, well, we've actually made some good progress in the short term with 5, but we can do even better and do another 4. So I'm just going to level set a little bit, I think, about how we can work together moving forward that I think would be productive and constructive and helpful, and channel all of that amazing passion and energy that I think that the community has. So that's my kind of suggestion, if I can put it that way, in terms of moving forward. But we are happy to support it. It is amazing what a cost-effective strategy this is in order to achieve and to bring it forward. The rationale, I think, in terms of the operational savings is very important for TransLink now. We are under an incredible financial pressure. It's amazing that the ridership is up, but we have one of the most broken constructs around funding models for transit, probably anywhere in North America. And that is really problematic as people get out of fossil fuel burning cars, which is great, but they go to EVs, so your gas tax declines, you want to get them out of cars altogether, et cetera, et cetera. And despite federal announcements, that's not a lot of money for transit. You know, sort of $3 billion a year or $30 billion, whatever the Fed's announced. You would need that just for Vancouver alone. So just to give versus a whole country, right? Just to give a bit of perspective here. So I think that these are some smart things that we can do. I will sort of also say one thing that was mentioned in the motion was around keeping all the savings in Vancouver. We jurisdictionally don't have the ability to do that. That's actually part of our argument in order to achieve funding. That's one of our leverage factors, is that we can be good regional partners and support the system and put money back into TransLink, be able to put it in the service by stepping up and being a good partner and looking at how we use our road space. So those are some of the comments that I have, but I'm happy to support it. Transit is badly needed for people. People need to get where they need to go. And if you can't write your midterm or somebody can't get to their job and open that small business, those impacts become pretty, or pick up their kid from daycare or whatever it is, those impacts become pretty real pretty fast. So I will leave it there, but I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. As a fairly regular user of transit and buses and many other modes of transportation, I'm really supportive of anything we can do within our powers here in the council chamber to speed up transit service and reliability. So I'd like to thank Councillor Kirby-Young for the original motion and Councillor Boyle for this latest update and also for the amendment that came forward today. And I'd also like to thank the speakers for their advocacy to improve transit service in Vancouver. I think it's something that everybody can get behind. TransLink in our region, as many of you know, has the 5th most boardings of any metropolitan area throughout Canada and the US, despite having the 24th largest population. So it's very clear that transit ridership in our region is much higher than many other major cities, and that's something to celebrate. I've been on several BRT systems around the world. I love to go to Latin America, so I've done that in Mexico City and Rio de Janeiro, and they are amazing. They do tend to run down the center of the street in both of those cities, and I know that that's something that TransLink is open to in the future, should space allow. But in the meantime, making changes to our bus lanes and adding new ones curbside are still extremely effective at speeding up transit service and encouraging people to get on transit, which is going to happen if it's faster and more convenient. I also really appreciate the inclusion of the automated bus lane enforcement request to the province, as I often witness drivers violating this rule, in particular on West Georgia Street downtown, although I know it happens elsewhere in the city as well. And to that, I saw a recent blitz by transit police on West Georgia, resulting in hundreds of tickets in just one morning. So I have no doubt that if we were to have automated enforcement in those bus lanes, it would be extremely effective and probably a big revenue generator for the province or the city. So very supportive of that piece as well. So I think this is a great moment for Vancouverites, particularly those who use transit to get around, as well as future transit riders, and will make a really big, tangible impact on people's daily lives. So I'm really happy to support it today.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, thank you to Councillor Boyle for bringing the motion forward, and also thank you to my colleague Councillor Kirby-Young for the amendments. I share the enthusiasm of many of the speakers and advocates. I was reflecting back. I've been riding public transit since I was probably about 14, and I was living in the suburbs. So there, you miss a bus and you have to wait an hour to get the next bus. And I still remember when there wasn't a SkyTrain as far as King George, and there wasn't a Broadway line, and there wasn't a Cambie line. And so I have been an active user of public transit for most of my life. I won't tell you how old I am right though. That being said, I want to speak to the notion of the dedicated bus lanes and the corridors. This is an important piece, and particularly the speed and reliability, because it does go hand in hand with behavior change. If we want to encourage people to get out of their vehicles and to use public transit to get to work, to enjoy their leisure activities, to go see their friends or family, transit needs to be rapid, it needs to be reliable, the connections need to be seamless to encourage that change. And so there is, I want to just emphasize that because we're not there yet. We are increasingly seeing more congestion across the region, not just in Vancouver, but across the region. It's affecting people's quality of life. And so I wanted to highlight that. I also wanted to reflect that as we talk about the importance of improving public transit here in Vancouver. We do need to be thinking about that regionally because we have underserved areas, again, back to wanting to have behavior change. If the service isn't available, then you're not going to use it. And so we need to work on that collectively as a region. And it does tie into housing. They also go hand in hand is as we densify, as we have more people come to the region, we need to be supporting and enabling public transit. So happy to support the motion. Pleased to see it come forward. Thanks to all of you who came, who stayed through the entire afternoon and called in. And I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to everybody who spoke, and thanks to Dennis for all the work that's gone into this, and obviously thanks to Councillor Boyle for the work. Transit's my jam. I love it. It's, I like to multimodal with the Mobi, going to the SkyTrain and the bus, and unless, of course, I'm riding pillion passenger on the back of Councillor Boyle's electric cargo bike, which is as hilarious as it sounds. But just to say that, it's funny, I was just correcting somebody who had sent me an email on this subject matter around transit and their perception that the Kootenay Loop is just sort of really goes nowhere and it's just a place where buses turn around. And I was like, wow, well, obviously you haven't been at the Kootenay Loop lately because it's kind of the connection to Phibbs Exchange or Metrotown or SFU or downtown. It's, it's a real transit center. And it strikes me that maybe a lot of people haven't ridden transit lately. I know I hadn't, obviously, over COVID. And man, the numbers have exploded. Like, if folks who are listening haven't ridden transit lately, you'd be shocked. Buses are packed, SkyTrains are packed. The transit has come back in a big way. And clearly there's a demonstrable need. And, the only thing worse than getting passed up by a bus or, being stuck in traffic on a bus is being stuck in a really crowded bus. And I think recognizing that people are using transit, people want to get around using transit, people want to have lower carbon, more efficient solutions, and let's make it happen and let's make it even more efficient. So I think this is a great motion. I think Councillor Kirby-Yung delivered a great amendment that I think this is a real alignment that's great to see and a great way to kick off the summer. So thank you all. Happy to support this.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. Or Councillor Fry. Over to Councillor Zhou.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I'll be quick. So also, same as my colleague, thank you for all the speakers for your passion and advocacy for transit for these many years. And also, I want to appreciate the meeting we had last week with Vision Zero and the movement team. So I think it's a really good information session to hear your idea about this upcoming motion. And also thanks Councillor Boyle for bringing this motion. It's a very reasonable motion, well thought out. And also thanks Councillor Kirby-Yung for the amendment. It will strengthen this motion, make this motion even better. So, I think we are all passionate about transit, especially, as the population grows, as my son growing up. So I really hope that he can take more transit rather than driving. I just want to say that, I said the same thing as our pedestrian safety motion. I think it's the starting point for our collaboration. So this motion will be another collaboration. I think our collaboration will be just even more in the future. So just less judgment, but more communication. We'll bring more reasonable motion to council like this, and we'll bring the real solutions to the transit issue. And also, I want I think we had some discussion with some community group regarding a regional transit or railway system. So I really want to encourage our staff and also the different municipality to think about that. How can we collaborate as a region to have some regional railway system that would, really a big benefit to the residents across the region. So I'll leave that there. So, let's celebrate the success of transit today. So I think more good stuff will be coming. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah. I'll just echo thanks. Thanks, Councillor Boyle, for the good work on this and the outreach. We did get a lot of emails. So thanks to everybody who wrote in emails, and thanks to all the speakers. Very articulate. Like almost everybody on the list came, which is like not very usual. So it was, I think, a real show of dedication to the issue. So thanks for that. Lifelong transit user, times I have to use car, I do now use car more than I have in my lifetime. And if you've used a car recently, it is horrible on Vancouver streets. And just to pinpoint that, I was with my family attending a family event in Burnaby, and we were stuck because of the traffic that was diverted to the Second Narrows Bridge from the Lionsgate Bridge. And we took 3 hours in the car to go 10 blocks. It was unbelievable. So time to get those lanes, dedicated lanes, throughout the city, every major route. So appreciate it greatly.
Great, thank you very much. And Councillor Boyle, closing on your motion.
Thanks. And again, just want to say thank you for the huge amount of support and to encourage people to stay involved. This is great work. It's ambitious work, and I'm glad to see us all being so ambitious. It will be important that we implement it. And so great to hear from so many people, and I hope that you stay in touch and stay on top of this and make sure that we are following through so we can make all of these changes that we have all agreed will make such a big difference for our city. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the speakers list, so we can move to a vote on the amended motion. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Okay, really not supposed to clap in chambers, so thank you though. Okay, we're going to be moving on. That's completes motion motion 2. We're going to move on to motion 3. Closing the gap, investing in the City of Vancouver's food system to increase food access and support a resilient, equitable, and sustainable food system for all, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Carr, over to you. You have 2 minutes to introduce. Just as a reminder, let's make sure you're on. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. That I am bringing this motion forward on behalf of the Vancouver Food Policy Council. It's an honor to serve as the liaison to that council. It's a great group of people, and I can not praise enough how diligent they've been in preparing for this motion, including briefing council members. So thank you, council members who did attend that briefing. It was really quite outstanding. You know, there's some key points. Why is this motion necessary? I mean, number one, food insecurity is increasing, and there are more people who go to bed hungry than ever before in Vancouver. In 2023, about 22% of BC households were food insecure. That's 5% increase over the previous year. Food waste is huge. 58% of food in Canada is wasted. 32% is edible. Overall, 68% of global greenhouse gas emissions are due to food waste and loss. And number 3, nonprofits and volunteer organizations are filling the gap in terms of meeting the need. There are 79 low-cost food programs or free food programs in Vancouver, 15 neighborhood networks, 4 big organizations collecting and distributing food, amounting to 4.47 million pounds of healthy food, equivalent to 3.72 million meals. Funding and resources to help these organizations is inadequate. A survey of 41 organizations dealing with food rescue and distribution recognized inadequate funding as the top problem. The total is only $950,000 a year right now for funding, and there's been no increase for 4 years. The motion asks staff to develop food systems in a funding strategy in line with council priorities and to address the gap between the growing need and inadequate funding.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And so now we will be moving to hearing from our registered speakers. And as a reminder, public speakers should state if they're in support or opposition. May only speak once, and if it's not indicated, I will ask if you're a resident of Vancouver, although it is indicated on this list. So we are now going to hear from our first speaker from the public body representative list, which is Jordan Bultitude. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Jordan. I'm a Vancouver resident and a member of the Vancouver Food Policy Council. And I speak on behalf of the co-chairs of the Vancouver Food Policy Council today, Michelle Renning and Kaid Tsai, who are unable to be in attendance. Good afternoon, Mayor Simmons City Council. This motion is the product of the extraordinary passion, energy, and commitment to always do more and do better for our community. The VFPC gratefully acknowledges the many volunteers, community support workers, citizens, field experts, Indigenous leaders, advocates, city staff, clerks, admins, and elected officials who consistently show up and share courageously to fight for a better food system. We also clearly see the dynamic, innovative, and resilient people-centered organizations who time and again stretch themselves to the breaking point to support Vancouver residents, and we stand by them. Both co-chairs have had the privilege of serving on the Vancouver Food Policy Council since 2021 and have witnessed the city's alarming rise in food insecurity and how it plays out in community food programming. The Vancouver Food Runners 2024 Nonprofit Feedback Survey highlights that, number one, food and social services go hand in hand. Recognizing that food also plays a role in building relationships, establishing trust, and nurturing a sense of community, 88% of nonprofit food programs provide holistic care, like programming for seniors, health services, skills training, and childcare alongside food assistance. Number two, demand for food services is skyrocketing, with organizations reporting an average 75% scale-up in clients served over the last 3 years. This makes sense in the context of increasing economic barriers, which impacts the ability to access food regularly. Number three, the biggest obstacle faced by nonprofits is lack of funding. With limited budget to operate food programs, organizations are often forced to turn people away due to limited resources and capacity. In writing this motion, the VFPC is under no illusion that there is a simple, easy, or fast way to resolve food insecurity. This motion proposes comparatively small actions in the face of an incredibly complex and multifaceted challenge. However, these small steps are both timely and necessary to open the way for city staff to partner more closely with community-level organizations toward more informed and concrete actions. We want to iterate that food is foundational to our health, well-being, and sense of security. Food strengthens social bonds and adds vibrance to our neighborhoods. Supporting Indigenous food systems advances the rights of Indigenous peoples to define and make decisions about their own food sources and processes. And the food sector presents innovative economic and environmental opportunities, particularly in terms of food waste prevention and advancing the circular economy. You've seen the tremendous work done by small community-level organizations. You've heard their stories and you'll hear more today. You've witnessed their challenges, and they've shown you the numbers demonstrating their potential as a key local support continuing to bridge food systems gaps while decreasing waste and carbon outputs. We support closing the gap, and we ask that you vote the same to ensure the important food systems work continues to happen in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for your work on our Food Policy Council. We'll hear from now speaker number 2 from Public Body Representatives Vanessa Lam.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Just checking that you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thanks for calling in. You can start when you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Vanessa Lam, and I'm a registered dietitian. I work as a public health dietitian at Vancouver Coastal Health, and I am the VCH liaison on the Vancouver Food Policy Council. I am here to express my support of the motion titled Closing the Gap, Investing in the City of Vancouver's Food System to Increase Food Access and Support a Resilient, Equitable, and Sustainable Food System for All. Food insecurity is a growing problem in Vancouver, with 15.9% of families experiencing food insecurity in 2021. In the 2022 Food Costing in BC report, 1 in 7 households experience food insecurity, and 1 in 6 children live in households that are food insecure. In 2022, for a family of 4 on income assistance in BC, 51% of their income goes to housing, while 39% goes to food, leaving only just over $300 for all other expenses. Managing existing health problems can be more difficult for those who are food insecure. And more than 1/3 of food insecure households in Canada indicated that food was the first expense they would cut from their budget. Expenses for other essential needs such as housing, clothing, and medication can also be compromised. Costs related to reducing, skipping, and delaying medication are associated with worsening health and greater use of healthcare services. Food insecurity impacts both the quality and quantity of food. Families lose the ability to choose foods that are acceptable, culturally appropriate, and that can meet their individual health needs. The ongoing stress of needing to make trade-offs for food can have long-term consequences on physical and mental health. Supporting community through grant funding is one key strategy to address food insecurity. Community organizations have long been working on these issues and bring their on-the-ground expertise working with different population groups and communities. Food security programs build the capacity of community members to actively make a difference for their own health and well-being and play a larger role within the local food systems. VCH has a long-standing relationship with the City of Vancouver since supporting the establishment of the Vancouver Food Policy Council and through collaborating on the Healthy City strategy. As the VCH liaison on the Vancouver Food Policy Council and a public health dietitian at Vancouver Coastal Health, I urge you to support this motion and take the necessary steps to implement its recommendations. By doing so, we can build a stronger, healthier, and more inclusive community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Fostering a sustainable food system will enhance our city's resilience to climate change and ensure long-term food security and health for all Vancouverites. Upholding Indigenous food sovereignty will significantly contribute to improving health outcomes for Indigenous people and supporting reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in. We're now going to call on speaker number 1, Matthew Udan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for calling in. Please go
All right.
ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm an outreach worker and volunteer in the downtown east side right now at the V6A Garden Project. But I wanted to speak about a job I used to do, organizing a grocery program for Indigenous seniors. It was pretty difficult to start looking at what kind of budget we could use every week for these people when the food costs started rising pretty dramatically. We had to sort of shift to stuff they didn't really want to use and give them less and less of these things. And this is really important because the reason we buy them groceries is to connect with people in this community and to give them a sense of security and community with us while we were doing it. So if we're giving them less and less of these things, like it becomes pretty hard to maintain trust with them. And the entire reason we had to do that was because we weren't able to have them rely on a charity model like a food bank thing. Sorry, I'm lost my thoughts here for a second. The best way I think that we can increase food security for people, especially people feeling vulnerable in food security, the most vulnerable people, is increasing our funding across the board, find ways to fund volunteer efforts that people have currently. And another great way that we can increase our food security here is sort of the work that we do at the V6A Garden. We connect Indigenous communities, especially Coast Salish people, to agriculture that's Indigenous to our region. We help people reconnect with their culture through this. We give them purpose. We give settlers here purpose as well by connecting to Indigenous foods. Our previous, charity models don't do a great job of that. So I would speak strongly in support of this. We need more funding. We need more effort to connect all of Vancouver to food security and especially our Indigenous people. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to speaker number 2, Prabhi Deol.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hi again. Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhi Deol. I work at South Vancouver Neighborhood House, and I'm here today, or I'm on the phone today, in support of the motion forwarded by Councillor Adrienne Carr to develop a funding strategy for more equitable and sustainable food systems in Vancouver. I support this motion because it addresses the needs of South Vancouver residents. This motion is a pivotal step to ensure the city addresses the ongoing food insecurity crisis in Vancouver. For example, our food hub, our SVNH food hub serves 325 households served 325 households this past year, distributing 14,538 food hampers. This is a huge undertaking for our Food Hub team, and many folks remain on the wait list due to funding and capacity constraints. And we do all of this work out of the YMCA squash courts, by the way, located at 49th in Alberta. The courts are going to be torn down one day, and we are not certain when, and we rent from the YMCA on a month-to-month basis. So we definitely need a permanent space for our food hub so that we can continue to serve South Vancouver families. If only 0.003% of the City of Vancouver's operating budget supports our vital food systems, I can only imagine how much an increase in funding would benefit low-income families in our city. Many of those low-income families living in South Vancouver, which for anyone who is listening in, South Vancouver has a population of 102,000. 80% of folks are racialized, with over half the residents, 56%, identifying as immigrants. We have a higher average household size than the city average, lower median personal income, and we have 20% of Vancouver's child and youth population and 18% of Vancouver's seniors population, with 15% of those seniors being low income. Something that was a part of our motion that passed last year, addressing ongoing inequities by improving social infrastructure and access to services across South Vancouver and Marpole neighborhoods. One of the points made is that Council direct staff to bring any further recommendations to Council in future operating and capital budgets to address the historic under-resourcing of neighborhoods across South Vancouver and Marpole, including considerations of grant and investments, particularly related to addressing food security challenges. And food security is definitely a huge challenge for the South Vancouver catchment. Increasing investments in food for low-income, racialized residents in Vancouver is important for several reasons. The first one being food security. Access to affordable and nutritious food is a fundamental human right. Low-income and racialized communities often face higher levels of food insecurity, which can lead to poor health outcomes. And investing in food access helps ensure that everyone in Vancouver can meet their nutritional needs. It also promotes health equity.
Robbie, that is your 3 minutes. You're over your time, so I'm just going to jump right in. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 3, Joey Liu.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's great to see you all. So my name is Joey Liu. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm in support of this motion. As many of you know, I'm the food security manager at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. And I work with my team and partners to operate the South Vancouver Community Food Hub, which probably just mentioned provides fresh, culturally appropriate food to 1,000 South Vancouver individuals every week. So 1 year ago, I came in front of Mayor and Council to speak in support of SVNH's Reframing South Vancouver motion, and I shared about some of the food security challenges that South Vancouver residents face. Unfortunately, since then, things have not gotten easier for residents or nonprofits. And here are 3 ways in which food insecurity has revealed itself over the last year. Through outreach to South Van schools, we know that food security and housing are the top concerns for families. Students are especially vulnerable in summer months when their school support programs are not running. With so many new refugee families arriving and receiving minimal government support, last year referrals to the Food Hub from our settlement team tripled. And demand for food support continues to rise, now with over 75 families on our wait list. For the first time in 3 years, we have put a pause on accepting people to our wait list. Meanwhile, funding continues to decrease. This winter, 2 of our long-term partners left the Food Hub because they didn't have the funding to continue. One was a food recovery partner, meaning that food volume and variety decreased for families. The other specialized in outreach to newcomer women and children, meaning that the 50 families they supported are now less connected to resources beyond food. In terms of funding at the city level, the Sustainable Food Systems Grant has been supporting Vancouver food networks and organizations since 2013. This grant enables us to do what we do best: use the power of food to nourish, teach, connect, and help people feel at home. However, the grant amount has not increased to match inflation or the additional number of organizations doing good food work. Coordinators are cutting their hours, juggling multiple hats and jobs, or leaving this sector entirely. And even though emergency response has taken up well over more than half of our work since COVID, we're not allowed to use these funds for meal or hamper programs to respond to community needs. With high demand and low supply, many nonprofits aren't sure how much longer they can continue. And as Prabhi mentioned earlier, with the Food Hub space, it's just incredibly hard to find space. And we do have capital matching funds that are earmarked for a Food Hub, but without finding the space first, we can't actually access those funds yet. So today we're asking for increased funding, strategy, and collaboration with the city to transform our current food system. This motion is an excellent start to meeting the needs and dreams of the community at the municipal level. And I really hope to see this motion passed by Mayor and Council. Thank you.
And thank you, Joey. Perfectly timed. Appreciate that. Speaker number 4, Anastasia French.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. I'm Anastasia French, Provincial Manager for Living Wage for Families BC, and I live and work on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, now known as the City of Vancouver. As you all in Council know, the living wage is the hourly amount that a worker needs to earn to pay for basic essentials. And over the past 2 years, the living wage has increased by over $5 an hour because of the increased cost of food and housing. This increase has represented a real challenge for many organisations, including unfortunately the City of Vancouver, to remain the living wage employer, which is why we're shifting our focus to support initiatives like this, which can bring down costs to make it easier for employers to pay a living wage so more workers can earn a living wage. As a council, you've already taken several steps to try and address the housing crisis. Today's motion is about tackling the other big crisis, and that's food unaffordability and insecurity. A few stats to help make the case. The food component of the living wage budget has increased by 24% in 2 years. Over 1 in 5 people in BC report being food insecure, and visits to food banks have increased by a staggering 78% in 5 years. And the main reason that people are turning to food banks is because food is too expensive and their income is not enough. And when I speak to low-wage workers, they tell me the impact that this has on their lives. I spoke with a small business owner who has taken to intermittent fasting because she cannot afford 3 meals a day and to keep her business afloat. 2 roommates who depend on their friend who works in a grocery store to give them the food they're not going to sell. A group of friends trading tips on where they can get their food that is either deeply discounted or about to be thrown away. The food centre worker ashamed because they're having to access the very services that they work at. And a single mother in tears because she couldn't buy her daughter the food that she likes. And like with the housing crisis, there's a role that every level of government should be playing to address food insecurity and unaffordability. Vancouver Food Policy Council have done a tremendous job of preparing this motion, which, if passed and funded, could play a vital role in addressing food insecurity in this city. There are some great organisations that are doing fantastic work, but they're really struggling to balance the increased need for their services and increased general costs with limited and often shrinking budgets. I hope that by passing this motion today, the City of Vancouver can take the lead and tackle food insecurity so that people in Vancouver can afford to keep living in Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from speaker number 5, Rizalina Gallardo. Hi, how are you? Thank you.
Fine. I humbly acknowledge that and I live, work, and learn on the stolen ancestral and occupied homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I hope everyone is having a good day. Let us start by introducing myself. My name is Rizalina Gallardo, one of the few who is helped by the Southbound Cover Neighborhood House Food Hub program. In the past July of last year, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and as a result, I have been out employment due to my ongoing medications and treatments. The wonderful people of Food Hub program has been kind enough to deliver food assistance at my doorstep on a weekly basis. It is a big help to me, especially to receive assistance, food security in my times of need, to have food on my table in times where I don't have much of anything. In my fight against my ailments and God's grace, I am now cancer-free, but still undergoing treatment and still feeling side effects of all the treatments and I receive. I am fortunate that thankful I have people of Southbound Cover Neighborhood House Food Hub program, helping people like me struggling in time of need. There are more and more people like me, families, children, and people who do not want to choose between having food on their table or a roof over their head. And I'm thankful that I get share my story with you. I support the motion and humbly ask the City of Vancouver Council and staff to develop a food system funding strategy. I increase the funding sustainable food system grant. Also create the indigenous food system grant for vulnerable members of our indigenous community and create fund of food recovery initiative. Let us help more people in need of food security. Let us help families, children, elders, people who are facing their even battles, whether it is financially health problems, or they're in times of struggle. And let us help them have food on their tables. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in to speak to council. Next, speaker 6, Leona Brown. Speaker 6, Leona Brown.
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you, Shelley. Speaker 7, Shelley Kubernas.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi there. My name is Shelley. I am the Buddhist medicine lead at Kalela Leland Health and Wellness Cooperative on the downtown east side, and I'm in favor of this motion. Not only am I speaking on behalf of Kalela Leland and its members, but as an Indigenous person myself. For the past 5 years, Kalela Leland has been providing Indigenous members with access to food security through several different avenues of engagement, including grocery bag delivery, prepared meals, shopping support, and weekly one-to-one check-ins that can act as a lifeline and an important link to community and care. Our food security program is designed to connect with members who are facing substantial food precarity and numerous barriers to engaging in healthcare. Indigenous people have faced many barriers over the years when accessing healthcare, and often more than not make the decision not to seek medical attention due to racism, discrimination, and trauma. We have the power to change this with regular food security funding that would allow us to use food as medicine and food prescribing, and connect Indigenous people with traditional foods, which is a crucial component to Indigenous healing. With regular ongoing funding, we would aim to address not one but several areas of food security. Long-term funding would mean that Indigenous people stand a better chance at not only food security, but treating health-related issues through food. Food as medicine and food prescribing would allow Indigenous people to grow their knowledge, build food skills, and build new habits, which in turn would greatly help our already overburdened healthcare system long-term. What could a food prescribing program look like? Meal kits for those who are comfortable cooking on their own, cooking classes, community kitchens, tailored food prescribing based on medical conditions, ready-made meals that are delivered to those with mobility issues, and produce deliveries. A strong, well-thought-out food security program would aim to increase awareness and education and overall health to those suffering from conditions such as diabetes, osteoporosis, high blood pressure, obesity, heart disease, and mental health-related issues, which would mean saving healthcare dollars long-term. Food insecurity overall is an income disparity, which has a significant impact on one's health. Indigenous people deserve the right to access food, healthcare, and cultural rights, all of which have been compromised as a result of colonization and residential schools. Food security programs have always experienced precarious funding. Oftentimes, it is left uncertain if the program will continue year to year to provide these services to the community. In addition to this, the sheer volume of applicants applying for food security grants means that many of these grants do not typically meet the financial needs of these programs. Historically, Indigenous programs are undersupported by government services and are piecemeal together, halting program support until they can secure adequate funding. However, due to these precarious funding models, we often do not have the financial capacity to meet these demands of the community. many of which rely on food security's vital service to make ends meet. The loss of the food
Shelley?
security service. Yeah.
You're over your time of 3 minutes. So
Okay.
sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have speaker number 8, Lorianne Bird.
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 9, Sharon Dong.
Hi, everyone. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Sharon Dong, Food for Families Director, City Reach Care Society, located in East Vancouver. I'm also a member of the Vancouver Food Policy Council. I'm here to support the entire motion and here to speak on the third subpoint, which is near and dear to my heart. That is to create a funding mechanism for food recovery initiatives. Since the pandemic, City Reach grew 10 times, and we now provide fresh and nutritious food for over 1,000 families, 52 schools, and a network of community partners. Even more incredible is that none of this food is purchased and 100% of this food is recovered or donated. Every year, over 1 million pounds of food valued at over $3.5 million comes into City Reach and then out to community members and community organizations. The tangible benefit is $3.5 million, but the intangible benefits are priceless. Food is used to build relationships and to support programs that lift individuals out of poverty and towards wellness. You may be surprised to learn that most of this food is fresh and includes fruit, vegetables, grains, dairy, and protein. Every day, our warehouse is brimming with beautiful apples, oranges, tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, potatoes, and so much more. Yes, and we even have preferred foods like halal meat, organic foods, gluten-free foods, bok choy, plantains, jackfruit, and yes, even bitter melon. Given the choice, how many of us would choose canned food over fresh and nourishing food for ourselves, our families, our children, and our loved ones? To date, City Reach has received $0 food systems funding from the City of Vancouver, and this year we did not submit an application. We had been denied previously because City Reach was classified as a food bank, and our food recovery efforts have not been funded yet. I shared with you that community-facing organizations are coming to City Reach and asking for support. They are telling me that their programming dollars are stretched, and that recovered food is what is allowing them to continue their programming and from laying off their staff. While food recovery allows City Reach to sustainably stretch impact, the reality is truck repairs, gas, staffing, garbage, supplies, compost still cost money. And that leaves subject matter experts like myself up at night. I find myself writing grants off the side of my desk to sustain this work that I believe in and that I am passionate about. I close by sharing that in Canada, only 4% of the surplus edibles are rescued and redistributed. Imagine the impact to the City of Vancouver if we had support to double, triple, and quadruple this.
Okay, thank you,
This is a very
Sharon. That is,
Okay.
yeah, you're over your 3 minutes. Sorry about that to interrupt there, but yeah, thank you so much for calling in. And thank you. Okay, we're moving to speaker number 10. And just a reminder to all speakers on the line, the time to speak is 3 minutes. So feel free to set a timer on your where you are. So we'll move to speaker number 10, Carla Pellegrini.
Hi there. My name is Carla Pellegrini. I'm a resident of Vancouver and the executive director of a local charity called Food Stash Foundation. I'm speaking in support of the motion. At Food Stash, we rescue and redistribute over 130,000 pounds of fresh perishable food every month that would otherwise have been thrown away. That was 1.5 million pounds alone in 2023. We deliver most of this food to 37 other organizations, most of whom operate in the downtown east side. They collectively serve over 12,000 people a week, and last year they reported saving over $1 million by working with us. We also provide home grocery delivery to low-income households where disabilities affect their food access, and we run a weekly affordable market that serves up to 160 people. All of our programs are full and have wait lists, and we don't have the resources to expand our capacity and keep up with increasing demand. As Councillor Carr noted, we're not just serving the community, we're serving the planet. Food waste is the third largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. Food Stash is part of a network of organizations you've heard from Sharon and Joey and Michelle. We're helping keep good food out of our waste streams. The four of us larger organizations in Vancouver kept nearly 5 million pounds of good edible food out of the waste streams in 2023 and got that to the community. We at Food Stash completed a greenhouse gas audit earlier this year, and it showed that our work is avoiding more emissions than it's generating, despite all the trucks on the road. We're saving local Vancouver businesses waste hauling costs, and we're reducing the strain on our municipal waste management facilities by diverting food that should be eaten instead of thrown out or composted. Less than 10% of Vancouver businesses are participating in the circular economy, but we can't grow it with the current funding model. This work is expensive. Our warehouse costs over $17,000 a month. We have a fleet of 3 trucks, and we have living wage paid drivers on the road 7 days a week. These costs for food recovery work in the city are borne almost exclusively by the nonprofits doing the work. Grocery stores don't pay a hauling fee for the service, and most of us have not been successful with city funding. At Food Stash, we haven't received core support, Greenest City, or Sustainable Food Systems grants in over 3 years, despite tireless efforts. Food rescue and food access work has historically been underfunded or not funded at all by the city, despite countless city commission reports and strategies and plans that highlight the environmental impacts of food waste and emphasize that food is a basic human right. Please, please, please pass this motion. I look forward to the report that staff will come up with as a result and the funding that will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. We are going to move now to speaker number 11, Theodora Lamb.
Hi, hello, Council. Councillor Carr, thank you so much for bringing forward this motion. Yes, my name is Theo Lamb. I'm a resident of East Vancouver. I'm Executive Director of Quest Outreach Society, and we are 100% in support of this motion. My peers have just done such a stellar job of painting this powerful picture of impact, the need, and the rising cost of food insecurity across the city. Quest is a nonprofit organization. We run nonprofit grocery stores. Think Costco, but nonprofit, and you have to be referred. And this is a really important piece to our model because it invites our client base of over 15,000 active clients across Metro Vancouver to participate in the economic food cycle, which is a huge part of bringing dignity into our food and grocery spaces. Now, we may have a social enterprise model as part of our financial model and foundation, but we cannot afford to run off that revenue alone. I mean, it would challenge our ability to live up to our mission, our vision, and our values of dignity and access and affordable groceries. So we need to rely on additional fundraising and grants. And you said it, colleagues, we have also not been able to benefit or feel any support from the City of Vancouver or the province, for that matter, for a number of years. And so if you were to pass this motion, it would signal to all of us working in this space that this matters. This is important. Food security is on your radar. And I have to tell you, all the folks who are going to benefit from that incredible unanimous motion that you just made on transit before, guess what? Same community we're all supporting. I encourage you to start by adopting all components of this motion and to consider moving forward. What more, as council, can you do to put the spotlight on food security in Vancouver, particularly because it represents the intersection of not just nonprofit and social work, but it's business and economic resilience as well. It takes so many different players to come together and make sure that our citizens are getting the food they need for prices they can afford, that they're not waiting in lineups, and that dignity is infused throughout the entire process. Thank you again to my peers, my colleagues, Councillor Carr, you're a rock star, and councillors. I know we have nonprofit leaders and business leaders alike on this council, and I know you will see the impact and power of approving it and moving it forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Speaker 14, Alicia Williams.
Speaker 14 is not on the line.
Thank you. And Speaker 15, Paul Beasla.
Hey, sorry. I thought I was after. I just wanted to call in and say I do support this motion, and I wanted to commend both staff and council and the mayor for having visited SGNH to learn firsthand the good work that they do, and take the time to understand how the programs work and where they need support. So I don't need to say a lot. You folks know firsthand the good work that they do and what they need. And I do support this motion. I think I was going to steal some of this time just to say that SBNH not only does good work around this, but they also do good work in advocacy around transit, just like the previous motion. And I was going to steal some of this time to just say, because I ran out of time on the last call, to say that I'm looking forward to seeing the city implement a kind of steward of transit advocacy through City Hall. I think that would allow many users and advocates to find a way to inform the city and staff on the challenges and the needs of transit. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. So we are now going to go through those that were not present when initially called. So that's speaker number 6, Leona Brown.
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 8, Lorianne Bird.
No.
And speaker 14, Alicia Williams.
No.
Okay, so that is the end of the speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking to the committee today on this motion. Committee members, is there any discussion? I'm going to move us to the main queue. So Councillor Carr, Kirby Young, and Boyle, if you can put yourself back on the queue. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to all the speakers. I'll say that in closing comments. I have circulated an amendment to my own motion.
Happy to go to an amendment queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And this came about because of staff response or input to my motion, as they do. So you would have received this language in the summary of staff review of the motions, and it I think it just is worth including now because it gives some sense of the timing of the consideration of the work to consider these new grants. I'm actually just using exactly the words of staff that they had sent to all of us, which is that that they said directly to me, that they are doing an internal review of the Sustainable Food Systems grant stream, and they're planning it for summer, fall 2024 in anticipation of launching a new set of multi-year grants in Q1 2025. So I hope all of you understand this is just, I think, just a important thing for us to know and to recognize. Staff is already going to be doing some of the work. This is, or has planned to do this work, so my motion simply directs it in a more focused way, but the timing is one that fits with staff's own work plan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Seconded by Councillor Fry. Okay, we can go straight to a vote. There's nobody else in the queue, so calling the vote. Please vote on screen. That motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. You still have the floor?
I'll hold. I'll come in after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I've also circulated amendment, Chair.
Okay, we'll move to an amendment queue. And please pop yourself back on the queue.
Thank you very much. So the amendment, I think, is something that we've attempts to deal a bit with identifying and going through a bit of an exercise to determine if the city and how the city can play a role in addressing one of the issues that we hear a lot, which is about the security of space. So sort of security of tenure, as well as the affordability of space, can often be a real challenge to food organizations and food serving organizations, and also take a lot of time and energy away, quite frankly, from trying to run day-to-day operations and take in donations and secure funding and all of the other complexities of getting food out. And so rather than sort of do this more ad hoc, it's sort of asking for a bit of a look at, and again, as part of the review that Councillor Carr mentioned earlier, felt that this addition would add a holistic look at how can the city best support food security. And there's a couple of different ways. One is the grant process, and the other might be access to space. So thanks. So in summary, the motion says that council recognizes the ability to secure affordable operating space in neighborhoods across the city is crucial to food-driven nonprofits and service providers and to ensuring a sustainable food system in Vancouver. And further, that council directs staff to evaluate opportunities in city-owned or operated buildings in need areas across the city or below market leases for food-driven nonprofits in order to support, doing very well articulating today, a resilient, geographically distributed, sustainable food system to support the financial health and viability of these city benefiting services and report back to council early next year with options. And that's it. Thank you.
And it was seconded by Councillor Carr. And yeah, seeing no one on the queue, we can go ahead to a vote. Please vote on screen. Great, and that motion passes with unanimous support. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor.
No, just happy are we back to the overall motion now? Yep. Yeah, no, happy to support this. I appreciate it being brought forward by Councillor Carr. I think that we're hearing more and more about how affordability is impacting people in a very real way every day. And when that gets down to people not being able to cover a grocery bill in whole or in part, it kind of hits fundamentally at people's having a good foundation in life. And it's a tricky thing, as we talked about, in terms of logistics and supporting funding. And so I think affordability and food access is one of the urgent sort of prevailing issues that we'll see. I suspect that is going to sustain for a period of time. And so I think as we revisit how do we best align our grant programs with what are some of the highest needs in the city, this is a good time to take a look at this as an ongoing priority. And I think that's always a good thing to do in terms of really lasering in on what is going to be the most impactful in terms of how we spend our limited dollars for the residents of Vancouver. So happy to see the motion from Councillor Carr, happy to, with the addition and looking at space and how the city can do that. Because again, if that security of space is there, it alleviates a lot of stress, but it can also very pragmatically alleviate costs. And so happy to do both of those and happy to support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and also just wanted to add an enthusiastic voice of support. Councillor Carr has been such a strong leader for a long time on this issue. I know Councillor Wiebe was as well last term, and we're so incredibly fortunate to have so many voices across the city who are doing this work day in, day out, serving and supporting people and building more just food systems, and also making the time to come and tell us about that work, remind us about its importance, tour us, so we get to see across the city the work you're doing and the difference it makes in people's lives. So absolutely happy to get to support it in every way we can. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Really just want to appreciate all the heavy lifting that the food policy work does, and just how important and often overlooked this kind of work is. And I had the opportunity to come down and check out what's happening at South Van Neighborhood House, and through COVID, I think we really saw the illustration of just how critical these food security networks are and how much work there is to do. And I also just wanted to say, Rosalina, I wish you all the best health and congratulations on beating back cancer. So thanks for joining us. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr, to close on your motion.
Just to close, and good food is part of good health. You're all involved in the right field, and I just am going to say thank you to everyone on the Vancouver Food Policy Council. It was an amazing piece of work that was pulled together by members of the council, and it was a joy to work with you through this process. And I'm, as I say, so incredibly impressed by the professionalism and the comprehensive reports, pulling together of information that you've provided to council. And just thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for the amendments. I think it strengthens the motion. And it's true, that field trip we took to South Van Neighborhood House, seeing the problems around space, yikes. Like, I see how well it's needed. So, yeah. And thanks to staff for their input. They made it very clear, made it easy to edit the motion, to incorporate their timelines and their not even concerns, no, their already focused desire to see this work happen. Thanks all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And that can take us to a vote of the amended motion. And that passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much. We're going to call a quick recess. We've got just our next motion up, and a member who is is not in here at the moment, and so I think we'll just do a quick recess, and I will.
Yay! I get to go and talk.
All right, so we don't have quorum, hey? Right? Councillor Montague, your motion. Yeah, we should grab Councillor Montague. All right, everyone, so we have the quorum now, so we're gonna continue with this council meeting. The next item, also the last item on the agenda is the motion for scope review for the improved governance, and it is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Montague. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, so Councillor Montague, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I had a few things going on at once there. Hopefully, I know it's been a long day. Hopefully this will be fairly straightforward. So basically the Integrity Commissioner Officer submitted a year-end report for 2022. That report provided recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner Office. There was then a review by staff, and within a few months, Council endorsed changes and amendments to the Code of Conduct bylaw. 2023, the annual report was provided on December the 1st, just this last December. That report again had recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner's Office. One of those recommendations, recommendation number 1, stated that, at least in part, that, quote, the scope of the Integrity Commissioner's role in providing oversight is not always clear. But unlike the previous year, Council has yet to be provided with a staff report or their recommendations on a potential amendment. Despite going into August break, and then shortly after, we will be returning and receiving the 2024 annual report. I'm concerned that what I feel is a fairly significant issue around scope and authority and jurisdiction raised by the Integrity Commissioner's Office itself hasn't been addressed. So this motion is basically, I'd like to see us take a proactive approach to an independent third party, an expert review that will provide an objective and thorough evaluation of the Integrity Commissioner's scope and the fairness, efficiency, and effectiveness of that process.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Montague. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kerbian. There's no registered speaker on this item, so committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I have a couple questions through you to the mover of the motion, if
Yes,
you'll
please.
allow it, Chair.
Go
And
ahead.
the first is wondering if we have a cost estimate for what hiring a third party to review another third party would cost. I think we just need
Your
Councillor
speaker.
Montague's mic on so the public watching can hear. Thanks.
There we go.
I don't have a specific cost for it. Part of this ask is that the city staff find an appropriate third party to do that work. And I would assume that that would come with a cost estimate as well.
Okay, maybe I can ask a question of the city manager. I'm wondering if that recommendation would come back in public or in council, and then if the report itself would come back in public or in in public or in camera, in private.
Thanks. Through the chair. So if council asks staff to report back or provide recommendations on potential parties to do the review, we would generally do that in camera because it pertains to selection or individuals that would be named or put forward for council's consideration. We would, just to the past question, we would at that time provide some sort of cost estimate as well as part of that. In terms of the actual report for the from the review, I would expect that that report would be public unless there were any specific issues that would warrant consideration in camera, legal advice, things like that. But generally, a report like this, certainly any bylaw changes would have to be considered and passed in public. Council cannot pass bylaws in camera.
Appreciate that. My other questions to the mover of the motion are larger. I guess I read this motion many times. I was trying to get a sense of the real point of it, and I'm wondering to the mover of the motion if there are specific concerns with the current scope or operations of the Integrity Commissioner's office that the mover has.
Well, I think the concern is that the Office of the Integrity Commissioner themselves raised the concern that they're not clear what their scope is. I think that's something we need to ensure they understand before any potential any other potential work can be done. Like if the Integrity Office doesn't understand what their scope is, that I think that's an issue.
Yeah, I guess my a third party review. It's my understanding that it's our job to set that scope, and so maybe you can again just help me understand. Is the ask that a third party is outlining that scope or giving us a process to help determine that? It's the form of this office looks different in different jurisdictions, so I guess I'm also unclear what a third party legal advice could do in terms of determining that, and what part of that is actually up to our own job to determine their scope. And I'm not against it. I'm just trying to understand those.
Yeah, and
pieces.
I'm trying to understand the question exactly, and I think it's about having an independent eye look at this. I was actually kind of, I guess, like I said, it was a concern that this was raised. I think it's a significant recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner's office. And I found it odd that we haven't seen a report and recommendations on how to amend it. So I think because the office is relatively new as well, they've only been operating since.
I know I asked you a question, so I don't mean
I know,
truly
I'm
don't
trying
mean to
to-
be
I'm trying to
disrespectful
answer
in cutting you off. I appreciate that answer. That answer was helpful and provided me a bit more information because I really was struggling to understand what the point of this motion was. But that is helpful. I think the Integrity Commissioner plays an incredibly important role, having been on council before we had an Integrity Commissioner, and then with one. I think it's really important clarifying the scope of that role, as Councillor Montague says, as it's a new position, to make sure it's as effective as possible is great. I hope that this doesn't result in reducing the scope of that role, because I think it's a very important position that we should continue to support and strengthen to increase accountability and transparency in our governance.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I also have a couple of questions just to kind of better understand this one. And I think I'm clear on what Councillor Montague is saying around closing the loop between a recommendation, and this is leading to prefacing my question, that hasn't been fulfilled, and the need for the Integrity Commissioner to not review their own scope and themselves, if you will, right? And I'm also not a lawyer, so I think the external review, that's how it was set up in the first place, and I think that would guide us. The question I have, and maybe it's a question through you, Chair, to the city manager.
Okay, please go ahead.
And I'm just looking at the language here. What does it say? An examination of the scope, processes, and procedures for receiving and addressing complaints by the Integrity Commissioner. If we're doing a review, Paul, what's staff's view on what happens in the meantime? Because if the scope is unclear, and we're looking for clarity, and this is directing us towards a review, can staff offer sort of a perspective on how should we handle the function or any impacts on that while a review process would be happening?
So as it, thanks through the chair, so as it stands, the bylaw remains in effect. Essentially, the Integrity Commissioner is interpreting the bylaw and her scope. As Councillor Montague indicated, the Commissioner did raise an issue or a question around a lack of clarity around that. In the meantime, she's applying her own interpretation. So that would continue, presumably, unless and until Council does something different with the bylaw.
So does it make sense for her to keep going in a area, kind of a gray area, or does it make sense to pause some of that work while and sort of a expedited review is done, because theoretically you're looking for clarification and she's operating one set of rules and then you're potentially looking to clarify that. That seems to me to be a bit of a gray area.
I think that's council's prerogative. In terms of what happens during the term of this review, if council is potentially contemplating changes to the bylaw, there are other circumstances in which council did it recently around, and very different, but around brewery lounges, and council decided not to enforce while there was a review of those particular restrictions on brewery lounges while there was review underway. So that's council's discretion in terms of looking at what to do with, while there's a review of the bylaw going on, what to do with work that may be proceeding under the bylaw currently.
Okay, and then one follow-up, Chair, if I might. So if we use the brewery lounge analogy where council decided not to enforce, would that look something like in this case where you people could submit complaints, but maybe there's a pause on processing them? I'm trying to make sure I'm reflecting back what I'm hearing.
Again, that would be one option for council to take here.
Right.
That the processing of those complaints would be suspended. That is one option for council if you're interested to look at that.
Okay.
Putting a hold on this.
Okay, that gives me something to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kerbian. So, in light of that notes from the, we have other speakers. Okay, yeah, Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if I could also potentially ask through you, Chair, questions either of the city manager or the mover of the motion, or both. I'm unclear at this point in exactly what the ask is. Is the ask to, in this case, to have a legal firm or agency conduct a review of the city's code of conduct in order to what? Make it clearer, to strengthen it, I just don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe I could answer that. I think the intent behind the motion here is because the recommendation in the last annual report was that the commissioner's office is unclear of the scope when they're looking at complaints, that the third party would look at clarifying what the scope is. So clarifying the bylaw.
Yeah. So can I continue with a few questions?
Please
for
go
you?
ahead, Councillor.
Points of information. Thank you. So I guess my question then is it up to an outside agency, or is it up to either city council or city staff to outline a code of conduct for our own organization? I'm not quite sure if the independence is inappropriate in the sense that this is our own code of conduct. I mean, maybe it's city staff that should be doing it, or maybe it should be council itself that's doing it, that would have the knowledge of what we want to try and achieve.
So I'll try and answer that, and then maybe I'll ask Paul to finish up for me. But in the previous annual report, we did receive, city staff did come back to council with recommended amendments, and council passed those. That happened within just a couple of months. I think it was April or May that happened. We're now getting into August break, and we haven't seen that. So I'm confused personally as to why city staff haven't done that, what the rationale is, and again, what the scope should be. So maybe the city manager can elaborate, but.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, through the chair. So certainly the recommendations that the Integrity Commissioner makes in her annual report are recommendations to council. So they were provided to council. I think, yes, in the previous year, we did proactively bring considerations forward to council in the form of a council report to consider. We didn't actually do that this year. That wasn't intentional. That was just a question of how that played out. But the result of that, I think, is a live question about what to do, what council's consideration of that recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner should be. she has identified, I think, a substantive issue with the current construction of the bylaw and made a recommendation on potential changes to it. So that staff can provide any background on that, but it's really her recommendation to council on that regard. And there may be other issues. Again, there's another annual report pending. She may have other recommendations coming forward. And whether there's ultimately any decisions to change the bylaw would be council's decision. So there's no question, council, it's your bylaw, you own it.
Right. Okay, so I'm in a bit of angst around this, wondering what the independent third party can do that is better than what could be done with staff reporting back to us, with council considering, because it's our bylaw, council considering what what those changes might be, and verifying that that provides more clarity as affirmed by the integrity commissioner. So I guess that's, yeah, I'm not against us doing the work that's being called for in here. I'm not sure if the agency of a third party outside legal agency is the right agency, a legal firm. Or that's my concern. And I don't have any. If somebody can supply me with assurance that an outside agency is the right path to go, as opposed to council and staff, senior staff and council doing it, I would consider it. But right now, I feel unable to make a decision. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Well, I appreciate the conversation so far because the intent of the motion was unclear to me in the beginning. I acknowledge that the mover of the motion has had more engagement with the Integrity Commissioner, and I think most, if not all of those have been cleared and there's no recommendations. So you obviously have more experience than I do because I've had no engagement with the Integrity Commissioner on code of conduct complaints or otherwise. But I do want to, one thing that had kind of tweaked my attention early in this, and I guess, Chair, with your indulgence, if I may ask a question of the mover, in the original draft, in the staff comments to the draft, there was staff recommending that any suspension of provisions of the code of conduct be an amendment. And so it suggests that there was, in the original draft, the conversation or intent to suspend the provisions of the code of conduct. So I'm just curious if there is an ulterior intent to this motion and if it's about suspending the code of conduct.
No, I think that that was something that I contemplated for sure. I didn't know how to incorporate it properly. But I think the important part of this is to have, because of the type of recommendation that came out of the annual report. The first annual report, the recommendations were quite minor. This second one, I see scope as a pretty significant issue, a significant recommendation from the office itself.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that and trying to figure out how to make this work. And the Integrity Commissioner role in office is a new function, and I think that there is, we should be kind of responsive to how it may need to be improved and stuff. And I mean, I don't see that this is necessarily saying that it needs to be a third-party legal lawyer office review necessarily. And I'd just like to put it out there that just last week at UBCM, the conversation was very involved around integrity commissioners and the needs for local governments to have integrity commissioners. What could that look like? Should they be in-house? Should they be a centralized provincial kind of office? And perhaps if staff may consider even consulting with the UBCM. I think Paul Taylor over there is leading that work as far as a review of the role of an integrity commissioner in a provincial scope versus a local government scope, and perhaps that's an opportunity to connect with that. Not direction, just kind of suggestion.
Is that a question to me or?
No. I'm sort of indirectly speaking through Lisa Dominato to Paul Mokry. That's it.
Thanks, Councilor Fry. So I put myself on the queue. So in light of the conversation and also the response from the city manager, I'd like to call a recess. So perhaps prepare some further amendment about this motion. Do I need to see the chair for this? Oh, okay. You know what? So we need to ask extension. It's almost at 5. So I need extension to finish the business today. Yeah, complete the business. Second, moved by Councilor Clausen, second by Councilor Meisner. So all in favor say yay. Complete the business, yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. So we're gonna extend this meeting past 5 p.m. to complete all the business today. Yeah, so I need to see the chair, right? Okay, see the chair to Deputy Mayor Councilor Clausen. Okay, so we're gonna try to 10 minutes, no, 10 minutes perhaps. We need to prepare some language for the amendment. Okay. So, Councilor Clausen, I'm gonna see the chair to you. So, I would like to call a recess because of the discussion, also the comments from the city manager. So perhaps 10 minutes recess, and everyone come back at 5:02. All right, so Councilor Clausen, you are the chair right now? Okay. I just circulate. Yeah, I'll put myself on the queue. I'm there already. Did Leslie, did you receive the amendment? Okay.
Okay, we are resuming the meeting, and we've got Councillor Zhou in the queue. Councillor Zhou, do you want to? You've got your time now.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I like to bring a amendment. So this amendment is about pausing the new and ongoing investigation temporarily by the Integrity Commissioner Office during the independent review process. Okay, so I'm going to move myself to the amendment queue. Yes, it's just sent out to everyone.
Go ahead, Councillor Zhou.
Okay. So yeah, now I think everyone received the amendment. Oh,
It's on the big screen.
it's in the email.
Oh, here it is.
So just want to make sure everyone received that. Okay. Right, so the amendment is also on the screen. So as we all know, this Integrity Commissioner Office is very new. It is the right time to do the review. And this amendment, still allows public to continue send complaints to the Integrity Commissioner Office. As suggested by the city manager, council has the prerogative to consider pausing the new and ongoing investigation during the independent review process. It is a very common best practice. Coming from a healthcare and hospital operations background, it is very common to pause the existing process when the third-party review is under the way. This is also to make sure that the integrity and efficacy of the independent review process. It is a very common process in other industries as the best practice in governance. One of the best practices in governance is to clearly define the scope of the roles and the responsibilities. The current review aims to address ambiguities in the Integrity Commissioner's role, which was one of the recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner's 2023 annual report. It is crucial to have an unobstructed review process. Pausing ongoing investigation will prevent any potential conflicts or overlaps that might arise if the current operations of Integrity Commissioner are found to be out of scope or misaligned with the best practice. An independent review must be free from any active process that could influence its outcome. By temporarily halting the investigation, we allow the review to proceed without external pressures, ensuring the objectivity and the credibility. This amendment also emphasized the importance of facilitating the free flow of information necessary for the review. By pausing the active investigation, we can ensure that all relevant information is readily available and can be thoroughly examined by the third-party reviewer. I want to highlight, maintaining public trust is utmost important. I want to highlight it is important to know that the Integrity Commissioner Office will continue to receive complaints from the public. This ensures that we maintain the public trust, that their concerns are not disregarded during the review period. This amendment clearly articulated this. In addition, complaints received will be assessed following the conclusion of the review. This approach balances the need for the continuous public engagement with the necessity of a thorough and unhindered review process. So in conclusion, this amendment is about adopting the best practice approach to ensure a clear, objective, and effective review process. It is about enhancing our governance standards and ensuring that the Integrity Commissioner's roles is precisely defined and effectively implemented. So I hope my fellow councillor will support this amendment to foster a governance framework that is transparent, accountable, and continuously improving. Thanks, everyone. That's my amendment.
Councillor Zhou. Councillor Boyle, that's the queue.
Just wait. Thanks.
You advance the queue.
Yep, it worked.
It has been.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was feeling unsure that a third party was needed, but appreciated the answers to the questions, was coming around to this motion. Unfortunately, this amendment actually gets at what I most worried about this motion. I don't think that we should be pausing ongoing investigations. I appreciate that the Integrity Commissioner's Office will continue to receive complaints in a kind of holding pattern, but I don't know what those ongoing investigations are, as is an appropriate part of the practice. I don't know what ongoing investigations are paused, and I don't know how long they will be paused for, and that makes me nervous that there is important work being done that we're putting aside for an unknown amount of time. I don't think that improves accountability or transparency, and I think it will appropriately raise concerns that the intention here is actually to stall out an investigation that the public deserves to actually hear about. So I won't be supporting this amendment, and assuming it passes, it will stop me from supporting the motion overall. I am concerned about what's actually happening here. Thanks.
Okay,
Councillor Carr.
Oh, sorry, we need a seconder for this, Councillor Clausen. Need a seconder.
Councillor Montague is just seconded.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have my note. Fair enough. Please, okay, can we please advance to Councillor Carr? Clerk? Oh, are we going to? I thought we were already on the amendment queue.
You got it. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Right. Okay, so I am very unclear. Can I ask a question through who's
Yes,
you,
through
Chair?
me. I'm the chair, yeah.
How many investigations are ongoing right now?
Through the sorry, through the chair. We don't get any, those investigations are confidential, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay. No, you don't have to be sorry. The review, how long would it take to actually hire an outside firm to establish the terms of reference for an outside firm to do a review? Sorry, through you, Chair, I think this is also to the city manager. How long would it take to actually go through a process like this with an outside firm?
Thanks. The motion requested staff provide recommendations back to council at your meeting in September. So that would be the point at which council could make a decision on, and obviously one of the considerations that we would be working on in the interim is available, like third parties suitability, but also availability to take on this work, presumably, and complete it in an expedited way. In terms of how much time that party might need to do the work, we couldn't say at this point in time, but I imagine there's, I would assume a general interest in council, on council's part of expediting this, so that would be part of the terms of reference and, like I say, our discussion with potential candidates for that.
Right. Thank you. Okay. You know, I have a very hard time voting for the amendment and for the motion itself because there is way too much, lack of clarity for me in terms of whether or not this is the right process. I'm not opposed to a review. The review, I believe, should happen. I can see evidence for that. The Integrity Commissioner herself suggested that there be a review of the actual code of conduct. It's who are the appropriate bodies to do that? How much time will it take? How many? If this was to pause ongoing investigations, how many are there? How significant are there? All of these are unknowns. I find it absolutely impossible to be able to vote with any degree of confidence that I have enough information to vote on.
Thank you, Councillor Park. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I don't know if it's appropriate for me to mention this now or whether it should be in my closing comments, but this may make my closing comments shorter. I think all I'll add in, maybe if I'm able to respond to what Councillor Carr is saying, is that I have some experience with oversight bodies and complaint processes, 28 years with the police department, whether it's the police board, the IIO, the OPPCC, the court system. One thing they all have in common is clear scope and mandate. And that's why I see this as a real issue and why I think it needs to be looked at independently.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we'll go to the voting queue, clerk, for the amendment. Okay, we'll see it on the screen. Okay, that passes with Councillors Carr and Boyle in opposition. All right, we'll go back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Zhou, do you have further comments?
I have no other comments. I'm going to take it to chair back. Councillor Clausen. Okay, thank you.
Release the chair.
Councillor Fry is on the line. No, he's on the line. Yeah. Okay, he's on the phone, so that's okay. I'm going to advance. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
I think I made enough comments before. I am quite concerned that we're pausing for an unknown amount all of the current investigations without knowing how many or what they are about. Obviously, this is going to pass anyway. I hope that it happens quickly and we get back on track. I hope nothing is being swept under the rug here, and I hope that this isn't an excuse to reduce the scope of the Integrity Commissioner's Office. My experience is that it does important work, and I have been involved and had two different outcomes. I think it does important work. I think it's an important role to have in the city, and that we should strengthen and not weaken it, and we should support their work and not mute it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think the nature of confidentiality is that we don't know how many complaints or the nature of them, but I'm just looking at the publicly available information here. I was just scanning and it's of the reports that have been published, and then I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 between June 2021 and February 2024. And I look at a number of them. I'm just trying to go by the public information, none of which seem to have really dealt with any real substantive issues. Some about things like councillors' use of social media. What else have we got here? Just looking. Similar things around that. Comments made about individuals are probably regretful, but handled with an apology. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's the information we have to be guided by. I think with respects to the motion, I appreciate Councillor Montague bringing it forward. He probably has a very particular lens given his investigative background. I do think that the external expertise is important. So I think about the last council when we voted to set up the independent auditor general, and we sought outside expertise from other AGs in the country that provided insight into setting the scope and the terms of reference for that office. They participated in hiring process to get expertise, et cetera, and that was invaluable, recognizing we didn't have that internally. And I think sort of a similar principle applies here in my mind, that this is a specialized area. There's not a lot of lawyers and firms that are investigating in the realm of municipal conduct. And as I think identified in the motion, there's a lot of intersections between staff codes of conduct, election obligations under the charter, all of criminal complaint, all those kinds of things. So yeah, if we have a governance piece that has been left unaddressed, as identified by the Integrity Commissioner on report, the review makes sense to me. And I'm not hearing that this would be a long process in terms of that review. One of the things I do appreciate in this amendment, just looking at this language, is around providing full and unfettered flow of information to allow that third-party review to be a fulsome one, so that we are trying to provide that clarity that has been identified would be helpful for the current integrity commissioner or any individual that is in this role to be able to have a clear framework around disclosing their obligations. So that sort of makes sense to me overall. So yeah, for those reasons, I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Kirby-Yung. Seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm gonna call the votes. So clerk, can you take us to the voting panel? And council, please register your vote. Okay, this motion passed with Councilor Carr and Councilor Boyle in opposition. Thank you. That completes motion 4 on the agenda. So we need adjournment. Okay, let me see. So the standing committee portion of the meeting is now complete. We now need to reconvene in council with Councilor Clausen as the deputy mayor to chair and deal with the recommendations and the action from today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair. So we will now convene in council to deal with the following: recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Finance and Services meeting and urgent business. Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Acting Mayor Klassen or Deputy Mayor Klassen in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly is not here. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, I think not
now.
here.
Councillor Fry.
Councillor Fry, yeah, here. Councillor Montague, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have a quorum, Deputy Mayor Klassen.
Thank you, Clerk. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 5 and council members' motions 1 through 4. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, urgent business. Where there are leave of absence requests for council's consideration under urgent business today, that Councillor Meisner be granted a leave of absence for civic business from meetings on July 26, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And further that, pardon me? Yeah. And then further, that Councillor Klassen is granted leave of absence for civic business for meetings on July 25th, 2024 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Council, can we get a mover?
Move.
Seconder? All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Council, are there any other items for urgent business? Would somebody like to? Yes. Okay, Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I was also just catching up on the juggling of reserve dates, and I'm hoping to request a leave of absence for meetings on July 31st for personal business. Maybe I can just double check with the clerks that we would have quorum on that day. And let me know if you need me to send that in by email. Send it to you. Public hearing tomorrow. I just circulated it by email in case that's helpful.
All right. Okay, so we will have this item put forward, so a leave of absence for Councillor Boyle for meetings on July 31st for personal reasons. Can I get a mover? Second Councillor Carr, all in favor? Opposed, carried unanimously. Okay, would somebody like to move to adjourn the meeting?
Thanks, everyone.
Second, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you very much. That is our meeting. Our last meeting except for public hearing.